Hello everyone. I'm very glad that you listened to my story. Please give me a follow and like the video if you enjoyed it. Feel free to comment and provide feedback so I can improve the sound quality. Yes, I will now continue the unfinished story Vol 3 Part 2 Chapter 236 Fat is Blind Date. Translator Editor. John Mosai couldn't bear to witness the spectacle and groaned. However, he was quite curious and wondered what kind of woman would bear with this nearly 250 kg of fat. They ate breakfast with their eyes narrowed. Then they opened them big and wide as they stared in wait for the appointed time to arrive. They called out a big bodyguard when it was almost time and left to meet the beautiful woman. Third young master, what if your words comes true, and the Sun family's granddaughter doesn't like me because I am fat and heavy? Tang Yuan's mind was full of worries. He passed gas onto the horse he was riding as a result of the mental pressure. The horse flared his nostrils up in complaint. The foam forming at the corners of its mouth was proof of its distress. Jun Mozai hummed in response. While his eyes were patrolling the street, he had an absent-minded look on his face. Fatty Tang, on the other hand, had completely failed to notice the distracted look on the young Master Jun's face. He anxiously looked down at his own fat, and let out a sigh as a thought suddenly crossed his mind. He violently turned his body, faced his friend, and asked in excitement, "Third young master, you said that if I lost weight, will it work if you supervise me?" Just as he wiggled, the horse under his butt neighed in pain, while the four of its hooves were left trembling. The laboriously panting horse angrily turned its head and gave a mortified look to show its resentment. Then it reduced its speed further. It seemed that Fatty Tang had twisted the horse's lower back in the process of turning his waist. I will start assisting you in losing weight as soon as your injury is fully healed," John Mozai replied with a smile on his face. Then touching his chin, he continued, "We can make you as thin as bean sprouts." "Well, then it will certainly please you to know that I would look very handsome if I went so fat." Tang Yuan pinched his fingers as he made a gesture towards John Mozai while looking at him in a flirtatious manner. Hiya! John Mozai suddenly cracked a whip at his horse's back and dashed ahead. He then turned his head and spat in disgust. Fatty Tang's coquettish expression was like a murderous weapon. It was just too much. "She is meeting you here now, isn't that surprising?" John Mozai opened his eyes wide as he looked at the restaurant ahead. "Your fiancé has decided to meet you in this restaurant. I am really surprised. Or was it you who proposed to meet here?" "It wasn't me. I didn't think of meeting her in a restaurant, though I believe it's a very good idea." Tang Yuan looked at John Mozai in a bewildered manner, and then asked, "What do you find so strange about it?" "What's strange? A man meeting another in a restaurant can be considered quite natural. But a woman meeting her fiancé, it's quite out of the ordinary." John Mozai clicked his tongue twice as he said, "Fatty, it seems that your future wife is very different from the women of this era." "Oh, I guess she should've picked a brothel instead." Tang Yuan flipped his eyelids as his nostrils flared, clearly showing that he scoffed at his companion's opinion. John Mozai wasn't even able to find the time to reply. Suddenly, from the restaurant, a white shadow quickly flew towards him and in a moment was standing on his shoulder. The speed of this white shadow was no less than a high-ranking expert's. He didn't get any time to react in the face of such a sudden attack, and was forced to allow the white creature to settle onto his shoulder. The tiny animal made a whining noise before sliding to the pit of the John Mozai's stomach. Then, with a grunt, it embraced John Mozai's chest, floundered a bit, and attached itself to his clothes. It then extended its tiny head to John Mo Zai's now exposed collarbone and nestled against it, remaining motionless thereafter, just like placing oneself in the most intimate and secure embrace. John Mo Zai had sensed this white creature long ago owing to his keen sensing abilities. "Whoa, what are you doing here, you tiny thing?" he asked softly as he clutched the creature's ear that was clinging to his chest. Naturally, this tiny animal was none other than Dugu Zairoi's iron-winged panther. It seemed quite obvious that the creature had gained a lot of weight over the very short period John Mo Zai hadn't seen him in. Moreover, there was a small protrusion around a couple of its ribs. Iron-winged panthers were only capable of growing wings when their strength reached close to adulthood. Even then, they could only grow wings made of flesh. This young cub, however, had already begun to grow vestigial wings. Even though it was barely a month old, its potential was truly limitless. The little creature looked up with its watery eyes on hearing his dear young master. Then, whining twice, it stuck out its small pink tongue and started licking his dear young master's chest and neck. It then turned once and again started to search for John Mo Zai's neck with its tiny claws. The little cub's face lit up with happiness upon finding its desired target. Looking at it, one would think that it would cling to John Mo Zai for the next 500 years. However, that little thing could also somehow comprehend that John Mo Zai was on guard and might throw it away. "This little thing is very dear to that girl. If it's here, that means..." John Mo Zai shook his head, for he didn't need to ponder any further. If this little thing was here, then it meant that Dugu Zairoi was most likely to be around as well. Thinking about that unruly little girl gave John Mo Zai a headache. The young Master John hadn't yet gotten the opportunity to meet several of the Tanzang city's residents, such as Tanzang Empire's emperor. However, the emperor was someone he may not necessarily like to meet. On the other hand, there was another list comprising of people the young Master John simply didn't wish to meet. Dugu Zairoi was one of the names on this particular list. However, he had already arrived at the door and couldn't retreat at this point. Therefore, lacking a better option, the young Master John called Fatty Tang over and braced himself as both men dismounted from their horses and walked inside. They were completely unaware that the mountain path they were about to take would turn out to be a taiga trail. Apparently, the other party had taken great pains in reserving the entire hall for this meeting between their family's granddaughter and the young Master Tang. Moreover, there was only one table for the guests, and it was placed right in the center. Two guests were already seated around it at the moment. One of the two, the petite figure wearing a light green vest, was obviously Dugu Zairoi. This was apparent from the way her braided hair waved to and fro as she spoke. However, who was that man sitting with her? The person sitting beside Dugu Zairoi had a stocky build, wide shoulders, thick arms and slightly thinning hair. Just looking at him, one could tell that he was a formidable personage. Apparently, the Dugu family was still uneasy about this meeting, and had sent one of Dugu Zairoi's elder brothers to act as a bodyguard just to be on the safer side. But which out of the heroes and legends bravely rushing forward was this one? His mannerism was much better than the other Dugu brothers. John Mo Zai's sharp eyes were unable to determine which one of the 7 heroes and legends bravely rushing forward this man was. Could it be that the Dugu family has an 8th son? Tang Yuan and the young Master John had just entered through the door. However, on seeing those two, felt that there was something fishy going on as they walked towards them. John Mo Zai patted his forehead. He was here for Tang Yuan's blind date, not his own. But where was the Sun family's granddaughter? No other woman was present there besides Dudu Zairoyi. He couldn't tell why, but suddenly an inexplicable feeling of dread arose within his heart. With his mind abuzz, the young Master Jun thought of something improbable, but dismissed it immediately. He then suddenly pulled Fatty by his sleeves and asked in a subdued tone, "Fatty, your fiancée, the young miss from the Sun family, you've never seen her before, right?" Tang Yuan's palms were sweating with nervousness since he had been planning to leave a good impression on his fiancée. Feeling weak upon getting pulled like this, he replied to Jun Mo Zai in a soft voice once he had turned his fat head and had sized himself up again. "No, but my fiancée is graceful and ladylike. We have just entered this place. How can we be sure if no one else is here, right?" Tang Yuan finished explaining, and moved closer to Jun Mo Zai's ear as he continued, "However, I guess what I've heard from people is correct, because I once overheard my grandfather talking about the Sun family's granddaughter as well. He would definitely made a good judgment with his strong foresight." "What did your grandfather say?" Jun Mo Zai was awfully curious. "My grandfather said the Sun family's granddaughter has a very fat ass, and I will be sure of having a son. The two of you can be considered a perfect match." Saying this, Tang Yuan laughed in an obscene manner, while his two eyebrows pulsated repeatedly in excitement. "Third young master, you may not know this, but I am very fond of women with big butts like my fiancées. However, my dream woman, he. Jun Mo Zai rolled his eyes and turned to walk inside. He had already had enough of that obscene fatty. The fat's fiancé, however, had his sympathy still. What sort of a girl would make a perfect match for this fatty? The Sun family hadn't cancelled the engagement despite fatty's disgusting behavior over the years. All this seemed very unusual to him. The young Master Jun was pondering over this strange matter when a sudden and loud voice left him shocked. "Jun, brother Mo Zai, you actually came." Dugu Zairoyi took the initiative and welcomed him with excitement. "I had figured that you will accompany Fatty here, so I also came along with my elder sister's son." My guess was right, you really came." Jun Mo Zai shivered from head to toe. Dugu Zairoyi had just called him Brother Mo Zai for the first time. A chill went through his body as he thought about it. Why is this little girl being so polite? "Young Miss Dugu, it was fated that I have the pleasure of meeting you here. But our real purpose in coming here is to meet your sister, the Sun family's granddaughter." "So where is she?" Jun Mo Zai replied quickly, aiming to find more about her plans in order to be certain. "You're still calling me young Miss Dugu?" Dugu Zairoyi looked at him bitterly and pouted. Meanwhile, Jun Mo Zai's hand went up to his chest, and he pulled out Little White from underneath his clothes. The cub was still clutching him tightly, refusing to leave him. Dugu Zairoyi, on the other hand, continued to purse her lips. "Did you not?" Tang Yuan had been drooling over his fiancée ever after hearing about her. He stretched his neck to look for the beautiful woman, but couldn't spot any females apart from Dugu Zairoyi. Meanwhile, that stocky-looking person was now pouring himself a drink. Just then, a thought hit Jun Mo Zai. Is that the Sun family's granddaughter? The young Master Jun thought to himself, Grandpa Tang was right, these two would make a perfect pair. They are truly a match made in heaven. Chapter 237 Strangely Heroic Woman. Chapter 237 Strangely Heroic Woman. Translator Novel Sarder Editor. Fatty was still a bit suspicious as this well-built rose and strolled towards them. Though this person wasn't very tall, but anyone could tell that their figure was exceptionally sturdy. The person smiled widely as he cupped his fists calmly and candidly spoke. You must be Jun family's third young master, and the person with you is my future husband, Tang Yuan. This young woman is Sun Xiao Mei. Tang Yuan was briefly dumbfounded. His eyes nearly popped out from their sockets, while his jaw almost dropped to the ground. This man was actually a woman. Her thick eyebrows atop big eyes wouldn't exactly look ugly from normal standards if they hadn't been placed on that big forehead of hers. Surprisingly, this woman had even tied her hair in a manly top-knot one. She hadn't applied a whiff of cosmetic products, and was less of any jewelry. She stood cupping her hands in a posture that seemed as steady as stagnant water. Even her voice was ear-splitting, and resounding like that of a powerful expert. Her ass really isn't small, she is exactly Fatty's type. Your grandfather had spoken the truth. The two of you really do make a perfect match, a natural pair. Young Master Jun didn't know what to say. Therefore, left with no other option, he just prevented himself from laughing out loud and awkwardly cupped his hands. He then congratulated Fatty in a low voice. Oh hey, Tang Yuan looked like he had been struck by lightning. His small eyes were now as big as a buffalo's. His big mouth was stretched to the root of his ears, while saliva of despair had already started to drip from it. Suddenly a sound started emanating from his throat. Car, 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 like someone was chalking a chicken. Then, his eyes rolled upwards as if he had hanged himself from a jade pillar. But his expression soon changed to that of dizziness. It almost seemed as if that jade pillar had refused to bear his weight and he had ended up hitting his head against the ground with a bang. Tang Yuan had fantasized a lot about his fiancée Sun Xiao Mei, the Sun family's granddaughter. He had always thought that she would be the best candidate for his fiancée's role. However, the difference between the fantasies of his dream lover and the reality was far more than the pitiful Tang Yuan could bear. This shock was like a cruel blow which would leave one to vomit, lose consciousness, and then eventually fall to the ground. Apparently, this young woman has given quite a scare to my honored fiancé. The Sun family's granddaughter mocked herself. Though there was a hint of sorrow in her eyes, she managed to conceal quickly. Then, she said in a straightforward manner after sizing up Tang Yuan, my future husband is quite fat. He needs to lose weight. Cupping her fist in her hands, she made a gesture by extending them forward as she continued, Third young Master Jun, kindly take a seat. Young Master Jun had figured out the truth much before Fatty Tang. However, his first impression of Sun Xiao Mei wasn't really good. It was important to note that Fatty, though intolerable, was still the heir to an important family of the city. Thus, his wife's morality and conduct shouldn't be anything like Sun Xiao Mei's. It wasn't to look down upon the notion of women, but women were considered to be a man's vassals in this era's setting. Most men would find her unsightly appearance to be a defect. However, her each and every shortcoming would fall short in front of her amazingly bold attitude. Jun Mo Zai had started to form a favorable opinion of the Sun Xiao Mei even though he had just met her, a fact which was evident from the sincere shade of admiration in his eyes. For him, there was nothing to fuss over about this woman apart from her height and build. In short, she could be described as a woman who was a match for men. By just a word or two, one could sense that her temperament and efficiency in dealing with things surpassed that of the majority of men. She would surely have been a man with a heroic personality if she hadn't been born as a woman. If Fatty were to break his engagement simply because of her appearance, it would be tantamount to missing out on an opportunity. However, that flaw in her physical appearance had foreordained her life to that of tragedy. After all, majority of men judged women by their appearance alone. A woman's inner grace alone wouldn't hold much importance for a vast majority of men. Though it wouldn't be pleasant to hear, but the fact was John Mosai only admired her because he was unrelated to this whole matter. If Minister's son were to say to him, "I'll give my daughter's hand to you if you really think so highly of her, will you take good care of her?" the young Master John would have immediately disappeared. He would have escaped the city for a lifetime, never ever looking back at the Sun family's granddaughter again, let alone recognize this gem of a person. Elder brother Mosai, sister Sun's appearance doesn't stand out, but she is good-natured, kind-hearted and very intelligent. I have been a close friend of hers, and she is a very remarkable person. She is straightforward and does not take trivial matters to heart. I am very fond of her, Dugu Zairoi said in a musical voice as she petted and stroked little White. "You're absolutely right, John," Mosai exclaimed in heartfelt admiration. John Mosai could sense that this girl knew how to discern nonsensical falsehoods, even though she conducted herself in a naive and pure manner. So much so that she could be deemed quite objective even though she came across as immature. Very few women were capable of differing from the conventions by so straightforward in this era's background. Therefore, although Sun Zairo-Mei was born with some physical flaws, her personality was nevertheless quite commendable. Sun Zairo-Mei smiled as she sat down. She lifted the teapot to pour John Mosai a cup as she raised her eyebrows and addressed him, "Young Master John, although we have met for the first time, I find that the rumors about you are not in agreement with reality." "Yes, John," Mosai asked with a mischievous smile as he raised the teacup. "What do you find to be in disagreement?" Sun Zairo-Mei didn't reply immediately, but instead smiled in a carefree manner. Her masculine smile somehow fit well with her rough face. "To tell you the truth, this young woman is not here to meet Tang Yuan." Sun Zairo-Mei smiled. "The marriage between Tang Yuan and this young woman had been arranged by our respective parents. I have already accepted my misfortunes as a decree of fate, since I'm an ugly woman, and I bear no intention to rebel. However, I have a record of all matters concerning Tang Yuan over these past 5 years, what he did, what he said, where he went, everything under the sky. I know it like the back of my hand." The young Master John suddenly started feeling cold. John Mosai observed a moment of silence for Fatty Tang. The hitman could already foresee a very tragic life for that Fatty. Not only is Tang Yuan not a good person, he is not even a proper gentleman. Sun Zairo-Mei smiled as she looked at the fallen Tang Yuan. To put it bluntly, he is a proper scoundrel from head to tail, a really, really vile character. "Well said." John Mosai laughed heartily as he clapped his hands. "I'd say you've hit the bull's eye. However, this nasty guy is still very genuine by nature." Sun Zairo-Mei smiled glibly. "He never conceals his likes and dislikes. Plus, he's openly vocal and upfront about the things he hates. I like such genuine people. He has a bad reputation and is considered to be unworthy by everyone since he has a very bad record. For the son of a nobleman, he is as fat as a pig and as dumb as a donkey. You as his close friend must be familiar with all of this, so I needn't comment on all this. I would just like to stress on one point. I have observed his intrinsic traits, and I believe that Tang Yuan is a man still, not a mere farm animal. Therefore, I don't have anything to be dissatisfied about. Moreover, my own situation isn't so great either. Keeping that in mind, being able to find such a life companion is more than I could have asked for." Sun Zairo-Mei smiled lightly. "It's apparent that we are a match made in heaven." Kiki John Mosai coughed several times since he was unable to think of a fitting response. He hadn't met such a woman since he had arrived in this world. She was very open about her appearance, and also about her marriage. In fact, she made no attempts to avoid either of the topics. Any other woman in her place would have been too shy, and would have stopped talking a while back. Sun Xiao Mei, however, had actually gone on an incessant harangue. This in itself was enough to describe her as a heroic woman. Third young Master John, you need cough. You understand worldly matters, so consider this. Besides me, who in this world can tolerate Tang Yuan? Sun Xiao Mei smiled. He is so heavy. This time, John Mo Zai was completely shocked. His eyes opened as wide as his mouth as he speechlessly stared at her. This young woman is truly a tigress. Who else would dare to speak like this? Dugu Xiaoyi muffled her laughter with her hand, but her delicate shoulders still jittered incessantly. She was aware of her close friend's temperament. Therefore, she could naturally understand that her companion was being coy. I've been aware of Third Young Master's reputation for a long time. I had guessed that you would aid Tang Yuan by preventing any humiliating circumstances from arising, especially the ones that may involve the Tang and Sun family's name. And for that, this young woman would like to thank you. Sun Xiao Mei is blessed to meet you in person today. Sun Xiao Mei lowered her head as she poured more tea. She then continued in an unhurried manner, you are wise and far-sighted. Therefore, you may already know that this young woman is here for two reasons. First, I had to see for myself just how fat my fiancé is, and the second, which was my priority, to see if the rumors about your distinguished self were really true. Assuming I had understood Fatty Tang correctly, I had guessed that he would pull you along, and he did just that. Why did you wish to see me? John Mo Zai asked in a bewildered tone. What are you up to? You arranged your blind date with Fatty just to see me? This is really strange, but I doubt that she'd try to kill me over that wife gambling incident. Apart from thanking you, I had to see something for myself. I have two close friends, and they are so close to me that they are like my younger sisters. Sun Xiao Mei gave a meaningful look to Dugu Xiaoyi as she continued. One of them deplores you. Her hatred for you is so high that it cannot be topped, while the other one has strong feelings for you, and roots for you passionately. When she speaks of you, it feels like her life would become unworthy of living without your existence. I came here out of curiosity. I wanted to see what kind of charm the number one debauchee of this city exudes. For you evoke such strong, yet opposite reactions from my two sisters. Dugu Xiaoyi twisted her waist and leaned to one side as she heard this. Her face, on the other hand, turned red as she protested. Sister Xiao Mei. TL's note. One manly top knot, also known as the old hero top knot, is a hairstyle. Chapter 238 The Troublesome Iron-Winged Panther. Chapter 238 The Troublesome Iron-Winged Panther. Translator Novel Sarder. Editor Novel Sarder. John Mo Zai laughed out loud and crossed his legs. He swayed for a while, and said, May I know which of your sisters is so deeply attached to me? I'm one of the most bitterly detested individuals of the Tanzang city. In fact, I fear that Atufan people would agree with this statement. But someone being deeply attached to me, this is the first time I've heard something like this. I'm quite interested in knowing people with such discerning eyesight. Dugu Xiaoyi nervously looked at Sun Xiao Mei. Upon hearing this, her eyes seemed to be praying for her friend's silence. I talk of a person who used to be far away beyond the horizon. Sun Xiao Mei smiled mysteriously as she ignored Dugu Xiaoyi's impleading glance, but has appeared right under your nose now, young Master Jun. You have even exchanged a token of affection with her, and yet you're confused. exchanged a token of affection. Jun Mo Zai was aghast with shock. Then, he immediately recalled when Dugu Zairoyi had given him her jade pendant. Could it be that, oh God? The young Master Jun turned sharply to look at the shy and timid Dugu Zairoyi. Her small head was facing downwards, and was withdrawn into her collar. It seemed that she wouldn't lift it up again come what may. Jun Mo Zai sighed deeply. What doubt would remain after taking all this into account? He hadn't expected that this silly little girl would try to approach a marriage in such a dubious manner. The thought of this depressed him a little. However, he also felt a little proud of himself for reasons unknown. The original Jun Mo Zai was regarded as scum and a bully by everyone. Therefore, it was only natural that no one would form a favorable impression of him. On the other hand, the hitman had only arrived in this world a very short while ago. However, he had already gotten a beautiful woman to fall for him. In fact, the seeds of affection had been rooted so deeply that she was already trying to set up their marriage. He naturally couldn't help but feel a bit proud of himself. Dugu Zairoyi started becoming increasingly bashful, so much so that her mind turned a bit hazy. Sister Sun is being so straightforward and loud about this. I could almost die of embarrassment. Sun Zairo Mei was paying attention to every subtle change in Jun Mo Zai's expression. Finally she spoke. Now I understand. My younger sister, who detests and hates you to her bone, is reasonable in doing so, since her opinion of you is justifiable. As for the opinion of my other younger sister, it seems that her affection for you may not be without reason either. Miss Sun, this discussion has been awfully puzzling. I find myself in a state of complete confusion. Jun Mo Zai made a dispirited gesture with his hands. I still haven't been able to understand your intention. You don't understand? That's good too. It would be quite unfortunate if you were clearly able to comprehend everything. Sun Zairo Mei smiled faintly. She then unexpectedly looked at him in a pensive manner. Third young master, you're not a good man, or at least not what they call an upright gentleman. In fact, I'm still quite curious to know how many people you actually deem important. The hitman was terrified. He suddenly raised his head and asked in a serious tone, "What did you say?" Had he underestimated this woman? Arrogance, disdain for all under heaven. This prominence of this character trait can be clearly gleaned from your eyes. Perhaps your eyes appear serene and calm to most people, so much so that you may be considered cool-headed and peaceful. However, they constantly reveal your arrogance in reality. In fact, your efforts to conceal it are useless in front of someone who understands this. Sun Zairo Mei smiled gently. Now I'll tell you this as a customary gift for our first meeting. Okay, it will bode well to rein in your arrogance and act amicably, no matter how much money you have or how arrogant you are. After all, now is not the time for you to be so hubristic. She smiled sweetly after saying this. She then stood up and went over to Dugu Zairoyi and started caressing her beautiful hair as she warmly addressed her. Little sister, your way of looking at things is good, but it's such a pity. But what's a pity, Sister Sun? Dugu Zairoyi's face couldn't hold that bashful shade as she anxiously asked. It is such a pity that you're still very young. Sun Zairo Mei replied with a smile. Her heart wanted to say more, but she suppressed those words. Nonetheless, such a man cannot be tamed by any woman. You will taste a lot of bitterness for this in the future, little sister. This woman is very difficult to deal with. Jun Mo Zai's heart shivered with cold. She can perceive even the minutest of changes, almost as if she has a sixth sense. Otherwise she would have never been able to recognize the pride I conceal. Surprisingly, this woman is quite talented. Jun Mo Zai pondered for a while. and then smiled as a devilish thought suddenly came to his mind. If she marries Tang Yuan, wouldn't I also gain a capable helper? Sun Xiaomei finished speaking, and went over to Tang Yuan. Then, she suddenly kicked his plump buttocks. Stop playing dead, quickly get up and follow me to my house. My father wishes to meet you. Tang Yuan jumped up wailing, and started massaging his posterior as he chided her angrily. Crazy woman, don't come near me. Who'd want to return home with you? Whatever, just leave me alone. Sun Xiaomei's face was blank as she suddenly reached out and tightly grabbed Tang Yuan's big and fleshy ear. Then, she forcefully dragged him by it and took him outside. Tang Yuan's initial curses later turned to pleas for mercy. His beseeching continued to remain audible inside restaurant until they had gone so far that he couldn't be heard anymore. At present, the only ones remaining in the hall were the hitman Zhun Mozai, who was busy contemplating, and Dugu Xiaoyi, who still sitting giddy and red-faced. Dugu Xiaoyi's embarrassment was clearly visible on her face. Shiz had always considered that woman to be quite clever. It was difficult for her to fathom why her elder sister would betray her like this, since Sun Xiaomei clearly knew about her feelings towards the man. Speaking of it so bluntly in front of Zhun Mozai was like leaving me to die of embarrassment. Dugu Xiaoyi had become so self-conscious upon finding herself alone with Zhun Mozai that she wanted to stand up and run away. However, she would hate to leave at this point, since she'd finally gotten to see him after facing a lot of difficulties. Moreover, it was difficult for her to foresee another chance of meeting him, since her family was against this matter. He's just sitting there frowning like a dumbwitted blockhead. I don't even know what he's thinking. He's not even saying anything. It's a pity this little girl was the last thing on the young Master Zhun's mind. Right now, it was continuously reverberating with Sun Xiaomei's final statement. It will bode well to rein in your arrogance and act amicably, no matter how much money you have, or how arrogant you are. After all, now is not the time for you to be so hubristic. This statement had sounded as deafening as the morning bell to Zhun Mozai's ears. The young Master Zhun had managed to learn some formidable laws after coming to this world, and effectively had a few supernatural techniques at his disposal. Moreover, the memories of his previous life's skills were also intact. However, those memories went alone to cross over to this world. The prideful, cruel, and untamed soul of the evil monarch had also followed. There is no reason for me to not be arrogant. Why shouldn't I be proud with so many of such high-level qualifications in my arsenal? Whether it was this world's Sky Xuan experts, Spirit Xuan experts, or great masters, none held any importance in the hitman's eyes. In his opinion, this world's inhabitants were second-rate experts, and were nowhere near the ones he had come across in his previous life. As a result, he subconsciously acted arrogantly, since he considered everyone beneath him. In addition to this, he didn't give much importance to the concept of life or death. This obviously elevated in his arrogance to a more prominent position. Yet, Sun Xiaomei had unintentionally pointed out his character's greatest flaw in just a few words: pride. Too much pride. If a commoner was allowed to have pride, then the Zhun family's youngest heir was more than entitled to act arrogantly inside the Tianzang city without anyone raising an eye. However, the Zhun family's young dandy bore no qualifications which could justify his temperament in distant lands, especially in these precarious times when he was involved with both the Silver Blizzard City and the Zhuhan Manor. The Zhun family's young master was nothing for these two powerhouses. In fact, they could dispose him whenever so desired. It seemed the need of hour for him to better his attitude and rein in the unnecessary arrogance. As he was thinking this, he heard Dugu Zyroyi humph. She then shifted in her stool and changed its direction with her buttocks before letting out another humph, and then continued with shifting the stool. She kept wiggling on her seat while changing its directions around the table. A dark expression was slowly spreading across her small and pretty face. Her small hands were incessantly rubbing Little White to no avail, which was left wailing miserably upon being so rubbed. "Is there a bug under your butt?" asked the bewildered Jun Mo Zai. "Why is this girl constantly twisting her butt like there's a maggot under it?" "There's a bug under your ass," Dugu Zyroyi shouted back. "You don't pay attention to me, you don't speak to me. I hate you," Dugu Zyroyi retorted angrily. She whimpered and stamped her feet, for she felt more maligned with every passing minute he had been ignoring her, and had hardly said a word to her. In fact, he had been giving her the cold shoulder ever since he had arrived. Jun Mozai was stunned. Why is this girl so angry? He didn't know how to confront this young Miss Temperament. At the end of his wits, Jun Mozai spoke somewhat impatiently. "You stop shouting or I'll leave." Dugu Zyroyi felt a burst of anger rising in her. She hurtfully looked at Jun Mozai for a while. Then, she bit her lip, controlled her rage, and said, "First, you cause me so much trouble and now you want to leave." "Trouble?" Jun Mozai opened his eyes. "When did I cause trouble for you? Aren't you the one spurring all the trouble? Why are you reversing the facts? Just look at Little White. He has turned my family upside down these last few days." Dugu Zyroyi bit her upper lip. "Such a young, levelite iron-winged panther is practically unheard of, and it suddenly showed up at my house. You think that's not going to be problematic? Tusk, have you noticed the city's situation lately? And I've been carrying this around. My dad interrogated me. He almost hit me. This was certainly troublesome, but it couldn't be helped." "Regardless," Jun Mozai inquired further, "what did he say?" "After he got anxious, he said, you are asking me what the problem is. You came back holding that thing in your arms, and you're still asking me what the problem is." "I'm completely confused. Why don't I just cut you up and send you to hell? Maybe you can then find his parents and ask them what the problem is." Dugu Zyroyi imitated Dugu Woody perfectly, but couldn't refrain from smiling thereafter. Jun Mozai was between laughter and tears. "I'll cut you and send you to hell so you can catch hold of its parents." It was difficult to say how Dugu Woody reached this conclusion. However, it was a good thing that the conviction of his argument made up for the lack of reason in his words. He's got some talents. Chapter 239 Dreamy Feelings. Chapter 239 Dreamy Feelings. Translator Novel Sarder. Editor Novel Sarder. Your father is really talented, and his plan is indeed very creative. Jun Mozai burst out in admiration and sighed. Though he inwardly criticized that tiny creature, even if someone was willing to die and go to hell for this, it would still not do any good. Even this iron-winged panther's parents wouldn't be able to explain any of this. After all, this little thing has already overstepped every iron-winged panther in the history. Even the ancestors of the iron-winged panthers, or even the most powerful iron-winged panther in history, wouldn't be able to explain this. He looked at that little girl once again. This little girl is also a first-class talent in her own merit. Moreover, she has a very unique personality. She was annoyed just a moment ago, annoyed enough to start shouting. In fact, it seemed as if her eyes would start tearing. But her tears quickly turned to laughter as soon as recalled a funny incident. Even that tension on her face disappeared. This transformation was really very adorable. I also believe that my father's idea is very clever. It may seem very ineffective at first, But if one follows his directions closely, then this idea could turn out to be very interesting indeed. Har har. Dugu Zairoyi seemed complacent. In fact, I spent a lot of energy in fabricating a good lie to cover up for you. But I couldn't come up with anything ample. My father can practically read my mind. It's like my mother always says, the wise often appear stupid to most people. That's their true beauty. The wise often appear stupid to most people. True beauty. Using such words to describe General Duguwudi is an insult for these pitiful phrases. So how do we deal with this? John Mozai was somewhat touched. This little girl was so pure that she had laid herself bare for other people's needs. She was the complete converse of Duguwudi, who was completely barbaric. He'd act without thinking instead of resolving the problem. It'll pass for the time being. Dugu Zairoyi nodded her head. It goes without saying that many people will try to spend a lot of money to purchase Little White. But it'll drive them all away. He is mine, and therefore they can all forget about their plans. Besides, he's the only eyewitness of our. The volume of her sound kept reducing gradually. It eventually reached a point where only she could hear herself. John Mozai wasn't listening to her anyway. After she was done speaking, Dugu Zairoyi stopped for a while. She then turned her head and looked at John Mozai for a while before she spoke in a soft voice. My family received an invitation from the Jun family yesterday. Oh, John Mozai raised his eyebrows. I didn't know that you and my father had agreed on a bet. Dugu Zairoyi seemed a bit anxious yet angry as she stared with eyes wide open. You've actually dared to make a bet again, my father. I really don't what you're thinking. Do you really think that a single bottle of wine could sell for over 10,000 silver taels? This is absolutely impossible. It simply cannot happen. However, you unexpectedly my father burst into laughter after receiving your invitation yesterday. He said that this bet would finally bring you under control. Or did my dad force you to make this bet? Oh, he wants to bring me under control. I don't understand why you feel this bet is bad idea when in reality I have carefully chosen this opportunity and have sent the invitations as per my own wish. Besides, who could ever subjugate this unyielding young master? Jun Mozai stroked his chin, while his eyes shone brightly. General Dugu certainly did not force me to make this bet. This was my own doing. As for bringing me under control through this wager is concerned, it would be quite unpleasant to say who puts whom under check. The young Master Jun hadn't forgotten that the Dugu family would owe him an astronomical debt if his wine auction was successful. However, when it comes to it, will General Dugu lower his head because of the debt? Are you sure? Dugu Zairoyi asked with a look of concern in her eyes. It was obvious that she didn't want John Mozai to lose this bet. Therefore, she would rather that her father lost. But it will be ugly. How can you possibly beat my dad in this unfair game of gambling? It is difficult to say whether it is fair or unfair. John Mozai stopped after he solemnly spoke these three phrases. He was confident of his plan. In fact, even if this game was going to be unfair to someone, it would most likely not be so to the young Master Jun. However, if this world's gavel did not fall in his favor by chance, he would still have a 1 in a million contingency in place. How about I accompany my dad tomorrow? Dugu Zairoyi's eyes suddenly brightened as her expression changed. She lowered her head and bit her teeth as she made up her mind. If he makes things difficult for you, I will start crying, and I will create a scene. I won't allow him to bully you. Please don't worry about it. The saying, a woman's heart is with the one she loves, is definitely not wrong. This little girl's mind was filled with concerns about Jun Mozai's well-being, and she was only contemplating means to prevent him from losing to her father. However, she had forgotten that if her old man lost, then her family would be burdened with a debt, and a very large one at that. Jun Mo-zai had always been cool-headed, callous and cold-blooded in his approach. However, for the first time in his life he softened up. This little girl was wholeheartedly thinking solely of his welfare. Jun Mo-zai was no fool, how could he not see it? Men aren't made of stones, they can't be that heartless. Young woman, don't worry, I will not lose. Jun Mo-zai smiled warmly, and extended his hands towards Dugu Zairoyi to caress her hair. But as soon as his hand came into contact with it, he felt like he was hit by an electric shock, and quickly withdrew his hands. He had subconsciously gotten close to this woman in a way which was completely in contravention to his identity as a hitman. He had always carried himself as a hitman in both his lives. This, however, was the first time he had acted as such. Though he wasn't a hitman in this world. Jun Mo-zai smiled as he stood up, and softly spoke, I must leave. Dugu Zairoyi lowered her head, while her heart started to beat wildly. This was the first time he had spontaneously touched her on his own, even if it was just her hair. She felt as if her entire body was going weak, while her face started to feel feverish. Her mind, on the other hand, was racing. What just happened? What am I doing? Why am I acting like this? Why am I behaving like a nitwit? However, she had a vague feeling that something had been different during this entire tryst. This behavior of his was different from before. Earlier, the young Master Jun was just a slippery-tongued debauchee who always feigned a frivolously flirtatious attitude of a spoilt brat. On the contrary, he seemed preoccupied this time, while every move he made seemed earnest. Oh, Dudu Zairoyi's lips quivered as she answered softly. She stood up with her head drooping down, while her eyes seemed to be watching her own toes. Her voice was so soft when she spoke up again that young Master Jun couldn't hear anything even though he stood in close proximity. You're leaving already? All right. Though this young woman really wanted to say, I could finally meet you with such difficulty. However, this sentence got stuck and refused to come out of her mouth. She swallowed it, deliberated on it again and again, and eventually remained silent as she felt too embarrassed to say it out loud. Dugu Zairoyi's face shone like a transparent white jade in the sunlight. The soft and smooth strands of hair seemed to be dancing in the wind. One strand fluttered along her temples and came to rest on her cheek, right next to her beautiful nose. Her long eyelashes were calmly drooping down, and would only be disturbed momentarily when he would blink. Her brighter and plump lips pursed because she was softly biting her white teeth. Her face was clearly showing her reluctance to part with him. Such was the scene of a young maiden in love who was trying her best to conceal her feelings. Though the more she tried to hide her feelings, the more adorable she looked. This astonishingly beautiful appearance of hers left the young Master Jun staring in awe. He had become accustomed to seeing celebrities in his previous life. In fact, he had seen all sorts of beautiful women. However, this was the first time he had seen a beauty as true and pure as hers. He found it difficult to suppress that feeling of tender love and affection which was arising in his heart, and conceived this thought for the first time in his mind: this girl is so pretty, even when compared to the most beautiful women she still wouldn't seem inferior in any way. For a moment, there was pin-drop silence in the hall. Their delicate breathing wasn't enough to break this silence. Dugu Zairoyi's beautiful face turned red, as if feeling his burning gaze on her. She couldn't help but continue to look down bashfully. She started drawing circles on the ground with her toes while stroking little White's silky white fur with her hands. Dugu Zyroi felt as if they were floating amidst the clouds, as if they were the only two people left in this huge world. Little White's sneeze broke the silence, and woke the two of them up. Dugu Zyroi bashfully raised her blushing face, and glanced at him timidly as she softly said, "Fool, you weren't you going to leave? Why haven't you left?" Jun Mo Zai suddenly realized that he had lost control over his mind and was being rude. However, this was the first time that his conduct had faltered during his 2 incarnations. He quickly got his act together, and laughed as he said, "I almost don't want to leave after seeing such a beautiful girl. It seems like you have awoken a perverted embodiment of mine." Dugu Zyroi lightly glanced at him as she softly spoke, "Shut up, you think I am scared of your perverted manners. Moreover, it seems that you have a matter to rush to. Hurry up and attend to it." She turned away after saying this. Jun Mo Zai could clearly see that even the nape of Dugu Zyroi's neck had turned red. He had spoken these words rather seriously, so how had it embarrassed her? Young Master Jun had enjoyed very little intimacy with women in his previous life, and hence couldn't understand Dugu Zyroi's current mindset. On the other hand, she had just realized that the tone of her speech resembled that of a wife speaking to her husband just before he leaves for work. Her tone had been lukewarm, almost as if she was gently cautioning him. She recalled that her mother also used to speak like this right before her father would go out for a battle. She became even shyer upon realizing all this, and couldn't help wondering, are we like that? What's he to me? The more she thought about it, the redder her face became. Soon, it was almost as if her face resembled the brilliantly shining red clouds of dawn. She naturally couldn't gather the courage to lift her pretty little head again. "Har, har, pretty, very pretty," Jun Mo Zai exclaimed in admiration. Then he suddenly reached out with his hands and cupped her face. He then felt it for a while before softly pinching it. He clicked his tongue and exclaimed, "Quite smooth, very fragrant." Har. He laughed loudly. His clothes fluttered in the wind as the sound of his footsteps gradually faded away into the distance. He had acted frivolously in order to cover up for his flustered heart. Hitman Jun had nearly fallen from grace, and had fled for the first time in his life only to find his heart beating wildly like a drum. Chapter 240 Aristocratic Status. Chapter 240 Aristocratic Status. Translator Novel Sarder. Editor Novel Sarder. Dugu Zyroi's heart was beating wildly. Jun Mo Zai's hand had just caressed her cheek, and she simply couldn't contain her embarrassment anymore. She instantly recalled something, and said, "Damn it, I'll definitely visit you tomorrow." Her voice was low whereas her head was still drooping down, same as before. Therefore, she obviously didn't know whether he had heard her or not. "Excellent, I'll look forward to your visit." A wisp of young Master Jun's clear and cheerful voice floated towards the beautiful woman's ears, and stayed there till she looked up. Even his shadow was no longer there in front of her. Dugu Zyroi stood up hurriedly. She then swiftly took 2 steps at a time as she rushed towards the hall's entrance. Then, she expectantly raised her eyes, only to see that man turning a corner at the end of the street atop his horse. An intoxicated look of longing filled her eyes as she fantasized gazing at the empty street. A dreamy smile surfaced on her face as she blushed, unable to speak or move. "That scoundrel, humph, how dare he pinch my face? How could he? I will definitely find him tomorrow, and I'll settle this account by fiercely kicking his butt." The merry Dugu Zyroi snorted as she tried her best to appear angry. However, her eyes, which she had no control over, were curved like the crescent moon, clearly revealing her bashful, happy and satisfied frame of mind. Jun Mo Zai rode home alone. He was unable to figure out why he felt so pleased, since his mind had never experienced such joy. Furthermore, he had become aware that he felt a little giddy and happy. He naturally hadn't had anything to drink, yet he was still feeling a bit tipsy. He obviously hadn't heard a funny joke, yet the corners of his mouth were stretched into a tender smile. That nasty girl did that little girl poison me. Such emotions are like a poisoned wine which once drunk would have a lifelong effect with no antidote for cure. This mysterious feeling was giving him a headache. Though he had recuperated his body's health ever since taking it over, he only possessed the body of a youngster around the age of 16. This naturally meant that he hadn't yet reached adulthood from the notions of his previous world. To put it simply, he would still be in the final year of middle school. Perhaps he would be considered slightly more mature than a half-grown young man at best. Well, that girl seemed to be around the same age, maybe slightly younger. This was unadulterated puppy love. Wow, this is frightening. Puppy love feels wrong. I need to find someone with experience so I can learn more about this condition. Young Master Jun incessantly indulged himself in flights of fancy, while pleasantly smiling the entire journey back. To normal people, the hurried hoofbeats of his horse sounded like drums being played upon a victorious general's return. Though to him, these hoofbeats sounded like sweet rhythm, almost as if they were a piece of poetic writing. Jun Mo Zai dismounted from his horse as lightly as a feather. He was beaming radiantly as he stepped foot to the doorstep of his house. Suddenly, a loud sound interrupted his noxious thoughts, noxious in the sense that he was already nearing his wedding night. Anyone would despise this person. In fact, a vast majority would recommend handing him a beating with 1,000 lashes until his shameless skin had been peeled away, and then crush his body if nothing else worked. Surprisingly, on one side he thought that puppy love was wrong, while on the other, he was dreaming about his wedding chambers. You boy, you have returned at last. This old man has comprehended something new today. Come quickly, and take a look. The solitary falcon's voice was galloping with excitement. In fact, it almost seemed as if he was trying to flaunt his treasure to someone. He had been busy with his research for several days and had finally mastered his study. Naturally, he was quite excited about it. The young Master Jun's heart had left him visualizing the countenance of a flower. However, suddenly a man with long and fluttering black hair had appeared in front of his eyes. Moreover, this man's face was as grim and icy as a fiend's. This contrast was really too big, extremely big. Young Master Jun frowned. He was quite annoyed to see this person, since it had destroyed his daydream. As a result, Jun Mo Zai was suddenly overcome with a wild impulse to kick the solitary falcon. Although he very much wanted to follow through with that urge, he restrained himself, since he could not afford to provoke this person for the time being. I don't have time for this. Leave. You are disturbing me with all that noise. Young Master Jun scowled, and his face became dark. He entered his room and closed the door behind him with a loud bang. The great master, who was following him closely, almost had his nose wedged between the slits of the doors. What's the matter? I had certainly seen this kid smiling a moment ago. He had returned looking happy and giddy, so why on earth was he talking to me like this, like a grandma who is sore on seeing that scoundrel assassin she hates? Solitary Falcon scratched his scalp in confusion. He was at a complete loss. The day had begun like any other ordinary one. However, those invitation letters had soon made it quite unusual. The entire Tanzang city had thoroughly flared up. Each and every man, whose family had even a little bit of influence, was completely engrossed in discussing it. What is this aristocratic hall? Isn't this surprisingly arrogant? The scolding silver invitation cards were mounted by a golden plum blossom. The golden paint was used so precisely while drawing this flower that each and every petal seemed vivid. In fact, even the stamens were clearly visible. The invitation card's envelope could be considered a valuable piece of art on its own. What's there inside it? On opening the fly-leaf, what would shine on one's eyes was nothing other than 2 rows of huge characters inlaid in gold. The first line read, "Frustrated, poor and the sick of heart are kindly requested to leave this route," while the line below read, "Those whose family's worth is below 1 million are not to enter these doors." On opening another leaf of the letter, one would actually find a myriad of characters embedded in gold. Things worth discussing aren't free of charge. The basic need of this world's greatest noblemen was beasting quality. How could they be mediocre? They wore fine silk, read golden scripts, heard immortal music, for they had a refined taste, fine tea, and 1 in a million wine shall not be wasted on people with none. On the last leaf, there were a handful of large-sized characters written in flamboyant calligraphy. So far, life has been mundane. Why? People were quick to realize that their worth needed to be above 1 million in case they wished to enter this place. This place was a typical favor the rich and disdain the poor sort of establishment. Even its name, Aristocratic Hall, was reeking of discrimination. However, this invitation card immediately caused a commotion even amongst the most inelegant of families, all because of the 3 family stamps it carried. The personal stamp of the Jun family's third master, Jun Wuyi, the stamp of the Tang family, and perhaps the most unexpected and surprising one, the personal stamp of the Tianzang Empire's sole print equivalent. Together, these 3 seals had enough power to give anyone a breathing problem. To decline their invitation would be equivalent to making an enemy out of one's own life expectancy. Even the Murong and the Dugu family could not afford to offend such a monstrous alliance. Momentarily, the members of all noble families in Tianzang City were found fluttering about to discuss this matter. Just one day of this matter had already blown in a storm of public opinions. In the beginning, all influential families carried this rather profound belief that the actions of the aristocratic hall were no more than a nuisance. Many felt that it was blatantly pandering the rich and disregarding the poor, which was unacceptable to some. However, soon afterwards, the entirety of public opinions down to every individual reversed. Many who received this invitation sighed in relief. They had a joyous expression on their faces even though they didn't agree with it. Meanwhile, many others were left disgruntled. Why haven't I received an invitation even though my family's worth is greater than 1 million? This invitation clearly aims to convene the rich and noble families of Tianzang City. Then, why isn't there one with my name on it? Don't tell me, is my status lower than other people? As a matter of fact, do they look down upon me? What could be the reason? Such people couldn't reconcile themselves to private discussions, and started to criticize openly since they harbored sentiments of indignation and humiliation. On the other hand, the people who were initially nervous or afraid upon receiving this letter eventually started to take pride in it. Take a look. Grandpa is an aristocrat. I am a great gentleman. Do you understand? Tusk, the prince equivalent, the Jun, and the Tang family are 3 of the most influential forces in the Tianzang City. They have made their judgment in inviting me. Do you still doubt it? You think you're richer than me? You think you have the money? Did you get the invitation? Status. The proof of status was quite simple. Someone either had the invitation or didn't. If someone didn't receive the invitation, then it only meant one of 2 things: either their family wasn't worth over 1 million, or they were mere commoners. This invitation card had become the symbol of aristocracy in a very short period of time. People would wear pure white gowns and stick the invitation card in the collar. They would walk about without caring about how they looked, their chests puffed and their head held high. This was the new trend of town, a true sign of elegance and class. Moreover, it was proof of one's aristocratic status. And those who did not get the invitation racked their brains in order to prevent themselves from being outdone. In fact, they hollowed out their minds with 100 plans. Such people would stare wittied at people who they didn't consider as equals. However, they would look away when any such person waved an invitation card in their face, else they would risk their desire and rage to give them away. Then there were several people who never stepped foot outside their houses. However, they wantonly started visiting their friends and family after receiving the invitation. In fact, the most unreasonable ones were found knocking on over 10 doors in just a day's time. These people were like dogs whose tongues would never tire of wagging. However, none of them could be considered excessive, because there were some who were even more unreasonable, so much so that they could leave the rest of them far behind. This single invitation had caused a lot of disturbances throughout Tanzang City. So much so that even its creator, the young master of the Jun family, hadn't anticipated such a result. Things had escalated to such an extent that some people had even gathered the courage to seek out Jun Wuyi. In fact, some people had actually offered him huge sums of money in exchange for a single invitation. Jun Wuyi didn't know whether to laugh or cry after looking at this matter. To make things worse, some people had even begged him for his favor. This had really gotten out of hand. One can't help but argue that the world has always had its strict hierarchies. However, no one had ever brought this out in a manner as brazen and blatant as the aristocratic hall. Man has but one life. Who wouldn't want a good name for themselves? Right now, people have been presented with an opportunity to seem above the others. They naturally scrabbled madly on this wild goose chase. Just like in modern society, wherein two married women watch had the same gold ring, would still intentionally or otherwise compare whose ring was bigger. Therefore, who could blame the city's noble circle for this commotion? Moreover, the aristocratic hall had opened right opposite the magnificent jewel hall. This had immediately attracted interests from the upper class of the city. This business, which hadn't yet auctioned a single item, had aroused anxiety and curiosity in the hearts of many already. This was certainly the first incident of its kind for the Tanzang city. The first ray of dawn shone from the east early in the morning, and the doors of the aristocratic hall quietly opened. In its wake, 2 squads of security guards filed out and neatly organized themselves into 2 rows to greet the crowd. Everyone who entered was surprised by the lushing courtyard. Moreover, the flowers therein were so strongly fragrant that they could leave anyone intoxicated. No one could prevent their heart from feeling relaxed and unperturbed after entering this courtyard. In fact, even the fussiest person couldn't prevent themselves from being entranced. The flowers inside this courtyard were strongly fragrant, even though it was late autumn. In fact, these beautiful flowers seemed to be flourishing almost as if it was spring. The variety of flowers inside this huge courtyard could leave a very refined and tasteful impression on anyone. The trail seemed to be bending in the shadow of the trees lined up on both sides. The scent of the trees only added to that winding taste of transcendence in the air. The path kept bending again and again, while its width reduced. In fact, one really couldn't tell the length of this trail. It seemed as if it would never come to an end. This point alone differentiated this establishment, and had placed it above all others. Truly deserves to be called the aristocratic hall R. What else could anyone say? Where else can you find so many flowers in late autumn, and that too in the full bloom of spring? Moreover, none of them feel artificial upon touch. What kind of manpower and money does something like this require? R. Chapter 241 The Emperor's Verdict. Chapter 241 The Emperor's Verdict. Translator Novel Sarder. Editor Novel Sarder. A faint sound was coming from the upper floor of the aristocratic hall. The source of the sound seemed far, yet near. It was almost as if fairies were singing amidst the clouds. The music sounded misty and wasn't clearly audible to any who listened to it, but it was this indistinctiveness of the sound which made it even more enchanting. Such a graceful and subdued sound was hard to describe. However, all those who had received the invitation cards were left to rejoice after listening to it. So much so that irrespective of the outcome of the coming auction, they would still consider this a very fruitful trip even if they didn't gain anything else. There were others who didn't have the invitation card, but were still standing amongst the crowd. Such people could only feel an unbearable itch in their hearts. They hated themselves for not having an invitation card after witnessing the elegant ambience of this place, since it meant they couldn't stay. I'll regret it a lot later on. I must get that invitation card even if it is very expensive. The invitation card's price continued to increase as the sunlight became brighter. In fact, the speed of its rise was so frightening that it could be compared to whirlwinds. Fatty Tane had initially been quite distressed by the amount that had been spent on making these cards. However, he now stood gazing in admiration at the scene which had been choreographed by the young Master Jun's persistence. Shouldn't he be called a business genius? I have been too short-sighted. Fatty Tane ridiculed himself. Jun Mozai was sitting calmly through all this commotion. However, even he hadn't expected that his plan would create the sensation of such an effect. The only explanation for this could be that the Tan Zhang city had a lot of rich people. Moreover, they were crazy about invidious comparisons. Sunshine illuminated the sky. The aristocratic hall's on-sale invitations had been exhausted, and those who had been initially invited had arrived. In 3/4 of an hour, the main street was filled with first-rate carriages. All kinds of expensive carriages were parked next to each other. In fact, one could say that every vehicle in sight was expensive in its own right. When all was said and done, it was difficult to tell which carriage was the most luxurious. All the invitees had put forth their best harness to flaunt their aristocratic identities. In fact, they had spared no expenses on the jewelry that hung from their carriages. One could raise their eyes and expect to see a convergence of rich people. It would be most appropriate to use fatty as a metaphor to describe these portable mountains of gold. Even if he only lost a piece of his bodily meat, then this single piece could still support an ordinary family for a lifetime. 2 cultured, white-clothed youngsters were standing at the door along with 2 beautiful young women. The 4 of them were serving as a welcome committee. They would examine the guests' invitation cards and then beckon them in immediately. Soon after, a white-clad youngster would appear to receive them, and would cordially welcome and take them in. Even though 3 influential families had printed their seals on the invitation cards, none of the familiar faces from these households had come out yet. These people were the only welcome the guests had received. However, even though each individual's invitation card was being inspected before they were allowed to enter, no one felt that they were being treated in a disrespectful manner. Instead, they felt quite proud and honored. This was in accordance with logical reasoning. It would greatly degrade the reputation of these three families if any of their members were to personally come over to greet the guests. Hence, it would be considered a very inappropriate thing to do. Almost every guest appeared to be calm and high-spirited, irrespective of the fact whether this was their true demeanor, or just an effort to put on such an appearance. As they walked in, they unintentionally shot a glance at the crowd standing outside. This crowd comprised of people who hadn't received the invitations. The veins of the invited guests inevitably turned blue with anxiety as they quickly made their way through the crowd. They then accepted this arrangement in a quiet and aloof manner. The guests then strolled into the premises with elegance, and then disappeared into the lush flowers and trees. All who had received the invitation card showed up without exception, and many had been invited. They came in a continuous and endless stream, yet each one of them conducted themselves with dignity. Moreover, there were many people who ordinarily wouldn't accept such arrangements, but even these people were behaving modestly simply to demonstrate their magnanimity. However, shouldn't aristocrats always behave with nobility? This obviously didn't have anything to do with their present behavior. It just seemed as if they were trying to put up with the title of aristocracy that had been assigned to them. In the imperial palace, someone laughed heartily. There was only one person who could laugh like this inside the boundary of the imperial palace. It obviously wasn't one of the beautiful imperial concubines. In fact, even Mother Empress would adhere to the importance of mannerism, and would not laugh so heartily. Even the favorite prince or princess would adhere to etiquette and refrain from demonstrating such a lack in manners. The salaried servants naturally would never dare keeping this mind. The identity of the person who was laughing in this presumptuous manner was self-evident. His Majesty, the Emperor of Tianzang's hand was clutching a white chess piece. He muttering to himself incoherently as he laughed loudly, "This is actually quite an exquisite trick, unusual but truly ingenious. I don't know who came up with this exquisite plan. It is hard to imagine that there is a person in my Tianzang who is surprisingly capable of producing clouds with one turn of the hand and rain with another. Heh, pretty good, pretty good." Sitting opposite him was a man of indiscernible age. He was dressed in white clothes that were as white as snow. He was tall and straight in stature, and even though he was merely sitting, his shoulders and back were straight. His appearance alone could make people tremble with fear. Straight black hair flowed down from his head and draped over his shoulders before scattering behind him. A beautiful tri-forked beard floated down to his chest. However, his face did not have a single wrinkle on it. In essence, his face was as fair and smooth as a lady's. That upright figure contemplated carefully as he glanced at the chessboard. "This entire move is truly exquisite. That person's wine must be quite wonderful. But even if it is a heavenly secret and extremely difficult to find, its value cannot be over 10,000 silver taels per bottle. However, this kind of method will make all the influential families compete with each other. In fact, this method will enable him to sell them at over 10,000 silver taels. He might even surpass that amount. It truly is a good plan, but your Majesty had said, produce clouds with one turn of the hand and rain with another. This person is still not that competent. Is that so?" The Empress smiled in a profound manner and then continued, "In my opinion, however, he is." "What does your Majesty mean?" The white-clad man intently looked at the chessboard. Even though he was sitting in front of such a great man, he did not seem to be behaving in a very deferential manner. "It seems to me that this method of selling wine is ingenious, and has been done skillfully with much consideration. Moreover, it is important to note that it far surpasses an ordinary person's capability to calculate. It is truly amazing. His Majesty the Emperor slowly stroked his beard as he solemnly said, "This plan seems simple, and one would think almost anyone can succeed with it. However, if it is that easy, then why hasn't anyone? I'd like to understand better." The man in white also started showing interest, and raised his eyebrows slightly. His eyes had an inquisitive look. It was important to understand people's feelings while formulating this plan. One must clearly understand human nature and its weak points, especially the psychology of the old and influential entities. It is important that one studies these things in detail, without missing out on even the most unimportant facts, irrespective of whether the said individual is a nobleman, a commoner, a hoodlum, or a beggar. One must understand the weak point of all. If only one is able to grasp this single point, one will at once grasp the failings of people's personality. Then, regardless of who it is, even a person with a position at the imperial court will bow down. However, this part is only the foundation, and the beginning part of the plan. The Emperor's eyes were belied by a hint of anxiety, and a bit of admiration. This man certainly has a gift for understanding the human nature. The Emperor laid down his first conclusion. Secondly, I figured that the people who have gone there today are unlikely to come out empty-handed, and they're only auctioning wine inside. Therefore, each and every family which has gone in cannot return empty-handed, even if the wine is of poor quality. Moreover, they're auctioning the wine at a very high price. Hence, no one will buy it for cheap. The price will be insignificant, and they will not calculate or care about the money they spend. What they will care about is their reputation. The corners of the Emperor's mouth rose to show a hint of ridicule, because too many of the people who did not receive the invitation cards are waiting outside. Wouldn't the crowd possibly await an opportunity to ridicule the so-called aristocrats? Anyone who has received the invitation letter and has gone to the auction will not want to lose out. They cannot afford to if they wish to save face. That man has figured out that he can openly, and without fear, fill his pockets with the money he fishes out from each and every family present here. Moreover, everyone will be excited about it. They will all be busy striving to be the first and fearing to be the last, all because they fear being belittled by others. Spending over 10,000 taels in front of the whole capital city will better their reputation. They can justify their status as long as they are able to buy something. This man is a master who fully deserves amassing all that money. Quite unfortunate for the others, though. The Emperor made his second conclusion. The white-clothed person sitting opposite to him listened in a calm manner. His face was so blank that there wasn't even a single ripple in response. Third, you have to take note of the names on that list. If you give it a careful look, it will be obvious that although this list has snared almost all the big families of the capital to go in, but there is still something rather interesting about it. This list is actually not complete. Every business will have its respective rivals. Naturally, the rich noble families involved in this business have their own rivals. Often, these rivals are well matched to keep the industry booming for a long period of time. This list also needs to be altered in order to maintain equilibrium. Otherwise the prices will drop and the merchant won't make profits, or the prices will rise too high and no one will show interest. However, this man's list, intentionally or otherwise, will completely break the equilibrium I have painstakingly built over many years. Moreover, they will not leave even the smallest of clues. Therefore, even though I want to blame someone for this, I do not know who. The eyes of the white-clothed man looked puzzled after hearing this. It was evident that he hadn't understood what he had heard. His Majesty laughed. "I'll explain with an example. The Sun, the Mu, and the Zhao family are the three of the most well-known entities in the capital's salt market. These three are like the legs of a tripod. Amongst these three, Zhao family is the most powerful. Its strategies make it stronger than the other two families. Admittedly, the Sun and the Mu family are somewhat weaker, but they frequently combine to withstand the influence of the Zhao family. The Sun and the Mu family can therefore be used to maintain the equilibrium of power. This list includes the Zhao family, but not the other two old families, when in fact everyone knows that the other two families are also worth millions in capital and resources. Yet why haven't they received the invitation? However, no one can really blame the man behind the aristocratic hall, since he has already invited the most able representative of the salt industry, the Zhao family. This method is used in several industries to earn huge profits, only inviting the representatives of the families which have the most influence. The emperor looked increasingly worried, and to use such formidable means of propaganda to add fuel to the fire between two rival families, I'm afraid that a conflict will arise within a very short period of time. Those who received the invitation will act arrogantly towards the others, while those who hadn't will be angry. They will feel that they are being pushed aside, and are being considered beneath the first-rate personalities. As a result, chaos will be initiated. All this reveals only one thing: this person can be considered a true master of the tactics. The emperor made his third conclusion. Notes. Idiom: it means to possess great power and authority. May sound off, but does fit in context if one considers that Jun Mozai literally overturns the entire social structure of the capital. Chapter 242. One smile can obliterate hate and grievances. Chapter 242. One smile can obliterate hate and grievances. Translator Novel Sarder. Editor Novel Sarder. This person actually seeks wealth. However, the amount he seeks is huge. By no means can we consider this normal, since such an astronomical figure can easily shake one to the core. It's possible that some trouble may arise, since members from each of the great families will be gathered there. In fact, I fear that this man might deliberately manufacture an incident if nothing happens. He may try to take advantage of the confusion that may ensue after an incident. He may then try to make a move favorable to him, using today's conflict as cover. The emperor stood up and paced back and forth for a while. He then sighed deeply and mumbled, "If only this talented person were working for me. Such a pity. Although this man is smart, but he still needs the backing of those three families. In fact, it will be very difficult for him to stir any storms without a proper support from the Jun family, Tang family, and the prince equivalent." The man in snow-white clothes offered his comforting words. "I am also worried about the point you've just now highlighted. It's vital. This man has somehow persuaded these three families to help one another. It is clear that these three families have friendly relations. Moreover, their friendship seems strong. There was a rumor earlier which said that this idea to sell wine originated out of a bet. The young master of the Jun family, Jun Mozai, and General Dugu Wudi made a wager on the quality of this wine, and the price it could sell for. It is said that this strategy was actually devised by Jun Mozai, though I am somewhat unconvinced by that. However, if it really is that debauchee's doing, then I shall truly regard him in a new light." The emperor laughed gently for a little while. However, he couldn't conceal the color of worry over his eyebrows. "This plan is certainly made by someone else. Whoever this man is, he is extremely dangerous and talented. His action will spell chaos regardless of what the motive behind them is. There was a deep scowl on His Majesty's face for a while. Then, his expression changed, and he suddenly smiled. In any case, this will be a very amusing auction. Would you be interested in accompanying me to that hall, Mr. When Your Majesty is tempted to go? The white-robed Mr. Wen raised his head to look at the Emperor. The expression in his eyes was extremely clear, like a deep lake whose bottom could be seen easily because there was no impurities in it. His skin seemed smooth like the skin of a newborn baby. It is an interesting matter. Moreover, there is a talented and dangerous person there. Why shouldn't I be tempted? The Emperor narrowed his eyes. How can I not go to this lively event when this matter will have a profound and far-reaching effect on the capital's state of affairs, and it's always good to get new experiences. I also want to taste a wine which costs over 10,000 taels per bottle. Mr. Wen stood up in a free and easy manner as the hint sincere of smile surfaced on his infant-like face. He gently chuckled. In that case, please allow this old man to accompany Your Majesty on your trip. With you by side, I'm certain to succeed. The Emperor smiled and got up. He spoke as they walked out. However, first we need to look for somebody who has an invitation, since we don't. The 3 princes and Princess Ling Meng have received the invitation cards, if one is to believe the reports. Therefore, is Your Majesty thinking of following the princess? Mr. Wen winked. The 2 men smiled in a tacit understanding. I can also conveniently check up on my 3 sons as they fight and scheme against each other. It ought to be quite amusing. What could be better? The Emperor smiled in a profound manner. However, there was still a wrinkle of worry on his smiling face. Has Brother Zhu eaten anything in the past few days? I haven't heard much about it. Mr. Wen was walking abreast with the Emperor. He smiled as he said, this problem of his should be dealt with. However, that grandson of Tang Wenlai is too immature. There's no hope for his future. He scared that cleanliness-obsessed man by disseminating his bodily wastes on him. As chance has it, little Zhu had stepped forward just then, and though he had managed to stay clean for so many years now, the poor man's spout was filled with. He referred to Zhu as little Zhu. That man's status was seemingly higher than the people from Zhu's generation, though it would seem that he was even younger than Dugu Wudi. In fact, he looked closer to Zhang Wuyi's age by his facial appearance. It was very strange. Har, the Emperor burst out laughing. He turned his face towards the side and addressed an old court eunuch as, have the imperial kitchen find a good remedy for eunuch Zhu. Ask them to concoct some kind of mixture to whet his appetite, and then feed him something. He doesn't eat anything at all nowadays. How is that good? The old eunuch solemnly and respectfully accepted his orders. He was quite close to the Emperor and had served him for over 30 years. When Zion Yin was also aware of this, the idea behind this order was clear. On one hand, Zhu's matter required his personal presence, but His Majesty couldn't drop from his status in order to sort such trivial matters either. A smile spread across the Emperor's face as he watched the eunuch leave. It seemed as if he was reflecting on something from the past. I, however, haven't found it easy to go outside the palace those days. I truly cherish them a lot. That ingenious person will not be able to hide himself now that Your Majesty has personally set out to uncover his secret plan. Mr. Wen smiled gracefully. Or perhaps Your Majesty may acquire a very talented person because of this action. Wen would like to congratulate Your Majesty in advance. I hope so, His Majesty. The Emperor smiled faintly, while the expression in his eyes fluctuated. He seemed to be harboring some doubts. He was constantly mouthing a name, but hadn't mentioned it loud. If one were to look closely, they would realize that he was constantly trying to say 3 words, Jun Wuyi. A cold ray of light flashed in his eyes. As the sun rose gradually in the sky to mark daybreak, the last of great families started to arrive. First to arrive was the Dugu family. This family had the reputation of being one of the premier great families of the capital. They had showed initiative by arriving with 8 major members from their family. They came in riding atop big horses, all of them gallant and full of spirit. Dugu Wudi had arrived along with his 7 burly nephews, heroes and legends, bravely rushing forward. They were crowding around a small green palanquin. They appeared similar to 8 majestic black bears which had become exhilarated by the scent of good honey. This brigade of men and horses finally stopped in front of the main door. One command sounded, and they positioned themselves in uniformity. The door of that small green palanquin opened, and one graceful, fair, and pretty figure came out. Her eyebrows were like distant hills, her almond eyes were joyful, while her cheeks were like peaches. Her face was simply picturesque. All kinds of charms, immense loveliness and sweetness poured out of this youthful girl. She seemed very fresh, pure and delicate. Dugu Xiaoyi, one of Tanzang City's peerless beauties, had arrived. Jun Mo Zai's eyes would have popped out if he were there. In front of his eyes would be this gentle and beautiful woman, who had undergone a miraculous transformation. She was no longer that violent girl who yelled at him, fought with him, and beat him up every day. A major member from the Jun family showed up to welcome the Dugu family upon their arrival. Jun Wuyi, the 3rd son of the Jun family, waited for them at the end of the flower-flanked path. He sat perfectly straight on his wheelchair. He was dressed in clean black clothes. His facial features seemed sharp, as if cut by a knife. Nevertheless, there was a faint smile on his face, which enhanced his graceful bearing. A white-clothed youngster was unhurriedly pushing his wheelchair. Elder brother Dugu, Jun Wuyi, cupped his hands, showing a trace of a genial expression. You have arrived. Younger brother Jun, Dugu Wudi, jumped down from his horse and took large strides forward. Jun family is opening a major business. So why wouldn't older brother come over and show his support? Why have you toiled to receive us personally? I, your older brother, could walk it in myself. We are no strangers to you. There's no harm in greeting people. But elder brother is the only one in the city who actually deserves such importance. Therefore, how could I ever neglect my duties if my brother arrives here? Jun Wuyi smiled. Then he gestured with his hands as an expectant look in his emerged eyes. Elder brother Dugu, please enter. Dugu Wudi immediately looked up, and his eyes were immediately wrapped with layer upon layer of happiness. 3rd brother Jun, please. He reached and positioned himself behind Jun Wuyi. He then nudged the white-clothed youngster who was standing behind the wheelchair to the side as he laughed loudly. You take a break, I will push my 3rd brother inside. Jun Wuyi's body leaned back comfortably so as to allow Dugu Wudi to push the wheelchair. They chatted as Jun Wuyi showed the way forward. The atmosphere had suddenly become very harmonious, and it seemed as if both sides were a bit emotional. Could it be that the years of the past had returned once again? Dugu Wudi was laughing loudly. He was elated from the bottom of his heart. He quietly wiped the tears which appeared in his tiger-like eyes. He couldn't help but sigh in happiness. Today this younger brother has forgiven me. He called me elder brother once again. I'm so happy I have no regrets anymore. 10 years of suffering and silence, and no mention of the events that had occurred. But it had all been melted away by these few words. The two men seemed extremely happy and talked cheerfully. However, it seemed to everyone else that these two great generals were still enveloped in a thick layer of sentiment owing to that bloody event from the past. There was strange connection between these two iron-blooded soldiers. Jun Wuyi had dispelled the sword of resentment with his smile. 10 years of conflict and hatred had been obliterated with just a smile. This opportune moment had announced the end of the uneasiness these two great generals had been carrying in their hearts for a decade. The Dugu family's 7 burly and ox-like individuals remained silent, contrary to their usual personality. They understood the importance of this moment, and deliberately modulated their breathing for the fear of disturbing the two brothers whose bond had been molded over the course of numerous battles. They had carried the glory of the entire army and the entire of Tianzang Empire on their shoulders. Dugu Xiaoyi's eyes became red as she sobbed quietly. She was admittedly too young to properly appreciate the special camaraderie between these two men. However, as his daughter, she had always known the matter which had troubled her father's heart from the beginning. Dugu Wudi had been a straightforward man throughout his life, and had never felt the need to regret. However, there was one matter he had always vaguely regretted. Jun Wu Hui. Dugu Wudi would get drunk every year on Jun Wu Hui's death anniversary. He would inevitably burst out crying even though he was an extremely tough and strong warrior. Moreover, he wouldn't even try to cover up his loud crying. He would cry his guts out. Dugu Wudi had never in his life shed tears so many times. And all of this happened because the person who had died was his sworn brother. Dugu Xiaoyi had often seen her father enter his study in the middle of the night. He would sigh endlessly as he would stroke the sword which Jun Wu Hui had gifted to him. Today, however, Jun Wuyi had eliminated this hard-to-dispel conundrum in Dugu Wudi's mind with just a smile. How could Dugu Xiaoyi not be pleased? How could she not cry? How could she not be moved to tears? Following after the Dugu family came another important one, the Song family. The Tang and the Meng family arrived successively in accordance to the appointed time. The magnificent Jewel Hall, which was in close proximity across the street, had also received an invitation card. Xiao Han and Mu Ziu Tong were clad in white like always. They arrived accompanying the flower-like Han Yan Meng. And at that moment, Chapter 243 Collision in front of the aristocratic hall. Chapter 243 Collision in front of the aristocratic hall. Translator Novel Sarder. Editor Novel Sarder. An imposing bronze-colored chariot was galloping at full speed. The 4 pairs of beastly war horses which pulled it were level 4 Xuan beasts. A tender and beautifully blooming golden mom's flower adorned the carriage and shone with an abnormal brilliance. 8 horsemen valiantly strode around the chariot on their imposing horses. The Murong family had arrived at last. On the face of it, it would appear that the Murong family could not compare to the Lai family in terms of power and influence. It couldn't compare to the Jun and the Dugu families either. In reality, though, the Murong family was actually one of the most influential families inside Tianzang City. After all was said and done, it was the most ancient and the robust family. Moreover, it also has the most intimate relationship with the imperial family. Murong family's influence simply couldn't be ignored. On top of that, the Murong family was the only family which was related to the imperial family by the means of a marriage. None of the other noble families enjoyed this honor. It could be said that the Lai family was powerful enough to disrupt all levels of society. Moreover, Lai Yuran was considered to be an outstanding youngster with a lot of impressive talent. However, even though he had set his heart to win over Princess Ling Meng 3 years ago. The emperor had neither consented to this nor given any opinion on it. The Jun family was a family of martyrs, which had sacrificed many men to the service of the nation. The grandfather Jun then had no choice but to lay down his self-respect in front of Tianzang Empire's emperor, to seek a relationship by marriage. This proposal was also tactfully declined. No one could trust that debauchee, even though the others were considered reliable. Therefore, if the Jun family's proposal to join the two families by marriage was refused, then one could imagine how difficult it had to be. The Murong family's importance in the eyes of the imperial family was extremely difficult to replace. Some time ago, Murong Qian Jun had passed wrong information. This had created a huge commotion, and a big mishap had occurred wherein Junjan Tan had brought about a purge in the capital city. By the end of it, he had massacred almost 1/3 of the imperial cabinet ministers in that purge. There is no need to say that if it had been anyone else, they would have been executed 10,000 times over this matter. However, Murong Qian Jun was simply removed from his post to never be hired again. Nothing more. This clearly showed how close the Murong family and the imperial family were, and how big an influence the Murong family had on the latter. Therefore, how could anyone ever look down upon their power and influence? The carriage suddenly came to a stop. The 8 horsemen jumped down from their steeds with a loud thud. Amongst these, the guard in the lead turned a handle and set the carriage free of its horses. Then, he swiftly moved onto the ornamented door and opened it. He then stood up straight like a ramrod, holding the door open with one hand. A short while later, a tall and handsome youngster walked out from within with a straight posture. It was none other than Murong Qian Jun. Then a pair of tender feet stretched from the door, marking the arrival of a young lady, clad in splendid bright yellow clothes. Her face reflected arrogance as she leisurely got down from the carriage. Soon after, an old man appeared. He coughed and trembled as he got down from the carriage, with 2 men supporting his frame from underneath. The bystanders inhaled a breath of cold air. The Murong family was worthy of the aristocratic hall in every sense of the word. The Grand Murong family had surprisingly sent their second-in-command, who was the old master Murong Fengjin's younger brother, Murong Fengyu. Perhaps their reputation was even a match to the Jun family, the Tang family, and even the prince equivalent. Murong Qian Jun and the young maiden dressed in yellow supported Murong Fengyu as they started to walk inside. Murong family, it's quite extraordinary, right? But they are very arrogant. Suddenly, a cold torrent was heard, which was accompanied by a peculiar sneer. Every person of the Murong family stiffened, and many of their men placed their hands on the hilts of their swords. All of them looked angry. Who in Tianzang City had dared to mock the Murong family, especially at a time when some of their leading members were present? Weren't they afraid for their lives? This had never happened before. On turning to see who it was, their gazes fell upon 2 middle-aged people wearing white clothes and cold expressions. One of them had an angry look spread across his face. His snow-white gown had been bathed in the mud and dirt. A beautiful young lady stood beside him. It was Zhao Han's 3-man party. Those without power simply aren't capable of doing the unprecedented. However, what if the inciter was more than a mortal? The Silver Blizzard City was simply too high to reach in the eyes of a worldly family. Zhao Han had been feeling that everything was going against him lately, which had left him feeling very gloomy of late. He had become quite sullen since his arrival at Tianzang City. Previously, he had walked over to the Jun family to insult his rival over his disability, but hadn't expected the younger generation of the family to make him look like fool and hurt him. Moreover, Mu Zutong had added more insult to his injury by beating him up further. However, what had made him really furious was when Han Yan Yao actually sent a gift to Jun Wuyi in secrecy. He simply couldn't bear the flame of jealousy. After that, his own nephew was seriously beaten up by a mysterious master, shortly after the boy's arrival in the Tanzang city. Fortunately, the boy's recovery was not an issue after he had been diagnosed and treated using some of the best medicines available. However, this only meant that he had failed to take proper care of his nephew. Then he heard the news that the Jun family's cripple had unexpectedly recovered fully from his affliction. This eventually pushed Zyro Han to his breaking point. Right now, 3 families had joined hands to open the aristocratic hall right opposite the magnificent jewel hall. They were obviously trying to compete with the magnificent hall. However, the part most unbearable for him was that one of the members in this 3-family alliance was the Jun family. He could not tolerate this. Then, he had strived hard to find his place as the magnificent jewel hall's representative for this event. His mental status had improved after he had managed to oust Mu Zutong's strong opposition to the same. However, then a carriage had splashed mud across his entire body just as he was walking over to the aristocratic hall's doorstep. Could he really have no respite in life? He was almost on the verge of exploding to death because of the anger he felt. He rained curses unrestrained as he smashed his heel into the ground. The impact of his stomp was so forceful that he dislocated his own heel. Such was Zyro Han's present mental anguish. The anger in Zyro Han's heart kept increasing, and it soon spread to his guts as he looked fiercely at the Murong family members who had just gotten off the carriage. Anyone could tell that his stare was deliberately meant to provoke them, since his eyes had no trace of benevolence. On one side was Zyro Han, who was obviously not in a jolly mood, while on the other was Murong Qian Jun, who was as angry as the former. After all, someone had insulted them in front of the entire Tanzang city. He lifted his leg to rush over. You really wish to court death so early in the morning? This youngster had been faced with several adversities of his own. His pursuit of Princess Ling Ming had been largely unsuccessful. Moreover, he had been relieved of his duties at the imperial palace after he had spread that incorrect message. Hence, it was rather obvious that he was also quite frustrated with his life, and was just looking for someone to vent it all out on. The old man Murong Feng Yu used one hand to cover his coughing mouth as he pulled the youngster back with his other hand. Murong Feng Yu's movements were not at all quick, and seemed exasperatingly slow. However, he outstretched his hand just in time to block the dashing Murong Qian Jun's path. Murong Feng Yu was quite experienced, and his eyes could make out that Zyro Han and the others in his company were of extraordinary origins. He had been able to decipher all that from just the curses this man had thrown at his family. Moreover, seeing that the 3 of them were clothed in pure white and had walked out from the magnificent jewel hall, he had managed to guess the opposite party's origins. "What did you say, you little bastard?" Zyro Han's murderous mood violently flashed on his face. Zyro Han hailed from the Silver City, and was wearing the formal dress of a member of the younger generation. Having any other color upon one's dressing was tabooed in the Silver Blizzard City. This youngster had sinned by coloring his robes in a different color, something they would only do when in mourning. Not just Zyro Han, but anyone from the Silver Blizzard City would've been angered by this. This youngster is truly rude and rotten. He would like to apologize to you, Mr. Murong Feng Yu's vision seemed blurred as he looked at Zyro Han. The thick-skinned person appeared quite sincere, while his smile resembled half a mum's flower whose petals had blown away in the wind and rain. Just by looking at Mr. S dress, one can see that he is actually an outstanding hero of the #1 secret powerhouse of this world, the Silver Blizzard City. How does one address the unknown Mr.? And how is the Zyro family's Zyro Buyu? Zyro Han's body shook a little as he became even more depressed. This old man was too crafty. He had first compensated for his loss by apologizing, and then he had brought Zyro Buyu into the discussion. In this way, he had faintly pointed out that he knew the man, while reasserting his old age at the same time. This rendered the man from the younger generation of the Zyro family incapable of venting out his anger. Zyro Buyu was world famous, therefore there was always a possibility that the man could be lying. However, this was the Murong family's second-in-command. Moreover, he had stated this in front of many people, and so it was quite improbable that he will be claiming a fake relationship. Zyro Han looked towards the old man and somehow controlled his anger. The Zyro elder is indebted for your concern. We aren't strangers. There is no need to speak in such a polite manner. Murong Feng Yu narrowed his eyes and lowered his stance. We were wrong in the matter which had just occurred, and my Murong family will confess properly to you. In return, we hope that you will show us kindness. Zyro Han groaned heavily. There is no need for this. Murong Feng Yu relaxed a bit as he knew that the matter had now been resolved. He opened his eyes and glanced at the Murong Qian Jun ferociously. He then immediately looked at Murong Qian Jun, who was staring at him blankly. Then, his gaze fell upon the beautiful young maiden standing next to Zyro Han. She appeared as beautiful as a flower which had managed to bloom even in the icebergs. He couldn't help but contemplate in his mind, if Qian Jun can woo this girl, won't I then be able to pull my family into a relationship with a Silver Blizzard City? However, this matter I must take proper time to decide. This young lady is just a piece of swameat to my Murong family, no matter what position she holds in the Silver Blizzard City. At this point, the sound of several horse hooves could be heard in the distance. This was soon followed by the arrival of many ranks of troops. These were in fact the three princes. However, riding in front of them was the carriage of Princess Ling Meng. There wasn't enough time for Murong Feng Yu to properly exchange his greetings. Therefore, he hastily greeted Zyro Han and then walked inside with the support of the people he had brought along. At this moment the sound of another chariot was heard coming from a different street. This carriage belonged to the prince equivalent and had arrived at the same time. These highly placed personalities had arrived at the last minute, and all at the same time. Their arrival had been skillfully timed. Princess Ling Meng sat inside her carriage, with burdened thoughts plaguing her mind. She had not wanted to come today. It was neither her hobby, nor did she like keeping up false appearances. However, her father, the emperor, had decided that he wanted to look around and had requested that she come here immediately. Then he and Mr. Wen had disguised themselves, and had followed her to this gathering. Left with no other option, Princess Ling Meng had to comply. Yet she did not know what her father was planning. He had kept ordering her carriage to stop and then proceed for the entire journey, forcing the three carriages carrying her elder brothers to do the same in the back. It had almost seemed as if he was intentionally trying to manufacture trouble for the three sons by forcing their carriages to collide on the broad road. As a result, the princess hadn't found any peace over the course of the entire journey. Chapter 244 Young Master John's Rogue Tricks. Chapter 244 Young Master John's Rogue Tricks. Translator Novel Sarder, Editor Novel Sarder. The fact was that the Princess Ling Meg hadn't anticipated that the three princes would follow the emperor. Shockingly, their carriages had traveled on the road side by side and had kept bashing sideways into each other. Luckily, this street was wide enough to accommodate them. Otherwise, perhaps even the houses on the side would have been affected by the three and would have collapsed. I still don't know what Farther aims to achieve by this plan of his. Could it be that he is not satisfied with the usual infighting, or does not consider it fierce enough? Would he have those three compete, expose their weaknesses, and humiliate themselves in front of everyone with my three elder brothers' current behavior? This is not entirely impossible. However, the scene that the Princess Ling Ming had just imagined would not come true. Because the carriages of the three princes had managed to battle their way into getting cramped, they had also managed to reach their destination at the same time, without anyone falling behind the other. As a result, the tension between them had quickly eased. The street where the magnificent Jewel Hall and the aristocratic hall were located was very wide. However, it still had its limitations, and the three princes' convoy ended up cramming the street to its very limits. In fact, their carriages ended up crashing into each other on the sides. Though this wasn't a very opportune thing, fortunately there was another carriage which lacked timing. This carriage belonged to the prince equivalent. There were 5 royal carriages present, with 4 of them crammed up together and knocking against each other. I'm afraid that it is very difficult to avoid a problematic situation in such circumstances. Is all this really accidental, or is it intentional? This situation made Princess Ling Ming somewhat dizzy. The only thing worth celebrating here was that the emperor's brother, in the end, was also a part of the imperial family. Since he was one of their own, if her 3 elder brothers agreed to yield even a little bit, she was convinced that mediating this matter would not be too difficult. Several youngsters clad in white with the responsibility to welcome the guests came out from the aristocratic hall. However, they were left staring foolishly at the situation. The street where the magnificent Jewel Hall and the aristocratic hall were located was considered the best location within the Tanzang city. It was the widest street in the city. In fact, this street was actually capable of accommodating 3 carriages at once without them crashing into each other. Needless to say, a pileup such as this had never occurred before here. Moreover, because the magnificent Jewel Hall was also present on this street, no event had ever escalated to a situation like this. People who were eligible to come here usually knew the origins of the magnificent Jewel Hall. No one was foolish enough to cause trouble on this street. However, at present, the carriage from the prince equivalent's carriage was the first to stop. 2 white-clothed maidservants uncovered the carriage's curtain screen. A child stepped down from the carriage with support. The child was the Equality Prince's son. He was the same boy who Jun Mo Zai had jokingly dubbed adorable little sister Yang Mo. Princess Ling Ming moved aside in order to make way for the Equality Prince. He was a member of her own family. Moreover, excluding her father, he was the only other patriarch of the royal family in his generation. Even though her father was aboard her carriage at that moment, she still moved aside. Not to mention, she was also very fond of her little cousin. On top of that, the quality prince was also one of the owners of the aristocratic hall. Therefore, it was only proper for her to allow him to proceed inside first. However, the situation with the convoys of the three princes was still the same. They were still battling it out with each other to arrive first, and things only got worse as they made their way towards the gate. This caused a rather noisy ruckus. In the midst of the princes' group there was a black-robed person whose cold eyes watched the three princes' convoys attentively. He observed the activity in and around each of the three carriages. However, he did not say a single word throughout, though his eyes were as sharp as a knife. By now, Jun Mo-zai had already received information about all of this. Faced with such an embarrassing situation, he could not help but rush out. Young Master Jun incessantly cursed in rage. You three brothers cannot distinguish good from bad. Looks like your commotions are going to create a lot of trouble for me. If I had known earlier, I would have sent the invitation to only one of you to avoid all this annoyance. This is an important moment, and I still have a lot of work to finish. I have painstakingly managed this huge place for the auction. Do you think this is a joke? Be good, you three dirty things. I don't have time to play with you. Fatty Tang and Song Sheng were the main hosts of the auction. They obviously could not come out. Even if they did, it was not certain that they were capable of handling such a situation. After all, the status of these three people was just too high. Because of that, they simply could not use force to handle this predicament. Admittedly, Jun Wuyi, the third master of the Jun family, could handle this. However, if Jun Wuyi appeared personally, it was possible that he would get involved in the rivalry of these princes. That really wouldn't be of much help. Therefore, he would be an inappropriate choice for now. As for the other candidate, General Dugu Woody could also possibly come out and roar at these three. Most likely, he would be impartial as well. The three princes were too high to reach in other people's eyes. Nevertheless, they did not hold any importance in the generals. However, these three were Jun Mo-zai's guests. Drawing support from external sources wouldn't be pleasant. Besides, Jun Mo-zai figured that even if he won that bet, he wouldn't have the nerve to accept General Dugu's compensation if he were to truly exploit the man's power to settle this dispute. Other people had helped you solve this problem. Therefore, the great General Dugu Woody was out of the question. It could be then assumed that Jun Mo-zai was the only remaining candidate. However, even though Jun Mo-zai's status was still far below the three princes, he still had to handle this matter. Hence, using the Jun family's renowned debauchee's reputation, which continued to devolve into that of a hoodlum and a rogue, was no doubt an effective strategy. Therefore, after receiving the information, Jun Wuyi and Tang Yuan immediately looked at the young Master Jun's face. Mo-zai, it is important that this matter is settled. It will require some roguelike means. Hence, only you are qualified to handle this, Jun Wuyi had said. What manner of calling me out is this? Why is it necessary to compare me to a rogue or a scoundrel? Young Master Jun became gloomy. Boss, as they say, it takes an evil to deal with an evil. Your personal involvement would be the best option, Tang Yuan patted as he flattered him. His flattery left the young Master Jun raging in anger. It takes an evil to deal with evil. How am I an evil person? These derogatory words of flattery made the Jun family's young master curse. Motherfer. What did he say? Do you really think I'm that evil? This is really ridiculous. However, a problem of this level could only be solved by someone very able. Therefore, Jun Mo-zai hurried to the scene where all the noise was arising from. However, Before he could reach his designated destination, he ran into Xiao Han, Mu Zutong, and Han Yan Yao's younger sister. A high-ranking member of the Murong family was also accompanying them. Mu Zutong smiled slightly and nodded, whereas Xiao Han snorted at him coldly. He then arrogantly raised his head and pretended not to notice Zhang Mozai. Only the little girl looked at Zhang Mozai directly in the face, and then caught the lapel of his jacket. She pouted her mouth as she glared at him and said, "Zhang family's youngster, greet your young aunt and she will be good to you." Zhang Mozai was not in a good mood at the time. Hence, he rolled his eyes and replied, "I have already told you that your elder sister and my third uncle aren't married yet. Moreover, all we can consider right now is that they have only shown their intention to marry. So can you please shut your little mouth? Oh, you know something, young aunt, looking at you. Your chest is as flat as a slab, your waist and your butt are not at all curved. Looking at your hair, it seems you are yet to shed your feathers. Even the smell of breast milk is yet to wear off from you. Yet you are under this delusion that you are from this man's elder generation. You first wait for yourself to properly develop into an adult before talking to me and pretending to be of my older generation." Zhang Mozai had spoken these words out of sheer irritation. In reality, he had been given no reason to talk like that. The growth period in girls starts earlier than in boys. Even though Han Yan Yao's little sister was 15.5 years old, her figure hadn't yet fully matured. However, it could be said that it was beginning to show promise. If she were compared to Dugu Xiaoyi, she wouldn't come out lacking in any aspect. Therefore, in no way was the Zhang family's young master accurate when he called her figure as flat as a slab. Yu, Han Yan Yao's sister, heard the young master Zhang's senseless torrent and stamped her foot. She could not help feeling a mixture of shame and anger. She angrily stamped her small foot on the ground once again, as her pretty and petite face turned red. Then suddenly, her eyes changed their direction, and she said in a careful manner, "I don't care. However, you look like you're in a bit of a hurry. So I will not let you pass until you call me young aunt. Do whatever you want in any case. I'm not worried." Her tiny hand tightened its grasp on the lapel of his jacket. Her status was quite high in the Silver Blizzard City, even though she was the youngest. However, her status didn't matter because every other individual in the city was of an older generation. Naturally, she had to address them as such: teacher, master, uncle, great-uncle, grandfather, great-ancestor. Moreover, since she was the youngest in her family, she even had to address the people from her own generation as elder sister or elder brother. Ever since she had come to Tanxian City and had met the Zhang family's youngest son, she had wanted the little devil to show her some respect. Especially when she realized that if her elder sister married his uncle, Zhang Mozai would surprisingly be considered to be of a younger generation than her. That was indeed a joyous occasion for her. It was like she had found a treasure in a place where she had least expected it. How could she let him off so easily? She would naturally pester him and fight tooth and nail for the honor of being called young aunt. Hey, Zhang Mozai could listen to the sounds coming from outside, and they were getting louder and louder with every passing moment. Therefore, he suddenly stomped. "Well, I'm afraid to inform that calling you that is absolutely out of the question. Young pig is young pig, fine." He had sounded a bit vague and had said these words very softly. Hence, the little girl wasn't able to listen to it properly. Even though it had seemed somewhat fishy to her, she had still thought he had just called her young aunt. Pleased with herself, she raised her little chin, puffed up her small chest, and released her grip on Jun Mozai's jacket as she waved her hand and said, "Go, well-behaved child. But on one condition in the future. You will say young aunt before you say my name, and this young aunt will protect you." It was as if Jun Mozai had deceived his way into getting an imperial pardon. He disappeared like a wisp of smoke. "Oh, he just now called me young aunt. Why doesn't it seem right?" the young woman suddenly came to herself. "He called you young pig when he was supposed to call you young aunt." Murong Qian Jun had been seeking to woo Princess Ling Meng, and Jun Mozai had been a tough opponent. Moreover, this young woman was also quite beautiful. Hence, he immediately resorted to making things worse for Jun Mozai, in the hope of winning a favor with this young maiden. Pan Yan Meng's mouth resembled a teapot as she pouted. She turned around with great regret in her heart, only to see Jun Mozai's back in the distance. She clenched her tiny fists. "Get lost, you BTCH. Xiao Han and Mu Zhu Tong fiercely glared at the same time. "Shut up." Both men from the Silver City had a blank expression on their faces. They had both been sensible in staying out of each other's way since they never agreed on anything. However, it appeared that for the first time in their lives, two mouths had spoken the same thing. They looked at each other at the same time, snorted at the same time, and then turned their heads away from each other at the same time. Murong Qian Jun suddenly silenced his mouth in fear. Xiao Han obviously loathed Murong Qian Jun. Just by looking at Xiao Han's face, one could discern that he really wanted to beat the kid up. What enraged him even more was that Han Yan Meng was the object of his nephew's affection, and had already been approved by the Xiao family as a suitable daughter-in-law. He obviously couldn't allow this to happen in front of his own eyes. "You, a junior generation member of the insignificant Murong family, intend to make such a move? Do you believe that a toad can eat a swan's meat? You truly overestimate your capabilities." As for Mu Zhu Tong, kicking someone when they were down was a reprehensible act. Therefore, he naturally did not look too kindly upon Murong Qian Jun. By the time Jun Mozai got there, the third prince was already with the prince equivalent's son Yang Mo. In fact, he had already started causing more trouble. The adorable little Yang Mo had passed through here several times with Jun Mozai. Surprisingly, he was usually quite happy to see this pain in the ass, hoodlum, and a complete scoundrel and debauchee for an elder brother. He enthusiastically got down from his carriage and ran towards the aristocratic hall. This whole area was quite familiar to him because he had come here quite a few times before. The first and the second prince were still inside their respective carriages, since they were still trying to maintain this isn't very important or about themselves. However, the third prince was quite unhappy. Previously, he had tried to cram in with his two brothers and was barely able to. Even his strength was the weakest among the three brothers, and once again it seemed that all the bad luck had gathered in one place for him. He had tried his hardest to squeeze in with the two, but had still found himself falling behind. This obviously made his mood very gloomy, though at this moment he viewed himself as a prince and felt that he could still not go in. However, Yang Mo, the little child, had overtaken all three of the princes and had entered before them. What honor would they be left with now? He had completely taken this kid for granted. However, he had forgotten that the prince equivalent's family owned a third of the aristocratic hall. "Isn't that younger cousin Mo? Don't you know that you are to greet your elder cousin when you see him? How is it that the older you grow, the more you forget your manners? You belong to the royal family." Don't you have enough etiquette to not run around and bump into people? The people from the prince equivalent's family are all quite rude. Don't they even know how to wait upon their lords? The third prince's figure was somewhat thin, and his face a bit pale. His voice sounded rather gentle as he got out from his carriage. He stationed himself at a higher ground as he wantonly scolded his cousin. At least one individual will not leave me behind. Oh, third prince, greetings. Yang Mo glanced at him timidly. Yang Mo was unable to say this, but he really loathed this elder cousin of a third prince. What about the third prince? The first and the second prince are also waiting over there, and you have not said a word to them. Your etiquettes are horrible. Do you think everyone else is beneath you? Could it be that you have never learned manners? The third prince looked down at Yang Mo arrogantly. He was finally enjoying himself since he could vent out his frustration. He knew that Yang Mo was naturally not to blame. It was just that he wanted an individual with enough status on whom he could vent out his feelings and deliver himself of this frustration. Yang Mo was very young, but his status was quite high. Moreover, this kid had a very soft personality, which made him a perfect target. On top of that, although the prince equivalent had a lot of power and was his senior, he was still living a simple life, and had never shown any interest in matters of royalty. It could be even said that his influence in the imperial court was minimal. Therefore, the third prince wantonly humiliated the little Yang Mo, who was standing in front of him without any misgivings. In fact, he didn't even bother about the fact that this child had the same family name as him. Inside Princess Ling Meng's caravan, the black-gowned man's expression became gloomier and gloomier as he saw all this. Yang Mo was just a child of 10. How could he endure such a hateful manner of criticism? Moreover, even the kid knew that it was not his fault. Therefore, he naturally felt wronged. Because of that, the rim of his eyes started to get red as tears started accumulating in them. Soon, the corners of his mouth started to twitch, and it seemed like he was about to cry. That's enough, third brother. The child is not saying anything. So why are you scaring him? Princess Ling Meng could not bear looking at it anymore. In fact, she was just about to run out of her carriage and towards them to ease her anxiety further. However, just then, the calm and collected black-clad man behind her pulled her back. Boy, this boy does not understand etiquettes at all. We are members of the imperial family. We are the nobility of Tanzang City. So how can you compare him to a common child? I am just educating him, because it is important for him to understand how to greet with courtesy. Later on, when he starts handling matters himself, he shouldn't behave poorly. He should not bring disgrace to the royal family's reputation. The corners of the third prince's mouth rose as he smiled coldly. He did not give any importance to his own younger sister, or took her seriously. Oh, is it that the third prince? Very huge drop in etiquette. In fact, a huge drop in character. How come you are just standing at the door and not coming in? Won't this result in my Jun family, the Tang family, and the prince equivalent losing face? They all heard an eccentric voice as Jun Mo Zai stepped out. His eyebrows were slanted, and there was a devious look in his eyes. He took a few steps forward arrogantly, swaying with each step, and stationed himself in front of Yang Mo. Then, with one foot forward and the other one behind it, he twisted his waist in the opposite direction and poised his body in an inclined and excellent-looking posture. His hand brushed in the air as he drew out a golden fan. It was late autumn at present, and the extreme heat had all but disappeared. In fact, it could even be said that it had already become a bit cold. Yet, here Jun Mo Zai was leisurely shaking his fan in an elegant demeanor. This clearly belied his lack of morality. Anyone who looked at him couldn't help but feel like getting mad at him. Third Master John, this prince is teaching his younger sibling a lesson. This matter does not concern you. The third prince despised this debauchee. In his eyes, this youngster was nothing more than a leech that was sucking up to his parents' deeds. In other words, a complete waste. How can you say this matter does not concern me, Third Majesty? You have just intercepted the third great boss of our aristocratic hall and are preaching to him endlessly. This is directly resulting in our auction getting delayed. So how does this matter not concern me? Is such a thing reasonable anywhere under the sun? Jun Mo Zai looked at his face. In the eyes of the young Master Jun, this person was someone who could only depend on people from his father's generation. In fact, this man was unlikely to survive if he were left to his own measures. Moreover, what made him even more useless was the fact that he was ambitious, even though he did not even have the least bit of talent. Jun Mo Zai pretended a loft and ambitious demeanor with a straight chest. His body was swaying a bit, and it seemed that he was unable to stand steadily as he continued. This small matter relates to my aristocratic hall earning some shining white money and glistening yellow gold. In fact, this is important matter because when we make money, we pay taxes to the country. If you obstruct it, then you will obstruct our country's taxes. If you obstruct those taxes, it will influence an important means of people's livelihood. Are you trying to revolt to the system? As the young Master Jun's mouth danced, his saliva sprinkled everywhere. Some of it even made its way to the third prince's clothing, including the hat that was fastened to his head. The third prince trembled with anger. What nefarious nonsense are you talking, Jun Mo Zai? You really think I want a revolt? Jun Mo Zai looked contemptuously. Have you finally let down the people of Tanzang City? The common people of this country provide you with a life of luxury, one of high position and great wealth, of ruling status and powerful senior positions, and yet you still want a revolt. Why don't you have any humanity? Jun Mo Zai appeared to be brimming with grief and indignation. You were born into the imperial family. In fact, you are one of the three magnificent princes, and yet you are unsatisfied. Don't tell me that you have determined to set brothers against each other just so that you can climb up and attain the senior-most position. Are you willing to give up on family for that? Could it be that the imperial family is not your flesh and blood? The third prince felt very foolish. This idiot is speaking non-stop of hatred and bitter hardship. He is blaming me in indignation, while the words he says about me are enough to show that he has a heart of cruel and unscrupulous intentions. Moreover, if I continue to let Jun Mo Zai speak, I do not know what hell say next. In fact, thanking everyone under the sun wouldn't be enough if I live through this. This idiot doesn't even know what topics are a taboo. How dare he say such things? You are a spendthrift and a debauchee who doesn't know that these topics are to be avoided, and you think him the same as you. Suddenly, the third prince started to feel ashamed, as it was his faction which would lose out now. What's worse was that if a resolute person delivered the news of this to father's ears. The third prince hurriedly stepped back as he firmly covered his mouth. The voice that came out from it was almost pleading in nature. Young Master Jun, you don't say such things. You'll die. Maybe I made a mistake. I will not obstruct you. The corner of Jun Mo Zai's mouth rose as his appearance became tranquil. Then he groaned once, and his expression immediately became as radiant. Woe, it is seldom that the third prince and Princess Ling Meng both honor my rustic hall with their presence. Wow, the aristocratic hall and I are indeed very overwhelmed by your kindness. Please come in. Do come in. Then turning around, he roared, What are you all doing? The third prince has been waiting for such a long time, and none of you have greeted him, or invited him in. I'm getting really angry. You've neglected his majesty. This is a serious accusation. Who was managing this? I'll personally escort his majesty and the princess inside the hall. Escort them into the hall. Everyone had a strange expression on their faces. He wants to escort the third prince and the princess into the hall. Do you really think that the princess and the princes actually need an invitation to enter? That's just what you think. This trip has really been worth it. Now I've seen everything. There were people standing in all directions. Even though they had all witnessed his actions, not many saw their true nature. For example, "What's happening?" the first prince asked his men with a gloomy expression. "It's quite difficult to say," an individual with a goat-like mustache replied. "This young Master John is very arrogant. It seems that he is quite keen on keeping with the rumors about him. He is certainly an ignorant and thoughtless individual, but nevertheless, the outcome of today's incident was certainly quite clever. If your majesty is unable to get a grasp on what is happening and wishes to incorporate that man into his own side, I suggest he should observe this man carefully." Everyone else sitting beside him nodded in agreement. This fellow is not what I expected him to be. I believed that he wouldn't able to deal with a problem. In fact, I had merely laughed him off as a joke. However, that drummer has certainly stayed on mind." The eldest prince nodded and smiled. "However, this sort of rogue methods always give me a headache. Do you think it's really worthwhile to observe him carefully?" Har. They smiled together. "As for another example, this rogue conduct makes me feel extremely sick, just like it did in the past." The second prince observed Jun Mo-zai from afar, while making no effort to conceal the look of disgust in his eyes. Chang Dakao also gnashed his teeth, said, "Such scums are a disgrace on the face of earth. This young master of the Jun family is simply unbearable. If went for his family's name, I would have killed him a long time ago." His eyes flashed coldly at that moment. "Jun Mo-zai, I have already arrived, and I see that you still act as arrogantly even after all these days. I will pay you back in double for last time's humiliation. I await your death." Beside him, the white-bearded Fang Bowen looked on in contemplation, and then said slowly, "Today's matter is quite strange." He shook his head after contemplating a bit more. "Very strange." The black-robed man behind Princess Ling Ming spoke quickly, in a low voice. "This is the rumored third young master of the Jun family, Jun Mo-zai. He seems childish even at this age, even though he isn't in reality. He is indeed a very interesting youngster." Chapter 245 I Just Like to Bully You. Chapter 245 I Just Like to Bully You. Translator Novel Sarder. Editor Novel Sarder. Who that debauchee? He's interesting. This person's appearance is interestingly loathsome. The man is vile, arrogant, and lacks grace. He lacks even the least bit of quality. Just looking at that man makes me sick. Princess Ling Ming was seething with anger when she saw Jun Mo-zai. There were other things in her heart which she didn't dare to speak. I don't know what Zairoe sees in that rogue of a man. The princess knew these words would be harmful, since her father always avoided delving into such things. Therefore, she did not dare to speak these words out loud. Everyone has their own way of looking at things, the black-clothed person said in a profound manner. However, it didn't seem to be in the pretext of the princess' argument. He continued to watch Jun Mo-zai's back in mediation. Jun Tian's grandson is really not that simple. My youngest son had needlessly picked a fight. However, This boy dealt with the whole incident in a short period of time with just a few words. He made the problem vanish with just a light strike from the opposite side of the spear. His method was indeed dishonorable, but it was also the quickest and the most efficient one. Moreover, no matter what method one employs, it is a good method if it deals with a problem quickly. It wouldn't have been possible to resolve the situation if he were to blindly argue like my son. As his father, how could I not be aware of my own son's nature? It was wrong that he was born in the imperial family. It was wrong that he got the status of a prince. In fact, he is the sort of person who will rely on his parents' achievements and eat his own if required. He is a useless man who doesn't have any talents. It doesn't matter what kind of a method it was. As long as it was quick and effective, it was a good method. John Mozai had clearly adopted the best method available. The rumor about the debauchee has not lived up to its hype. He doesn't seem to live up to his rumored name in reality. The black-gowned man frowned thoughtfully as he didn't know what to believe. John Mozai started to politely greet the guests from the imperial family one by one, and then accompanied them into the aristocratic hall. However, each invitee could only take 2 more individuals with them, while the rest of their entourage had to remain outside. However, the second prince insisted on taking 3 other individuals inside when it was his time to enter. John Mozai saw the 3 people who were accompanying the prince, and noticed that the first man was actually a repository of wisdom for the second prince. Therefore, he obviously had to allow the man to follow the prince inside. The second person was a pretty and frail-looking lady who looked quite hateful towards the young Master Jun. She was the second prince's acquaintance, Lady Yu from the Naichang Pavilion on the Spirit Fog Lake. She had often proclaimed that she was purchased for her skill in music, and not for prostitution. It was not at all surprising that he had to allow the second prince's close female confidant to go inside. Then there was Chang Decao. Young Master John raised his hand without a trace of politeness, and obstructed Chang Decao's entry as he said, "I'm sorry. Each card permits the entry of only 3 people. This also includes the distinguished guest himself. I'm afraid that I cannot let you enter, as the second prince already has 2 other people accompanying him. However, we offer refreshments to those waiting outside." "Why can't I go in?" Chang Decao glared as if he was just about ready to devour John Mozai. This guy has not stopped anyone else from entering. What's the meaning of acting biased against me alone? Is he looking down on me? The second prince had already gone ahead with the other 2. However, he turned around at this moment and glared at the scene. The second prince could not abandon Chang Decao because he needed people of such influence with him in order to succeed. Therefore, lacking a better option, he braced himself and entered because he believed that his identity as a prince would come to his aid. Many people had turned a blind eye to such things in the past because of his status. However, he had been unable to anticipate the extent of John Mozai's shamelessness and ability to create trouble. The audacity young Master Jun was capable of demonstrating was more than enough to damage the prince's reputation. If it were someone else in this man's place, John Mozai may have actually turned a blind eye and allowed the said individual to slip by. However, this was Chang Decao, a man he would simply not help, let alone allowing you to break the already existing rules. I would've created new rules to cause problems for you if you went breaking the any. You're a twofold omen of unpleasantness. First, your name sounds awful, and then you're irksome to look at. You're embarrassing your companions. John Mozai craned his neck. It seemed from his expression that he was looking at a monkey in a zoo. "You're intending to shout. You have violated the rules of this hall. Therefore, in accordance with the law of this place, I absolutely cannot let you inside. It would destroy the hall's prestige if everyone started breaking the rules according to their whims." Hui Cheng Decao asked anxiously. "Everything would have been all right if I had not tried to enter. But now I'm already here, and just a step short of getting inside. Won't I become a joke if I return now? I came here with the second prince. So why can't I go in?" John Mo Zai deliberately sneered at him in a frivolous manner and nodded. "Your argument actually makes sense. BS usually go together. However, there is a possibility that they cannot go into some places, right? So why are you pestering me if you are so clear about it yourself? Could it be that you're special? If such is the case, then you're a very talented person. It would definitely be of use to let you in." Cheng Decao was extremely angered by the young Master Jun's words. In fact, he almost vomited blood, for Jun Mo Zai's analogy had drawn out a very shameful comparison in context of a person. The two men behind Princess Ling Meng could not help but laugh after hearing what was said. They closed their mouths soon enough, as they felt it would be wrong to laugh at this. However, their bodies continued to shake wildly with laughter. Everyone who had heard these words turned red. In fact, it seemed as if they were covered in chicken blood, because they were barely able to keep themselves from bursting out laughing. The first and the third prince were among these people, but they did not take any offense. A member of their second brother's posse was being humiliated like this, but they were still cheerful. Though the analogy Jun Mo Zai had used was far too mischievous, the second prince and his companions were the only ones not smiling. In fact, the second prince was very angry and a sinister expression was clearly visible on his face. "Jun Mo Zai, stop bullying me," Cheng Decao panted. His eyes were bloodshot as he glared back at his aggressor. In fact, it seemed as if he was on the verge of erupting. "I'm bullying you? Are you kidding me?" Jun Mo Zai twisted his posterior to look at him arrogantly, and then twisted his waist to the other side. The lower part of his body swayed back and forth in a rhythmic manner. Bully you, I want to bully you." Puff. Cheng Decao glared at Jun Mo Zai with eyes full of boundless hatred. "Such big eyes, this donkey is trying to scare me. Are you threatening me?" Jun Mo Zai spat. He then turned around to face the second prince, who was looking at him murderously. The young Master Jun laughed as he explained, "You mustn't, by any means you mustn't misunderstand my words. These words really were directed at you." His explanation only added more fuel to the fire. There was a frown across the second prince's forehead as he snorted and walked inside after flicking his sleeve. Everyone followed suit. However, from time to time, someone would find it difficult to control their snigger. They would eventually clap a hand on their mouth and cough in order to muffle their laughter. This was especially the case with the two people who were accompanying Princess Ling Meng. These two men had no qualms about laughing, which made Jun Mo Zai notice them in particular amongst everyone else. Jun Mo Zai was quite surprised to notice that Princess Ling Meng's entourage had two men clad in black, who didn't even look very young. The princess came without any handmaidens. What is going on? The young Master Jun was very suspicious of things and paid careful attention to this matter. Though he didn't show any indication of his suspicions on the surface and was laughing and joking along with everyone, he was still mindful of everything. These two people are quite amiable and easy to get along with. Moreover, these two people have beards. So they aren't caught eunuchs. Princess Ling Ming doesn't look like she is being forced. So that means she knows them well. It also seems that the princess respects both these individuals unconditionally. These two men definitely aren't ordinary people. On top of that, Yi Guhan is unexpectedly not at her side. His aura is not anywhere within even 30 meters of her. What reasons can he possibly have to leave Princess Ling Ming alone like this? Judging by Yi Guhan's temperament, who would he instill so much trust in the Tianzang city on? This is quite confusing. Or maybe the answer to this riddle is in the identity of the two people accompanying her. If so, then understanding who these two people are will make everything clear. Just then, Zhang Mozai suddenly remembered hearing a rumor that Yi Guhan and the Empress had been close friends since childhood. Could it be that I'm overthinking such a small incident? But why are these two here? I could understand the situation clearly if it really was him, but who is the other person with him? It seems that I have no knowledge of this person. Zhang Mozai contemplated incessantly. Up ahead, the entry point to the aristocratic hall's auctioning chambers had been flanked by two large osmanthus one flowers. Their stem and leaves were lush green, while their petals were golden. In fact, the blooming flower showed no signs of withering, and its rich and strong fragrance filled the entire area. Everyone was quite surprised when the doors opened and they saw the big hall inside. One could even call it a public square owing to the amount of space available. The young Master Zhun had worked very hard to create this effect. Almost all the adjoining rooms to this hall had been brought into its fold. The columns used to support this linkage had been carved with shapes of dragons and phoenixes. 100 tables were neatly arranged inside. Not more, and not less, just 100. There was only one chair behind every table. 2 additional chairs had been placed some distance away from each table. These chairs had a small coffee table to keep them company. A pair of bonsai plants had been placed on each side of every table. These bonsai plants had lush green leaves along with tender and beautiful flowers. There was a distance of at least 3 meters between every subsequent table. Moreover, the distance between any 2 adjoining tables was the same. This setup had been arranged keeping Fatty Tang in mind. Therefore, even a person of Fatty's dimensions could move around with ease here. That being said, Fatty was one of a kind. It was almost impossible to find another person with his build under the heavens. Over 300 people had entered the hall, but unexpectedly it did not feel crowded. In fact, it felt quite spacious. The air was fresh and clean as the long windows overhead had been opened. Therefore, no one was worried about feeling stuffy. Walking into this hall was like walking into a garden in springtime. It could soothe anyone. Notes: a yellow-colored flower primarily grown in East Asia, also known as the flower of O. Chapter 246 Great Auctioneer Tang Yuan's Interpretation of Aristocracy. Chapter 246 Great Auctioneer Tang Yuan's Interpretation of Aristocracy. Translator Novel Sarder, Editor Novel Sarder. A faint music floated from upstairs and echoed down in the hall. The musical composition wasn't a rare masterpiece, but no one could see the people who were playing it. Somehow, this added a touch of elegance to this mediocre musical composition. On the floor was a unique green-blue carpet. It was abnormally thick. The people walking on it felt a sense of warmth and luxury even though its color wasn't glamorous in particular. Every table had a postcard with a name on it. The first row was naturally reserved for the royal family. They were the cranes in this flock of chicken. 4 of the tables were designated for their seating. Everyone thought, this aristocratic hall is truly great, even the royal family hasn't been given a private area. Moreover, people inside this hall felt that they themselves had truly risen in the society. They started to believe that they were in the ranks of genuine nobles since they went too far removed from the imperial family. Isn't this what aristocracy means? Everyone except for the members of the royal family felt very cheerful because of this. The second row was for the major families. There was no division in accordance with their ranks. The third row was for the descendants of officials, as well as rich noblemen, and the fourth was reserved for the other rich and powerful of the Tanzang city. Separating each row was a curtain of pearls hanging from above. This screen hazily covered a part of a person's head sitting ahead, which made it difficult for people to see the person sitting in the row in front of theirs. Every nook and corner stationed a red-crowned crane incense burner. It seemed like these cranes were blowing blue smoke. The smoke was rising spirally in the air, and this wafting smoke made the atmosphere seem more peaceful. Some people had arrived early and had been waiting for half a day. However, they didn't seem one bit impatient. In fact, they seemed to be brimming with vigor and excitement. Dozens of young women wearing light yellow clothes were serving tea in small cups. Their clothes and graceful disposition made them look like butterflies. They looked quite pretty as they moved around easy-mannered, yet with a sense of propriety. There was a milky white tapestry in front of the first row which looked like it had dropped from the sky. The tapestry completely covered what was behind it. It looked like an unusually thick wall. The sound of music stopped. Everyone's spirit rose. Finally, the opening gong of this show has been rung. The tapestry in front of the first row was raised noiselessly, exposing the snow-white platform. Then there was a sudden inflow of bright glittering lights. These lights were refracting from gems mounted in the different positions covering a small perimeter of the platform. There was a desk stationed in the middle. On top of the desk was a hammer, the hammer which would mark the final decision. This arrangement was simply fantastic. In fact, it was such a stark contrast to the magnificent jewel hall's setup, which was widely known as the best auction house in the entire city, that it seemed as if a pheasant had run into a golden phoenix or a beggar into a prince. Suddenly, an echo of footsteps drew everyone's attention. The sound of these footsteps made everyone curious. What kind of colossal person could be behind such footsteps? The lights turned off. A mountainous fat pile of meat walked in, looking around proudly. Every step he took looked dignified. The fair skin under his black gown made him appear similar to boiled pork in between sprouted bread. This entity bounced about in a lively and a rhythmic manner, taking one step at a time. Since everyone here has received the invitation from our hall, all of you are the real aristocrats of the Tanzang city. And thus, our honored guests, I, Tang Yuan, am the chief auctioneer of the aristocratic hall. On behalf of this hall, I shall represent the three families comprised of the prince equivalent, the Zhang family and the Tang family. I am here to greet the aristocrats on behalf of these families, and extend a very warm welcome to all. Tang Yuan loudly orated what he had memorized by heart. Then, surprisingly, he bowed after he finished speaking. Fatty Tang was in fact still repeating what he had been taught earlier. He was speaking off the speech written on a piece of paper by the young Master Jun. This voluminous write-up was scripted to create a civilized yet materialistic environment. There was a warm and enthusiastic round of applause from the audience, not for anything else, but just the line Tanzang City's aristocrats. It did not matter if this praise was genuine or not, because from now on these families could use this title against the people they previously weren't able to stand up to. The aristocratic hall, as the name applies, is the hall where only genuine aristocrats can come. Though, what is an aristocrat? Fatty made great efforts to clasp his hands behind his back. It was a very strenuous task which he had undertaken to put on a formal appearance. As for Fatty getting rid of his weight, one could not say much. He wasn't exactly short in stature, and his limbs were in proportion to his height. Although he wasn't exactly tall and powerful, but his physical build was still a bit too much. However, he could not get rid of that fat right away. And try as he might, he was unable to wrap his arms and clasp them behind his back. Nevertheless, Fatty did his utmost to do it in accordance with Jun Mozai's instructions so as to seem graceful, calm, and hiding a few tricks up his sleeves. Tang Yuan's ego was given a boost since he was aware that this was his moment in the limelight. Though, to everyone else, he looked like a black bear which tried to clasp its hands behind its back in an attempt to walk gracefully. In fact, every step he took looked clumsy to them. However, every individual witnessing this scene was doing their utmost to stifle their laughter. Fatty Tang sweepingly glanced at all sides with dignity. The so-called aristocrat is a man on top who has the best of qualities. For example, this Tang Yuan turned his hand in the hollow of his palm was a round object. I believe everyone here has tasted this crop and knows it as a potato. Everyone knows that this half-acre crop can be bought at the local market for 3 coins. Hence, this can be considered an ordinary vegetable. However, Tang Yuan stopped at once and gave a pause since the potato appealed to his appetite. Everyone was confused because this man was talking about nobility, so why had he just pulled out a potato? This thing had never been served as food to the rich and powerful. This half-acre thing, which is worth 3 coins, is not only cheap, but it also makes convenient meals. All you need to do after getting back home is boil it in water. And then you can eat it. Or perhaps you can cut it into thin slices. In fact, you can continue slicing it as much as you like. Tang Yuan felt as cultured as a great scholar as he uttered these words. He couldn't help but feel proud of himself. And hence he smiled in cultured manner. However, in the eyes of the nobleman sitting in the audience, it seemed as if the half-acre weighing potato had somehow been pulled out by an elderly female pig. They were left twitching, for it was an unbearable sight. However, in a small tavern, it doesn't matter how a vegetable is cut as long as one can finish making a dish out of it. Then, even a cheap potato can be used to earn 100 times the profit. Tang Yuan spoke in an incessant torrent. A man eating this half a silver coin's worth potato dish at a small tavern is obviously an aristocrat when compared to one consuming the same at home. What aristocrats consume is price, however, even that is of a low level. If a restaurant of a higher class serves the same kind of preparation, but at the cost of 2 to 3 silver coins, then that would naturally be considered of a higher quality. And again, one will still find it justified if one embraces an escort in a brothel at the Spirit Fog Lake who is skilled in her art, even when she draws out a sliced potato and asks for 20 silver coins. In fact, one cannot stop the price from rising if many individuals decide not to sell their bodies afterwards, and only offer the similarly prepared potato. Even 50 silver coins won't be too much. In any case, the aristocrats visiting the Spirit Fog Lake will not worry about a few silver coins. Tang Yuan spoke excitedly since this felt similar to being in a brothel and lecturing a group of its patrons. He continuously winked and smiled in a manner like a man who could understand these things very tacitly. The hall burst laughing with tacit understanding. As was expected, this made several ladies inside the hall frown, but none more than the one who had accompanied the second prince inside the hall. Her beautiful face turned green out of anger. Princess Ling Ming suddenly heard a burst of laughter from her side. On turning her head, she saw her father, the emperor, narrowing his eyes while stroking his beard. His eyes flashed with brilliance as if he had just met an old and intimate friend. It seemed as if he was feeling the same immeasurable cheerfulness inside. He couldn't help but cough, and then did it again more vigorously. He spoke in a low and angry voice, Men are not good creatures." His Majesty the Emperor coughed embarrassingly at first. He then lowered his head and held it with both hands, before raising it again after recalling some old memories. He then sat up straight on his seat almost like a deadpan. He then thought, "Damn, this fatty almost swayed me." However, such a thing happened to me long back. Naturally, if you go to Tanzang City's most luxurious restaurant for sliced potato, you will even be in favor of paying 100 silver coins, even if their potatoes aren't that special. Tang Yuan extended his finger and lightly moved it to and fro like a pendulum. This movement was also in imitation of Jun Mozai. The young master Jun was tall, and his fingers were slender. Therefore, he looked graceful when he made such a gesture himself. Moreover, one could also sense an air of arrogance in addition to grace when Jun Mozai made such movements. Tang Yuan had admired this in secret for a long time. His face lit up after having pulled it off so coquettishly in front of so many people. It should be mentioned that Fatih's expression greatly divulged from the reality. Since looking at him from the audience's point of view, Tang Yuan looked like a motionless fat pig with a carrot jutting out from its hoof, which he was swinging enthusiastically like a pendulum. Many of the audience became stiff, and then shuddered because of this sight. In addition, that unwarranted expression of pride on his face made the hair of every aristocrat stand up with disgust. Even those who possessed extraordinary strength were no exception to this. "This fellow is extremely disgusting. 100 silver coins would be enough to buy potatoes to feed a family of 4 for 5 years. However, a person can eat only one sliced potato in a high-level restaurant for that price. Moreover, this staple meal will be the cheapest dish no matter where you eat it." Tang Yuan's arms vibrated as he laughed loudly, and said, "Could it be that such noble people just eat a potato? No, what you eat is elegance, it is grace what you eat, is status what you eat, is your taste what you eat, is also the price what you eat, is the loneliness of sitting at the top, and only true aristocrats can enjoy this feeling. And at this point we can say, ladies and gentlemen, that sitting here in our aristocratic hall is the same as sitting at the best restaurant in Tanzang City." Tang Yuan shouted himself hoarse. Each and every muscle in his body shivered as he jumped about emotionally with a fierce look on his face. "This is the genuine aristocratic paradise. Even the water you drink here will be considered a genuine aristocratic commodity. As mentioned before, what we drink is not just water, but the loneliness of being at the top. To be alone as to experience solitude is the true mark of a genuine aristocrat." A thunderous applause erupted since Fatih's words were well received by the audience. In fact, the applause continued to resonate for a while. In another room upstairs, Jun Mozai laughed. "Fatih just said that genuine aristocrats consume sliced potatoes and plain water in solitude." Chapter 247 Jun Mozai's First Abduction. Chapter 247 Jun Mozai's First Abduction. Translator Novel Sarder. Editor Novel Sarder. Jun Wuyi's head shook as he broke into laughter. Beside him, even little Yang Mo was laughing. Though he didn't understand the true meaning behind those words, the little rascal was aware that the combination of sliced potato and warm water wasn't delicious. Tang Yuan wasn't just extremely fat, his memory wasn't that good either. He had forgotten the instructions long back. As a result, he wasn't left with much to go on. This section of the speech was a pure improvisation based on whatever little he could remember. Surprisingly, he had still managed a presentable performance. He was surely a very talented individual. Fatty Tang was still speaking in an endless torrent. The young Master Jun was in no mood to listen to the speech again. He turned and smilingly looked at Yang Mo. "How's your mood, little Miss Yang?" Yang Mo's pretty little face drooped instantaneously. Usually, he would refrain from retaliating when Jun Mo Zai called him Little Miss Yang. This time, however, he snorted and turned his head to leave. The prince equivalent's son was a clever and mischievous little devil for his age. However, he was just a 10-year-old boy. He had already been embarrassed in the incident which had previously taken place. Therefore, it was only natural that he would find it hard to remain calm. Moreover, no one had consoled him after that. In fact, even an adult wouldn't have reacted calmly and would have found it difficult to endure. "It's no use getting angry," Kitman Jun snorted as he made no effort to coax the boy. Instead, he crossed his legs. "You know that all you can do is get angry when you meet a bully, and nothing else. You might as well refrain from losing your temper since there is no gain in it." "What's the use of controlling my anger if there's no gain in it?" Yang Mo had been enduring that pain for a while, and the tears had finally started to fall. "Calling you a little girl wasn't wrong since you're crying over such a small matter. What are you crying for? If a real man is frequently reduced to tears, he loses respect. Such a man will obviously get bullied." Jun Mo Zai spoke in disdain as he picked up a big apple from a table. He cut out a piece and took a bite of it. "Is crying useful? Will crying solve the problem? You will leave my sight right away if you cry again. Get lost and weep somewhere else. I will not follow to console you. Moreover, I won't try to help you vent your anger. I won't cry." Yang Mo quickly wiped his tear, but continued to sob for a little while. He was very attached to the Jun family's young master. "Dad tells me that elder brother Jun is very clever. Can you please tell me what I should do? Those three have been bullying me since childhood. I get so scared that I can't even think of anything. And I just want to run away. Elder brother, can you please tell me how can I make them stop, or how I can get revenge and vent my anger?" "Taking revenge to vent your anger, that's not a good way." Jun Mo Zai's eyelid remained motionless as he calmly said, "They are the Emperor's sons. Who is the biggest in this world? The Emperor is. If the Emperor's son wants to bully you, is there anything you can do? All you can do is endure, since your family isn't as powerful as theirs. I do not want to bear it anymore." "Elder brother Mo Zai, Dad said that you are the smartest, and that no matter can baffle you." Yang Mo caught Jun Mo Zai's right arm and started shaking it. "I request you, elder brother Mo Zai, please give me an idea." "Stop it! Stop it! Stop it right now!" Jun Mo Zai hastily pushed his hand away. He then continued impatiently, "Their father is the Emperor, while your father is not. This matter cannot be solved with intelligence. You want me to help you? There is no chance. We don't have the means." Yang Mo stared blankly for a moment. Then his eyes started getting watery again, and soon the tears gushed out. His tiny mouth had just let out a few sobs when, suddenly, there was a resonant flash in his eyes. His temperament immediately reverted back to the way it was before he had started crying. He became white, while his eyes opened as round as the full moon. Elder brother Mosai, you just said that their father is the emperor, while mine is not. Why isn't my dad the emperor? They are both the sons of my grandfather, the previous emperor. Why is my father merely a prince, while his elder brother is the emperor? I am also the blood of the old emperor. So why is it that they can bully me, and I cannot rebel? Yang Mo opened his big round eyes as he looked at Jun Mosai inquiringly. You just said that you also have the blood of the previous emperor. So this entire matter is clearly your family's internal issue. How would I know? Why? Jun Mosai appeared somewhat impatient as he spoke. Your father didn't have future prospects, just like you. He was also bullied since childhood. He didn't dare to rebel or challenge the nonsense that was perpetrated. Therefore, his habit became his nature. In fact, he may be willing to bear the bullying even now when he's a grown-up. It's obvious that he didn't become the emperor, and now even his son has to deal with bullying. I mustn't be bullied again. Yang Mo suddenly clenched his tiny fists. I won't be bullied after I grow up, and neither will my descendants. This is no good. The problem is difficult to solve. Jun Mosai sighed in a false show of affection. Is the emperor the only person who doesn't have to stand bullying? Will my descendants also be spared if I don't face it? Little Yang Mo asked. Jun Mosai sighed. I don't know. I really don't know. I'm going to become the emperor just like you told me. Okay. Yang Mo opened his eyes wide. There was a sincere look in them. You are the previous emperor's grandson. So, you are naturally entitled. Jun Mosai tilted his head as he focused his eyes on the boy. Yes, you have the basic qualifications, but you fall too short of the other required traits. Hence, you are not qualified enough. Then please tell me, elder brother Mosai, how do I change that? I must not be bullied again, Yang Mo asked. Jun Mosai was just about to reply when Jun Wuyi, who was sitting behind him, coughed loudly. His thundering cough had sounded very similar to that of someone suffering from tuberculosis. It was evident that Jun Wuyi was worried that other people might overhear that conversation. Hence, he tried to muffle this conversation. This deafening cough was indeed worthy of a Skychuan expert's name, even though it had been limited to just this room. Jun Wuyi had been listening to this conversation, and felt that it had started to sound a bit wrong. Though the conversation had started out as an effort to console the child, it had soon taken a completely different direction. Moreover, it had started to tread on a forbidden road and could possibly bear a very poisonous fruit. It was possible that the method Jun Mosai had adopted to coax this boy might end up being etched in his young mind. Hence, the young Master Jun's advisor tried to indicate that they only needed to keep up with this act until they gathered the financial resources they needed. This process would only take a month or two. However, in case they ended up instigating the equal prince's son against the throne, then they might end up regretting it later. What is this kid thinking? I am unable to answer this question of yours. Ask your dad when you go back home. Unsure of what he's going to say. Good that they bully. Good that someone else is also taking up my role. What about it? Huh? People bully the true and honest. Jun Mosai imitated the prince equivalent. How do you know that? My father speaks exactly like that every time I get bullied. He tells me that I should be bullied, and he even says that I should be bullied more severely. Yang Mo blinked as he looked at Jun Mosai with an expression of reverence. This older brother really is very smart. In fact, even my grandfather used to talk like this. Jun Mosai snorted and spoke the words of his heart. I obviously know. I am also aware that you are a little traitor. You will go back and inform your dad about whatever people will tell you. Isn't it so? I will not betray my friend. My dad told me that people who betray their friends are bad. But I am a good person. I won't betray my friend. Yang Mo's tender face became very red. Why are you worried? John Mo's glanced at him plainly as he said, you shouldn't be. How about I tell you a story first? Yang Mo hung his head and dejectedly agreed, fine. John Wuyi had practically been sitting on the edge of his seat. He finally loosened up and secretly wiped away his cold sweat. These lunatics have finally stopped their discussion on that sensitive topic. Good thing that they've started with a story. I was really worried about the result of that. This story is called The Xuan Wu Gate Coup 1. John Mo's was all smiles. Lai Shimin was the son of a prince of the Tang Empire. He had two elder cousins, Lai Jian Cheng, the heir apparent, and Lai Yuan Jai. They used to bully their younger cousin a lot. At first, Lai Shimin endured their bullying. However, when it became too much, he murdered them at the Xuan Wu Gate. Then, he sat on the throne and became the emperor. He never got bullied by anyone ever again. John Wuyi also listened to John Mo's story. Not only did he regularly listen to John Mo's short stories, he was also very fond of them. Especially the story called Romance of the Three Kingdoms, whose contents had left John Wuyi stupefied. Since John Mo's was telling a story he hadn't heard before, he naturally listened with rapt attention. However, as John Mo's calmly continued telling his story, John Wuyi, whose nerves had just started to relax, suddenly became very taut again. In fact, cold sweat had drenched his clothes down to his undergarments. The fact that a mere story by the Zhang family's young master would actually scare a Skyxuan expert to such a degree was definitely an unprecedented feat, if not an accomplishment. My God, I am an experienced general. John Wuyi was extremely infuriated by the John Mo's actions. Are you trying to scare me to death? What utter nonsense are you narrating, kid? Heavens me, you have just incited a revolt. Yang Mo will listen, and remember your words. Even if he is a child, he may still hold a grudge. Hasn't your story just poured a barrel of oil over the fire? Good, kill them at once, show them no mercy. Little Yang Mo waved his arms as he exclaimed in excitement. There was a strange flash in his eyes. Perhaps a desire, maybe it was a thirst, or some other fanatical idea. John Mo's eyes were almost the same. I've said too much again. How many words can a small child remember? This is a seed, and must be irrigated with a little water to make it a tree. However, it will drown if I throw it directly into the ocean. A sudden burst of an exotic smell flowed out from below. In fact, the scent was so powerful that everyone exclaimed in wonder, even the people who had been repressing their emotions. Even the people seated upstairs focused their attention on it. After much promotion, the auction of the heavenly wine had finally begun. On the stage was an old man of 50. His posture was upright, and he was dressed entirely in black. He seemed full of excitement and energy, while his concentrated eyebrows were arched like two cold swords. Even John Mo's was surprised at seeing this person. Isn't this the sloppy and negligent old song? He had adorned his fresh attire in the same manner as a soldier would. He wasn't slouching anymore and was standing straight from his waist up. All in all, he looked like a military general right now. Send a glass of wine before the kill Song Sheng. To some people in the audience immediately recognized Old Song the moment he appeared on the stage. There are rumors that Song Sheng is a Skyxuan expert, and now he is an auctioneer for the aristocratic hall. Indeed, this is very aristocratic. The strong smell of the wine was floating in the air, and everyone was ferociously inhaling that scent. This wine is worthy of the title of heavenly grade wine, just on the basis of its wonderful smell alone. Suddenly, everyone became somewhat impatient. The eyes of that black-clothed man sitting behind Princess Ling Ming flashed a bizarre light after he breathed in that fragrance. He was the emperor of a country, yet he had never come across such a high-quality wine. This was an obvious indication of the rarity of this wine's quality. Notes: a story from Chinese history. This used to be Song Shang's tagline. It was mentioned during the wine contest sequence. Chapter 248 The Gong to Start the Show. Chapter 248 The Gong to Start the Show. Translator Novel Sarder. Editor Novel Sarder. It was no wonder that the aristocratic hall was selling such a high-quality product. After all, this generation's wine god Song Shang had carefully fermented this heavenly wine. Even though Song Shang himself hadn't said anything, or admitted to fermenting the wine himself, everyone present couldn't help but think that he had. Song Shang was considered a formidable Skychuan hitman, and was famous for his prowess as a warrior. However, Song Shang's identity as the wine god was how people had truly etched his character in their hearts. Several maids started to move about. Each of them was pushing a huge trolley, and each of these trolleys each had 12 small wine glasses. These wine glasses were nearly one of the smallest wine glasses available. However, it was still extremely exquisite since it was made of silver. Moreover, they looked extremely delicate like a cicadar's wings since its whole body seemed to sparkle. Besides looking pleasant, these cups, made of pure silver, also assured people that the wine wouldn't be poisonous since poison would change color on coming in contact with silver. People could drink good wine without a worry on their minds since it would be completely safe. 3 wine glasses were placed on each table. Then, several maids arrived with wine bottles, and started pouring some wine very carefully so as to not spill even half a drop. The cold and extraordinary wine gurgled like a river as it was poured out of the bot's snout and filled the wine glasses. The hall was covered with an even stronger fragrance as the wine flowed into the glasses. Everyone looked at the glasses in front of them. Many of them, regardless of their status or wealth, could not stop their mouth from watering. The main item for this auction is a wine which has never been seen in the mainland, the heavenly class wine. We request everyone to first try the wine. That way, you will all be aware of what is at stake during the bidding. Song Shang's raised voice shook the audience in the hall. Naturally, he was very different from Tang Yuan. It seemed as if a deep and still ache was standing on the stage as the prominence of a Skychuan's demeanor exuded from his body language. After trying this wine, I am convinced that everyone will realize that it is a spiritual commodity, and a priceless treasure. No expenses incurred and no price paid will be too much for this wine. It will all be worth it as long as one gets possession of this marvel. Song Shang waved his hand. Please. Everyone had already started coveting this never-before-seen glorious wine. They impatiently lifted their wine glass as they inwardly cursed the stingy aristocratic hall for the small finger-sized cups provided for tasting. Everyone must be thinking that these glasses are too small, that they are not big enough to drink properly. Song Shang spoke in an unhurried manner. I would like to solemnly admit that in this regard this hall is guilty. However, I beseech everyone to think, if everyone drank this wine as much as they could, would they be able to truly cherish this heavenly wine? Moreover, Would you all pay a high price for such wine? Then this selfishness is necessary to curtail the greed which would violate this spiritual commodity. The guests were all fairly experienced in the ways of life. However, they didn't understand the importance of that line, and therefore dismissed it with a laugh. All of them toasted and then drained their glasses as they laughed. Princess Ling Ming didn't drink her cup. She didn't like drinking in general. Anyway, she wouldn't dare to drink without getting prior permission. The two black-clothed men sitting behind her were quite intimidating. So much so that mere thought of overstepping her boundaries in front of them was enough to terrify her. If it weren't for their orders, she would've already left. Therefore, she had no choice but to pass the wine glass behind to the two men while giving them a disdainful look. Now these two men had 3 glasses in between themselves. The two black-clothed men behind her were getting somewhat impatient, so much so that they practically on the verge of snatching the glasses. They drained their glasses in one gulp as soon as they received it. The wine left these two men somewhat emotional after entering their bellies. These men had drunk wine from all over the land, but they never had the good fortune to appraise such a high-quality commodity. The desire to continue drinking was strong in both of them. They both looked at the remaining glass simultaneously, and then looked at each other. Neither was willing to yield. Young Master Jun figured that the two men in black clothes who had accompanied Princess Ling Ming weren't ordinary. One of those two people was that man. However, if that were true, who in all of Tan Zhang could be considered his equal, who wouldn't yield in front of him? Who was that other man? Unexpectedly, the crowd fell silent after taking the first gulp. Then there was a sudden sound a while later. In the midst of this silence, a robust barrel-shaped man shouted as he stood up. His voice was full of emotion as he groaned joyously. There was a hint of a queer smell about him. Everyone turned to the source of the sound and noticed a man of barely 40 years with a bewitched color spread across his face. He had put his hand on his cup and had suddenly jumped to stand up. There was a foolish gaze on his face as he raised his head and said, "You truly deserve to be called the wine god after fermenting this mysterious wine. Many of us have toppled after having just one cup. Tell me, when will the auction begin? What is the base price? It does not matter how much money is required, for this head of the family will take back at least 10 jars of this wine." The big man who had just stood up was actually Tan Zhang City's foremost salt merchant. He was also the head of Tan Zhang City's Chamber of Commerce, Zhao Ming Long. Though this man's words seemed very vulgar, but everyone refused to reprimand him since they felt like doing the same. Hence, they all nodded in agreement. If it weren't for them being dukes, chancellors, and members of great families, none of them would have constrained themselves from saying what they really wanted to. Only Dugu Wudi, who was sitting on the second row, shouted with a string of dark expression across his face, "Sit down, speak in accordance to your surroundings, making a big fuss like that. What's next? Don't you see the people around you? Do you think this is an aristocrat mannerism?" Dugu Wudi was very anxious and depressed. The great General Dugu had come here for several reasons. One of his intentions was to show his support to Jun Wuyi. However, his real intention had been to witness Jun Mozai getting humiliated. He wanted to beat him and settle the bet that very same day. 1 bottle for over 10,000 taels. What a joke! He really is very crafty if he can sell it at such a price. I will win this bet anyhow, that's for sure. Who knew that at this point 10,000 silver taels for a bottle of wine wasn't going to be considered expensive? Not only would the wine be sold for that much, but the price will far exceed the original amount. Also, because of the successful sale, he would end up with a debt of 25 million silver taels. Life was indeed very unpredictable. How could General Dugu not be depressed even if he decided to erase his conscience for this once? It still wouldn't get him out of his problem. Moreover, he had disturbed the meeting of so many people at present. He inclined his head and narrowed his eyes as he angrily looked towards the room where the uncle-nephew duo of Zhang Mo-Zai and Zhang Wuyi were sitting. Wouldn't those two be laughing uncontrollably at me right now? Zhao Meng long hiccuped as he sat down, cutting a sorry figure. Although he was very powerful merchant in Tanzang City, he wouldn't dare to argue with the head of the well-known rude and unreasonable family. He kept the already empty cup down as he sat. Then, he drained the other 2 cups on his table and gave a profound and satisfied sigh. His face was full of happiness. Dugu Wudi turned his head and saw his treasured daughter smiling. Her face was adorned in a happy and satisfied expression as she looked at her own father's expression. It was almost as if she was taking delight in his misfortune. He couldn't help but snort and threaten, "If you smile like that again, I will start arranging marriage interviews for you from tomorrow." Dugu Zairoyi's laughter suddenly ceased. Her big shining eyes filled with anger, and her pretty face became dark. She turned her head as she panted in rage. She then looked back at him as she spoke with an angry frown on her face. "Humph, look at yourself. Are you scared that you are going to lose such a huge debt? I would like to see how you pay it back. You won't be able to pay back 25 million silver taels even if you sell everything we have." Dugu Wudi was extremely infuriated by this, and rambled, "What pay back? Your father has plenty of means. You say that even if your father sells everything, he won't be able to pay the debt off. Is it really that huge a sum? If I truly don't have the money, then I will use my daughter to make that boy my son-in-law. That ought to make up for the debt, and make you happy, right? Humph." Dugu Zairoyi's pretty face became red as she got up to leave in defiance. With a look of utmost disdain, she shouted, "I do not want that. Who would cherish that?" She was both angry and anxious. Although she liked Zhang Mo-Zai, she didn't want to be given to him as a stake in a bet. In that sort of condition, how would her beloved give her any respect? She suddenly started tearing up. Her eyes started glistening with tears as she stamped her foot. She then turned her tiny waist away without paying attention to her father, and tears continued to fall. Dugu Wudi was at a loss because he had forgotten to mind himself, and had disrupted things. He hurried to console her. All of the 7 heroes and legends bravely rushing forward could not attend due to the limited seating. Therefore, only Dugu Yingyi had been brought along. He was initially laughing at the joke, but was soon found himself kicked on his buttocks. "Won't you go down?" Zhang Wuyi asked his nephew. "I feel that something isn't right." Zhang Mo-Zai frowned and pointed his finger. "That man has arrived. Moreover, he has also brought someone along with him. It's better if I don't invite unnecessary trouble. Therefore, I plan to act cautiously." Oh, Zhang Wuyi's body shook. "I think everything will be all right." Zhang Mo-Zai laughed mischievously. "I am convinced that Tang Yuan and Yang Mo can handle this matter. I will only make an appearance at a critical point." Zhang Wuyi smiled knowingly, but puckered his brows. "I fear that the knowledge of your strength will spread sooner or later. They will all eventually come to know of it." Zhang Mo-Zai agreed and shook his head. "Therefore, we should rush to develop our family's strength in such a way that no one would dare provoke us. This way, No one will be able to do anything even when they find out. After all, only the strength which does not diminish is the most powerful of all money. Meanwhile, Song Sheng had praised the many interesting qualities of this wine, and had now withdrawn to the side. Song Sheng, the wine god, had spoken well since he clearly understood the flavor of the wine. And though his explanation fell short of Jun Mo's eyes, everyone who heard it was now reluctant to leave. In fact, they all wanted to dabble with that good wine. Their hearts had started beating much faster, while the atmosphere had reached a new height of excitement. Now, as his role as the auctioneer, it was Tang Yuan's time to take to the stage. The auction of the heavenly wine formally begins. The base price of each bottle is 10,000 silver taels. The price can increase consistently since there will be no upper limit. And because of the limited quantity of this excellent wine, each table can take back 50 bottles at most. Yet, there may be many who won't get this wine. Tang Yuan energetically made the announcement. May I venture to ask what this auctioneer Tang meant when he said that many will not receive this wine? Many people asked impatiently as Tang Yuan's voice faded. It has no special meaning. Only that, Mr. Song has spent his entire lifetime traveling all over the mainland to collect the best quality materials. He has used all of it to brew this wine, nothing more. There isn't any more of this high-quality wine left. Therefore, this is the first and the last auction of this heavenly wine. Tang Yuan sighed. Only this one time, everyone cried in alarm. They all looked at each other in dismay. This excellent wine will go permanently out of stock today. Chapter 249, Who is Worse Than Whom? Chapter 249, Who is Worse Than Whom? Translator Novel Sarder, Editor Novel Sarder. Everyone thought that this was reasonable. It must have been difficult to find the raw materials to ferment such high-quality wine, right? Yes, it's fair that there's only this one batch. Since it will only be this one batch, how many bottles are there in total? This question was asked by a person who wasn't necessarily an authority on wines. In fact, she hadn't even tasted the wine, for it was Princess Ling Meng. Fatty Tang answered her question despite being astonished by it. The total number of wine bottles on auction is 3,000. And no matter the price, wine such as this heavenly wine appears only briefly. Therefore, just drink it even if it means that this wine will get finished. 3,000 bottles. People who were very fond of the wine exclaimed. 3,000 bottles was a lot. It would be considered a massive number. However, one had to remember that many people were invited for the auction, and at least 100 people were participating in it. Therefore, each would be able to obtain only 30 bottles on an average. However, the upper limit of purchase for each person was 50 bottles. Moreover, in the first row was the royal family, and behind them were all the great houses of the kingdom. These people would certainly take initiative and spend money so as to not return empty-handed. It was likely that they would take turns in procuring for their needs. On top of that, representatives from over a dozen such great families were present here. Their consumption would reach around 800 bottles of wine at the very least. Hence, the remaining 80 or so families would have to compete for 2,200 bottles. This made it clear that there would be many who wouldn't be getting any of this heavenly wine. If one was unable to bid successfully, it was possible that they would forever lose the opportunity to taste wine of such an extraordinary quality. The competition between the merchants would invariably be unprecedented and bitter. Many people secretly clenched their fists. They were ready to shout out the price once when the time came. Now we formally begin the auction. The first batch consists of 50 bottles. Only one person can win all of this. Tang Yuan's fat stomach shook as he smugly announced. He felt that the most important moment of his entire life was upon holding the hammer and making the final decision. I bid 1 million taels for these 50 bottles, a man shouted. Surprisingly, the first person to bid had actually doubled the price. Some people inwardly cursed the man after hearing this arrogant. Sir, this is just the first bid. Don't treat it so much like game. Won't the prices become sky high when our turn comes because you shouted out like this? The person who had just called out slowly stood up from his seat in the third row. He was wearing a blue gown. It looked as if the ocean was rippling, undulated inside its in endless folds. In fact, it seemed to everyone that a thin layer of blue ocean had suddenly appeared in front of them. The man leisurely smiled and said, I am Hai Chen Feng, the leader of Tianzang City's Jinyang Gang. I have always loved wine. Therefore, I wish to covet the heavenly wine. In fact, I don't think that 1 million silver taels is too large an amount for this wine. I ask anyone who I might have offended to forgive me. Hai Chen Feng had naturally been brought in by Jun Mo Zai as a precaution against many eventualities. He needed someone he could trust. True to the task, Hai Chen Feng had stood up to receive the first shelling of criticisms. Naturally, there was another reason behind this action of Hai Chen Feng's. He had done this to announce that Tianzang City's #1 underworld faction, the Jinyang Gang, had undergone a change of leadership. Moreover, he had also demonstrated that gang leader Hai was taking the Jinyang Gang to the upper echelons of the Tianzang City. Hai Chen Feng's sudden appearance caused everyone's gaze to be immediately drawn to him like pieces of metal being attracted to a magnet. Hai Chen Feng stood there motionless, but he looked a bit under the weather, for his complexion had turned somewhat pale. In fact, Jun Mo Zai, who was watching all this from upstairs, was left puzzled. Don't tell me that he has sustained serious injuries in these 2 days. This is becoming too frequent, right? It seems that I will have to train him and increase his strength at least once or twice. Otherwise things might get risky. Only the young Master Jun could dare to think this increasing a Skyxuan expert's strength by 2 levels on a whim. Who would believe that? The 3 princes and the members of all the great families paid very careful attention to him. They all knew that Jinyang Gang had undergone a change of leadership. However, they hadn't expected that the mysterious new leader would turn out to be a Skyxuan expert. It was important to know that Spirit Xuan experts considered themselves above everyone else and rarely interfered in worldly quarrels. Just below the Spirit Xuan experts were the Skyxuan experts. They formed the backbone of the world's powerhouses. Taking the Tang family as an example, it was one of the most powerful families in Tianzang City. However, even its most powerful member was a mere Earth Xuan expert. And now there was a strong Skyxuan expert who had unexpectedly become the head of a gang. Even if the Jinyang Gang was supposedly the city's #1 gang, it still wasn't powerful enough to compete with the latter. Hence, everyone found this to be a bit too outrageous. However, bearing this Skyxuan expert to obtain these 50 bottles of extraordinary wine was acceptable. Hence, no one else participated in this bid for a while. As the dust settled, everyone saw a black-clothed youngster leisurely standing up in the second row. Although his face was covered with a veil, his bearing was extremely graceful. Each and every movement of his seemed to be comfortably executed. So much so, that it seemed as if he was a reservoir of all the elegance under the sun. Moreover, His conduct was a textbook example of paragon. This black-clothed youngster was the Lai family's Lai Yuran. Lai Yuran was attending a public event after many years. I bid 1,500,000 silver taels. It seemed from Lai Yuran's voice that he was smiling. His voice sounded like a cool breeze passing through a forest on an autumn day. It was clear, and there was no hint of anger in it. This is the first round of auction for this heavenly wine. This is of great importance. This young master is also fascinated with this wine. Therefore, I must ask gang leader Hai to forgive me. Lai Yuran smiled as he looked at Hai Chen Feng. It seemed that his look was one of admiration. However, he did not reveal his truest and innermost feelings. It was just the evening of the day before yesterday when 2 of his seniors had been dispatched. But they were forced to return after sustaining serious injuries. And their culprit was the man in front of his eyes, the new leader of the Jin Yang gang. Although he had come to know that both sides had suffered injuries, how could he allow this auction to go as per Hai Chen Feng's wishes, especially when his eldest brother apprentice was sitting right behind him? Lai Yuran's main aim was simply to disrupt Hai Chen Feng's impetus and test the financial capabilities of the Jin Yang gang. After all, the commodity on sale would cost millions of silver taels. Hai Chen Feng would be a very brave man if he were to blindly increase the price. In that case, Lai Yuran would back down at an opportune moment, and Hai Chen Feng and the Jin Yang gang would suffer a crippling financial blow. This would also serve as revenge for his 2 injured senior brother disciples. So the Lai family's young master is also very fond of wines. Hai Chen Feng chuckled gently. This, however, is not a problem. It is only natural that the price will go high. And since that is the case, I bid 3 million silver taels. Hai Chen Feng had never cared for money, especially now when the Jin Yang gang's purpose was to help Zhang Mozai earn profit. Therefore, no matter what price Lai Yuran would bid, Hai Chen Feng could surmount it. However, this price wasn't enough for Lai Yuran to consider withdrawing. Moreover, he was also worried that no one else would now dare to compete against Hai Chen Feng. Anyhow, such an opportunity didn't come to him very often. Therefore, he naturally wanted to add a little bit more. What he would add would keep the price almost the same. 3 million. Everyone present on the scene was a powerful personality in their own merit. And although 3 million was not a small amount, it wasn't very high either. However, spending so much to buy 50 bottles of wine, 60,000 per bottle, was still quite extravagant. These gangs will never change. Money is dirt to them. Gang leader Hai is very rich as expected. Lai Yuran laughed calmly as his glance turned as intoxicating as a joyful river. This young master bids 3 million silver taels and 1 copper. 3 million silver taels and 1 copper. Such a bid was clearly meant as a blatant insult. Hai Chen Feng was infuriated, and a wave of outrage rose within him. He started breathing violently as he looked at Lai Yuran in a cold manner. He said, "Young Master Li's family is truly great, adding just 1 copper to the 3 million. However, my heart is untroubled in this regard, and I will not hesitate to spend 10,000 gold taels. Therefore, I bid 5 million. Hai Chen Feng was really mad at Lai Yuran. This boy is extremely annoying. You increase the price, but add only a single copper. This is too strange. Damn it. He decided to end it with Lai Yuran at that moment. This matter had just become a question of dignity. Gang leader Hai, didn't you yourself say that it is only natural that the price will go high? Then why are you getting so mad about this? Such behavior isn't good. Lai Yuran said lightly. Every family here is a noble, and everyone's demeanor is in accordance to that status. This young master has merely added to the price without violating any rules. There aren't any stipulations regarding how much we can add. Also, my Lai family is a very small family. Therefore, we cannot afford to add a lot of money. Kindly forgive me. However, since gang leader Hai feels this way, I will admit that I have sinned since I wish to avoid annoying him. Hai Chen Feng's face was pale, but he was happy inside. You try to add more to the price, and I will immediately stop. I will make you bear the burden of this black pot with your own pocket. Lai Yuran paused for a moment, and then finally said with elegance, I will bid 5 million silver taels and 2 coppers. Hai Chen Feng flew into a rage. He jumped on top of his table, and let out a huge roar. You boy, you've gone too far. You just then, he heard young Master Jun's faint voice right in his ear. It was similar to that of our housefly. Let him have it. Hai Chen Feng was stumped. He started looking around. In the Xuan continent, there was no techniquinone to send one's voice to others in such a manner. Hai Chen Feng had no idea how that voice entered his ear. Why does it seem that no else heard that? This is too weird, right? I am telling you to let him have it. Do not bid again. That's an order. Jun Mozai's voice sounded inside Hai Chen Feng's ear once again. The voice was very strict and commanding, even if it was faint. Hence, he could not disobey that command. Yes, I will obey your orders. Jun Mozai had taken note of Lai Yuran the moment he had arrived. He had then searched through the previous Jun Mozai's memories, and had come to realize that this was the first time that he was seeing Lai Yuran in person. Jun Mozai had a sense of uneasiness the first time he laid eyes on this man. Lai Yuran's bearing, whatever he said or the movements he made, were too perfect. He was just perfect regardless of what was at hand. However, does such a perfect personality truly exist in this world? Jun Mozai would never be convinced of that. The heaven and the earth aren't perfect. Nothing is perfect in this entire world. Such a perfect person does not exist anywhere in the world. Even if Lai Yuran demonstrated a perfect behavior, Jun Mozai knew at a glance that he was actually a fake. Fake to the core. Chapter 250 Locked onto their respective targets. Chapter 250 Locked onto their respective targets. Translator Novel Sarder. Editor Novel Sarder. Lai Yuran was entrenching his position step by step whenever he spoke, and was drawing Hai Chen Feng into an ambush. Hai Chen Feng was a seasoned Skyxuan expert, and was usually calm. However, he had suddenly gotten angry, and had started behaving violently because of a few spoken words. This scheme of Lai Yuran was as profound as the ocean. He was indeed a formidable enemy. Jun Mozai was certain that Lai Yuran would eventually stop bidding if Hai Chen Feng would continue to blindly increase the price. He felt so because if it were him, he would have compelled the price to rise high, and then retreat at the opportune moment. Your plan was really good, Lai Yuran. It's a pity that you met Hai Chen Feng, and behind him me. And you were doomed in that. This plan would have swindled any other person to fail. You are indeed worthy of applause. Therefore, Jun Mozai had decided to act decisively, and put a stop to Hai Chen Feng's impulsive actions. Hai Chen Feng was very experienced in worldly matters. And although Lai Yuran had riled him up for a while, he had instantly gotten back his bearings with just a small warning from young Master Jun. It was extremely embarrassing for Hai Chen Feng to imagine himself standing atop the table. This was a disgrace to his identity as a Skyxuan expert. Nevertheless, The lofty and towering Hai Chen Feng suddenly burst into laughter. The Lai family is worthy of being called one of the greatest families of Tianzang City. It is indeed incomparably rich. He. I am a mere gang leader. Who am I to provoke the imperial preceptor's family? He. These 50 bottles aren't the only ones with this wine. Keeping in mind young Master Li's reputation, I will withdraw from this bid since he is so determined to get this batch. He calmly stepped down after saying this. Then, in the middle of this gathering, he cupped his palm towards Lai Yuran as the corners of his mouth rose in a faint smile. Young Master Lai is really fond of this wine. Therefore, I congratulate you for your successful bid in the first round of this auction. A few words had completely turned an awkward situation around, and those words were truly incisive. Lai Yuran was astonished for a moment, though no one could make that out since his expression was hidden by the veil he was wearing. Not a single ripple of the storm broke past the veil. Lai Yuran was completely puzzled. Hai Chen Feng was falling into his trap. In fact, it had seemed that he preparing to shout 10 million judging by the degree of his emotional upheaval. However, Lai Yuran had never expected that the leader of Jin Yang Gang would stand down and beat the drums of retreat at such a crucial time. How is this possible? Do I want the wine? This is a joke. Of course the wine is important to me, but I know that the first 2 rows are bound to get their fill. In fact, they won't even have to spend a very high price. They may even get it at the base price. How many bottles have I obtained after spending these precious 5 million silver taels? Lai Yuran felt that a matter had not gone according to his calculations for the first time in his life. But Hai Chen Feng's anger didn't seem false. So what's going on? Could one really control themselves in the nick of time? Not only did he withdraw from this meaningless struggle, but he also prevented hurting himself from hurting his reputation. He was almost about to prove that he uses force to bully people. Hai Chen Feng surely doesn't have such insight, right? Is there a skillful person behind him who might be providing instructions? If there is someone who stopped him when they saw the matter getting out of hand, what method were they using to transmit their instructions? He was completely puzzled. This troublesome train of thoughts ran in his mind for a period of time. Lai Yuran was staring blankly at first, but he was then obliged to smile and act cordially the next moment. He got up and cupped his hands calmly. He then said, I would like to convey my heartfelt thanks to Gang Leader Hai for allowing me to win this bid. He laughed gently in self-ridicule before continuing, I figured that this young master has fallen into his own trap. Gang Leader Hai understood the dirty game I was playing. I admire Gang Leader Hai's wisdom. I hope to seek the brilliant Gang Leader Hai's wisdom whenever I get the opportunity. Upstairs, John Mozai could not help but sigh. Lai Yuran handles matters in a watertight manner. He is extraordinary. A person discerning this matter would see that Lai Yuran had deliberately tried to disrupt the bidding. Moreover, it was clearly visible that he had raised the price in a way which would certainly embarrass Hai Chen Feng. Everyone jeered at him when his plan unexpectedly failed, and he had to spend a monumental 5 million silver taels to obtain those 50 bottles. However, Lai Yuran's manner of speech suddenly became very frank. He had then taken responsibility for his actions, and admitted defeat with a smile. This act demanded a lot of courage and strength of character. The 2 black-clothed men behind Princess Ling Meng looked at each other. Their eyes were full of admiration. He adapted to the situations as they arose. This Lai Yuran is some guy. He is a rare individual in this generation. Mr. Wen smiled as he said this in a low voice. Could it be that you don't think him to be clever? The other black-robed man was the current emperor of the Tan Zhang Empire. His vision was sharp and profound. He answered in an equally low voice, "Indeed, I think he is quite worthy. However, the man behind Hai Chen Feng is even more commendable. He gave his instructions without leaving a trace. No trace will be found even if you look for it. Moreover, I believe that person's wisdom is in no way inferior to Lai Yuran's. In fact, it's possible that this man may even be better than Lai Yuran." Another man behind Hai Chen Feng, Mr. Wen, did not understand. Mr. Wen, think. Lai Yuran's words had pushed Hai Chen Feng into a very perilous trap. He knew that Hai Chen Feng would compete when he raised the price by 500,000. However, he had left Hai Chen Feng with no choice but to get angry when he added just a single copper. Moreover, Hai Chen Feng was in a completely confused state of mind. And then Lai Yuran added only 2 coppers in his third bid. Hai Chen Feng was already unable to restrain his anger by then. It was improbable that he would think clearly from there on. He was likely to become a mad bull blinded by anger and would resolutely charge forward. In fact, he would charge stubbornly even if he up against a thick wall which was had to break through. Mr. Wen closed his eyes and looked back at everything that had happened. He realized that it was true. Hai Chen Feng had forgotten the manners of a Skyxuan expert and had gone into a fit of rage. Shockingly, he had jumped on top of his table in extreme anger, completely disregarding his image. It had seemed as if he was about to explode. He then jumped onto the table and said, "This, you boy, you go too far." After that, he suddenly stopped. This is the point when one usually doesn't stop. It was as if a massive river had been suddenly halted in the middle by something. Then he calmly stepped down from the table and cupped his hands to admit defeat. This was an exceptional counterattack. In fact, it can even be said that this was a very dangerous counterattack. Just figure this: Lai Yuran isn't looking around the hall. I reckon that he and I have the same suspicion. Therefore, nobody can understand what sort of an enlightened person that man is, or what kind of method he is using to instruct Hai Chen Feng. This is why I said that the man behind Hai Chen Feng is truly difficult to deal with. Whether it is his wisdom or his extraordinary methods, His Majesty the Empress smiled. Mr. Wen evaluated at the situation accordingly. Lai Yuran was deliberately not looking all over the place. However, he was still spying around secretly. He naturally couldn't keep this hidden from Mr. Wen's eyes. His Majesty's eyes were sparkling with the splendor of his wisdom and foresight. When, if you or I were in Hai Chen Feng's place, and were receiving such insults, we also would not have been able to control ourselves. Wouldn't you agree? That is why I believe that Hai Chen Feng was stopped by someone else. And that person chose a very suitable moment to act. He caused that Lai Yuran to suffer by making him incur a huge loss. This person may be the main reason behind Hai Chen Feng suddenly taking control of the Jin Yang gang. The original leader of this gang was called Jin Feng Lai, right? Paying attention to a great many events, the country's emperor had surprisingly remembered the name of the head of an underworld faction. One could say that the emperor was truly prodigious. I also suspect that this person may be the true organizer of this auction. The emperor's expression was a bit cold. We might be able to glean some information about this person if we observe Hai Chen Feng. Mr. Wen looked at Hai Chen Feng. His eyes were shining as he said, "If that doesn't work, this old man will seize Hai Chen Feng and interrogate him slowly. This old man can extract information from him even if he is strong and hard-headed. Mr. Wen's tone was simply too much. Hai Chen Feng was a Skychuan expert. Only a few people were stronger than him. And now this person was talking about capturing and interrogating him. Hai Chen Feng is the Blue Master's apprentice. His Majesty smiled. We cannot provoke the Blue Master. In fact, we must not provoke him. The gains we will achieve will not make up for our losses. Then he leisurely looked at Tang Yuan. There are many methods which can be used to gather information. Lai Yuan indifferently deposited the money he was required to pay. And he did it under the public eye. A man from the aristocratic hall followed him and made preparations for handing over the wine. Lai Yuan, however, took a seat and rested in peace. This Lai Yuan is a formidable character, young Master Jun concentrated as he looked at the man downstairs. To him, that man was a definition of a threat, and according to his accurate intuition, the threat from Lai Yuan was actually quite huge. Jun Mozai couldn't allow any threat to exist owing to his instinct as the #1 assassin in his previous life. Especially something that could threaten his life. Usually, his first thought in such situations was to destroy the threat. Jun Wui smiled as he intentionally or otherwise looked in the same direction. Lai Yuan is the eldest grandson of the Imperial Grand Preceptor. He is also the leading figure amongst the Lai family, the Meng family, and many other smaller families' younger generation. He has never attended this kind of an event before, Mozai. He is here in person to show face in Grand Preceptor Li's stead. I do not care about their face. Their face can be as big as an ass. It has no meaning as far as I am concerned. Jun Mozai smiled. What I genuinely care about is him spending that much money. A ray of light flashed in his eyes as he said this. I must keep Lai Yuan in my line of sight. Hitman Jun had secretly decided. The first batch of the 50 bottles had been sold for an unexpectedly high price of 5 million silver taels and 2 coppers. Tang Yuan was very excited as he brought out the second batch of 50. This person bids 1 million silver taels for those 50 bottles. I don't know who else will increase the price. Hai Chen Feng stood up once again. He was more than qualified to make this bid. It was only natural that he would make this bid. Moreover, it would be considered very strange if he didn't make any more bids. I bid 1,500,000. A sharp and sweet sound resounded. It did not sound too urgent nor did it sound too slow. Everyone turned to the source of the sound and were surprised to see that it was Princess Ling Meng. She had unexpectedly bid such a high price. Chapter 251 The Prince's Shamelessness. Chapter 251 The Prince's Shamelessness. Translator Novel Sarder. Editor Novel Sarder. No one saw the unwillingness in Princess Ling Meng's eyes, though the eyes of the black-robed people behind her shined as they looked at those bottles of wine. Since the princess is bidding, I will make no further bids. I will bid later. It's unlikely that someone will bid against me the next time, am I right? Hai Chen Feng's demeanor was elegant. He smiled to show his benevolence as he moved out of the way. Princess Ling Meng bids 1,500,000 silver taels for the second batch of 50 wine bottles. Is there no higher bid for them? Still no higher bid. 1,500,000 going once, 1,500,000 going twice, 1,500,000 going for the third time. Sold to the princess. Bid. Bang! The hammer struck the table. Fatty Tang was extremely excited. He loved that bang sound when the final call was made. Upstairs, Jun Mozai laughed so hard that his eyes turned to slits. This fatty really leaves me speechless. He just shouted that Princess Ling Meng is getting married. One PFFT Jun Wui spit out a mouthful of tea and coughed. The third master of the Jun family had learned one thing: no matter what, Jun Mozai's mouth was capable of altering the meaning of anything. Tang Yuan had obviously shouted bid, but the young master Jun had altered it to getting married. One par, how did I get into this ditch with this guy? The first prince spoke up as soon as the third batch was introduced for auction. This prince has taken a fancy to this commodity. I bid 600,000 for this fine wine. Top the stage. Tang Yuan rolled his eyes as he thought, bar, I think you're full of shit. The first batch was auctioned for over 5 million, and the second batch was auctioned for 1,500,000. Yet you unexpectedly bid a price which is only a little higher than the base price. Moreover, this tone of yours is not one of competition. I bid 600,000 for this fine wine. This is obviously a warning. Don't mess with me. I am the first prince. Such shamelessness are. The first prince smiled as he made his bid. He then turned his body to face the rest of guests and said, would anyone like to bid? This auction must go to a very high price. So be at ease, ladies and gentlemen. This first prince will not mind if you bid. Everyone's face twitched as they cursed him in secrecy. Did you say that you won't mind? You could also have meant I will slaughter the person who bids. Will you really mind or not? Tang Yuan hadn't had the time to speak when guest Hai Chen Feng's voice resounded. He coughed and cleared his throat before he said, Your Majesty, the first prince has spoken the truth. The price must go high. Therefore, I bid 1 million silver taels as I had done earlier. Oh, the first price smiled as he looked at him. Gang leader Hai has a very good outlook on things. If that is the case, this prince will bid 1,500,000. Hai Chen Feng hesitated for a moment. It seemed that he wanted to increase the price again. However, he quietly sat down. This continued for the next 16 batches of wine. Hai Chen Feng made a bid for each batch, and each time he was unable to make the purchase. 1,500,000 had apparently become the fixed rate for the auction. These 16 batches were auctioned off to the major families of the city. They got to walk away with the wine once they bid 1,500,000. The stock of 3,000 bottles of wine was already short of 900 by now. The people sitting in the rows behind made no attempts to bid. They obviously didn't dare to. However, they couldn't help but scratch their cheeks in anxiety. Not much is left now. General Duguwudi's face had already become as dark as charcoal. This time he was truly done for. The first 900 bottles had been auctioned for an astronomical price of 30 million silver taels. And now he would have to compensate more than 25 million in silver since Jun Mozai's base price of 10,000 taels per bottle had been bettered. Moreover, further 2,000-less bottles of this wine still remained. I estimate that this auction will end up making a crazy 70 million by the time it comes to an end conservatively, and this figure is what I would owe him. This debt could crush me to death too. Though the Dugu family was very powerful, where would they get that 70 million silver from? It could be said that selling everything they owned wouldn't be enough to settle this debt. Would I have to use my daughter to repay the debt? How can this be any good? Would I really have to use my daughter to settle this loan? This bears down on my heart. Won't the Dugu family become the biggest joke in the Tanzang Empire? People will say that we couldn't even afford our wine, that we had to send our daughter to someone's family in order to clear our debts. Oh dear, Duguwudi sighed deeply. His anxiety was weighing him down. I should not have made that bet. I should have never added that line in particular, that I would compensate according to the price his wine was auctioned at. Isn't this like burying myself in a grave that I dug? Originally, I would have had no option but to pay the 25 million. However, the price is now at 1,500,000 per batch. That's around 30,000 per bottles. This would mean that my family would have to pay at least 75 million. And this is the most conservative figure. Forget about doing this alone. Even the entire Dugu family would not be able to cough up so much silver. What a horrible fate. On the stage, Tang Yuan was pushing his throat by shouting Githwers in excitement. Yet he still was unable to make enough of a din. Right now, the princes, the nobility and the merchants, all the rich and powerful, were opening their mouths to yell out their bids. Every individual's voice was loud since they feared that they would lose out. Tang Yuan was also teasing them. He would still bring out batches of 50 bottles. But when the time came to remove them off the table, he'd do it one by one. Everyone was afraid of not being able to buy a wine bottle and losing their hard-earned aristocratic identity. The more anxious they'd get, the more aggressively and openly they'd participate for fear of being outdone. And the price seemed to increase because of this. Even customer Hai Chen Feng did not get an opportunity to bid. It seemed that everyone present had become Jun Mo Zai's customers. As long as one shouted, "I bid 1 million," there would be several others who would shout, "I bid 1,500,000. It seemed that the heartfelt desire of the Jin Yang gang's new leader would not be fulfilled. However, this matter would become clear later on. Jun Mo Zai had initially intended to sell the wine at a base price of 10,000 taels per bottle. However, it seemed that base price had now been established at 30,000 instead. Moreover, the upper limit of the bids was still shooting. It seemed as if the supply was unable to meet the demand. In fact, the price of the wine would have shot even higher if the guests not been limited with regard to the number of purchases they could make. This auction was finally reaching its conclusion after witnessing several crazy tussles during the biddings. 2,700 of the 3,000 bottles had already been sold off. Merely 300 bottles of wine remained. However, there was still a small section of the audience which had not presented its bids yet. However, the most noteworthy of all was Hai Chen Feng. The leader of the Jin Yang gang still hadn't been able to obtain his long-cherished desire. He once again cleared his throat and said, "I bid 1 million. "Wait a moment, let the imperial prince speak," someone shouted loudly. Everyone turned to look at the source, only to see the third prince climb the auction platform. Then, he hurriedly snatched the hammer from Tang Yuan's hand and exerted himself as banged that hammer thrice on the small table. Everyone was preparing for the final leg of this extraordinary wines auction. Hence, they were alarmed to see the third prince suddenly make his way to the platform, and couldn't help but find it strange. However, they calmed down. What is the third prince trying to do? That guy was auctioning the wine. Could it be that you wish to make a guest appearance and act as an auctioneer? Ladies and gentlemen, listen to what I have to say. The third prince crossed his hands behind his back as he looked at everyone. His mannerism was arrogant enough to disgust most people. Today we were fortunate enough to taste this heavenly wine. It is indeed a great blessing. I would like to convey my sincere thanks to all the stakeholders of the aristocratic hall. In this regard, this prince extends his sincere gratitude. The third prince nodded towards Tang Yuan. Then he turned to speak. This wine is indeed exceptional and very valuable. However, we must not forget basic etiquette. This prince is ashamed. The third princes let out a fake sigh. I just remembered a moment ago that there's someone within our Tianzang city who is more qualified than anyone else when it comes to tasting such excellent wine. And yet, unfortunately, that person is not here. He works his heart out. He exhausts himself mentally for this country and the common people. All who were qualified to be called aristocrats have been able to enter. They clearly understood who this man was referring to. However, they still couldn't understand what the third prince was attempting. He seemed nothing more than an intimidating character who was trying bullying the weak by using his powerful connections. That person is naturally this prince's father, the emperor, our Tianzang Empire's king. His Majesty my father, the emperor, is busy with the nation's affairs and does not have time to attend such an event. Tell me, can't we show even a little reverence towards him? Are we incapable of sacrificing a little from our personal desires for the sake of the nation? The third prince's voice sounded strict. Not showing any respect towards one's elders is equal to committing a reprehensible crime. The auction has already entered its closing stages and only 300 bottles of this extraordinary wine remain. This prince suggests that we present these bottles to the emperor and show him our love and respect. Tell me, is it not a good idea? The third prince's voluminous speech ended. It was greeted by complete silence. Everyone had thought that the third prince acted up because he wished to obtain the remaining bottles. However, no one had expected that the third prince would take this road. It was clear that he wanted to stop the auction and then make the aristocratic hall offer the remaining bottles to him free of cost. In fact, it seemed as if he asking the aristocratic hall for a favor. Everyone cursed him in the secrecy of their hearts. You want to show respect to your father, then you should send him what you've bought. Didn't you win a bid for 50 bottles earlier? You didn't seem to be bothering about respecting your father then. And now you wish to take other people's things to ingratiate yourself in your father's eyes, and on top of that, you even managed to speak of it in such a self-righteous manner. We cannot help but call this a skill of sorts. You have a great talent which can distort the truth and mix the right with the wrong. Everyone was discontent, but no one made a single noise. The people who hadn't been able to buy anything were obviously the most disappointed ones. It could be assumed that such people were mostly seated in the back, since they weren't the richest or the most influential ones. Therefore, how could they dare to offend the emperor's son? Moreover, raising an objection might just lead to a criminal charge for disrespecting the royal family. Hence, no one said a word. They simply looked at young Master Tang, since it would now depend on the aristocratic hall's chief auctioneer. Young Master Tang, what do you think? The third prince asked in a low and calm voice. Notes. This is an instance of wordplay in the native language of the text. Chji means to bid and chji means to get married. They sound very similar. Jun Mo Zai repeats Fatty Tang's words with the alteration to crack a joke. The calculation is explained later in the chapter. Chapter 252, Brother Mo Zai playing a handsome hoodlum. Chapter 252, Brother Mo Zai playing a handsome hoodlum. Translator Novel Sarder. Editor Novel Sarder. The Tang stock in the aristocratic hall is mine. It's Tang Yuan's personal money. The Tang family has nothing to do with it. I have no opinion about your desire to present this wine to His Majesty, the Emperor. However, I cannot sustain a loss on the 100 remaining bottles that I own. Therefore, third prince can purchase them by paying the base price if he really desires. However, I have no comment on how he plans to obtain the remaining 200 bottles. Tang Yuan repeated the lines he had learnt by heart. The third prince's voice and appearance was stern, but Fatty Tang didn't care much for him from the start. Fatty didn't shout back even though the prince had dropped to a lowly status by trying to force others. In reality, Tang Yuan would've already exploded if he had not received instructions by young Master Jun's sound. As for these words spoken by Fatty just now, it was Jun Mo Zai who had used his secret technique to transmit these lines to Tang Yuan's ears. Fatty Tang had listened to these words and had repeated them slowly. However, did the third prince really wish to pay the base price for these 100 bottles? The base price for 100 of these bottles would be around 3 million in silver, and the third prince did not have that kind of spare cash. This Fatty was a big dandy. However, he had the Tang family behind him. His grandfather and the prince's father had really good relations. Therefore, the third prince wouldn't be able to obtain those 100 bottles for cheap if this Fatty was truly being earnest. Hence, he decided to let it be, even though the price wasn't low. The prince didn't wish to spur trouble with the Fatty, even though the Fatty wasn't exactly being kind to him. The third prince pondered on this for a while and then suddenly burst into loud and clear laughter. He then said, "Very good, this prince will get the remaining 200 bottles of this extraordinary wine stored in his carriage if Chief Auctioneer Tang has no objections regarding them. It is important that this prince presents his father with this huge gift, and I will surely give credit to the aristocratic hall for such a contribution." "Did you finish your play's dialogue, Third Majesty?" A lazy voice resounded from upstairs. Everyone looked up only to see the young Master Jun dressed in his gown. His pretty face belied his somewhat angry mood. He took one large step onto the railing. His legs were almost fully upright as he looked down and sneered at the third prince. "What do you mean, young Master Jun? How on earth am I performing in a play?" The third prince's expression sank. "What do I mean? I think I should inform the third prince that your performance is not pleasant to hear." Jun Mo Zai gave a rogue smile. "Fatty Tang is merely the chief auctioneer of the aristocratic hall. This boy is the actual boss of the aristocratic hall. Moreover, this young master owns 100 bottles out of those 300. All this man can see is someone who's trying to take away my share without willing to pay for it. You want to take these away, that's fine. However, I, your father, demand the highest price which has been bid up till now. I suppose this is required even if the grandson is daring to give away his grandfather's belongings." Jun Mo Zai had wickedly and skillfully changed his own designation around 5 times in his accusation. He had gone from boy to this young master to man to father before finally settling on grandfather. Shockingly, he hadn't set aside even a little bit of respect for the emperor's own son. "This kid is mad." Dugu Wudi's spirits rose as he exclaimed to his daughter, "This is new to me. But is this boy really that bold? Damn, his words make me comfortable. It's been a while since I've seen something this rare. He is truly worthy of being called elder brother. Jun's son, his father was a hero, but this guy's got guts too." Dugu Wudi was somewhat touched in his heart. Jun Mo Zai is staring blankly right now. It seems as if his brain hasn't yet processed his own words. However, this requires a lot of courage. He is standing in for the youthful vigor of his family. My sons wouldn't dare to speak like this even if they were beaten to death. But Jun Mo Zai has this one incident has proven that he far exceeds my sons and nephews regardless of the fact whether he has brain or not. This boy must be drunk. But still, how could he say such a thing so causally? Leaving aside the fact that he's just a boy, even a great general wouldn't have been able to say something like this in this manner. Daddy, can't you speak without cursing for even once? Can't you speak a little gracefully, at least appear a little bit like nobility? Dugu Zairoyi snorted as she playfully protested her father's vulgar language. She felt that his vulgarity was somehow too much for this environment. Then she stretched out her finger and continued in a shy manner. Daddy, I really liked looking at Brother Mozai playing the hoodlum. And just look how handsome he is, even his bearing is extremely graceful. The magnanimity spoken of in legends and law cannot surpass his chivalry. What? The great General Dugu Woody was completely dumbfounded. Is there no justice? I used profane words, and she was discontent. But now that this youngster is shamelessly playing a hoodlum, he is graceful and handsome. What kind of magnanimity has he displayed to leave her so mesmerized? Although he hadn't read a lot of books, he had a rough idea what the meaning behind these words was. What is this? Even the lover of the poet Pan you wouldn't describe this in such an outrageous manner. The difference in the way she's treating us is too great, right? She's simply favoring him too much, isn't she? What is the meaning of this, young Master John? Are you disagreeing to gift these bottles to my father? The emperor only concerns himself with the welfare of the nation, and exhausts himself both physically and mentally over it. Is my father not worthy enough in young Master John's eyes, not even for you to offer him your wine? The third prince coldly looked up at John Mozai. He seemed to be looking at John Mozai humbly. However, he only saw viciousness in the hitman's eyes. It doesn't matter to me. I am running a business here. And this place isn't called the Benevolent Hall. One simply can't come in here and bully us. An ominous light returned to Hitman John's eyes as he snorted in a cold manner. I must question the third prince's intentions. When Fatty Tang said that he would not offer you his stock, and that you would have to buy it, you did not do anything. However, now that the stock of this fine wine is under this young master's name, you think you can handle it as you wish. I didn't know that the third prince looked at me as someone who will be fun to bully. Perhaps he looks at my entire Jun family as someone who is easy to bully. I believe that everyone here can see through the ridiculousness you disguise as the so-called right and wrong, the fair and equitable justice and the will of the people. Third prince, your majesty, his young master must question in this regard. Young Master Jun's voice was full of righteousness as he raised his head. My Jun family prefers to break over bending. We are ready to suffer 100 calamities and still remain unyielding. The third prince has insulted my Jun family in front of so many people today. He has insulted us without reason, and all these people are a witness to it. How can I control these emotions under such circumstances? Jun Mozai sounded sad and indignant as he continued, I feel sorry for my Jun family, for we have sacrificed so much for this country. My old grandfather has valiantly fought in the country's service his whole life. My father and second uncle gave up their lives for the nation. Even their remains don't exist anymore. My third uncle was disabled for life in that carnage. My two elder brothers also made the ultimate sacrifice and died an untimely death. My entire family has bathed in blood in an unyielding effort to safeguard this nation until their death. They spend their entire life on a saddle. They gave their all, and then they died. Now the Jun family is in its decline and has become very desolate. However, you still come over and flagrantly dishonor us. Where is the heaven's justice? May I ask the third prince, what is the reason behind all this? Are you just taking advantage of our situation, or are you targeting us in secrecy? Third Majesty, how can the most faithful servants of the crown not be disappointed and disillusioned when you act like this? You act oppressive, and disgrace this whole family of loyal soldiers over a trivial matter of a few wine bottles. Moreover, you strike your father's banners, and use your powerful position to suppress others as you please. What are you trying to do? What have the Juns done to deserve this? The young Master Jun had just added a completely different flavor to the frying pan. He had clearly added an emotional and political layer to this whole matter. He had cleverly twisted this situation, and had then brought that frying pan right above the prince's head. The third prince had never faced this kind of an opponent. He was left panting, while his complexion turned deep reddish purple. He had realized that his reply was somehow wrong. Hence, he did not dare to say anything for a moment. My Jun family has been wrongly accused. The young Master Jun's voice became shrill as he choked with emotions. He held the railing to support himself while he trembled. Then, with a long sigh, he looked up. His face resembled a beautiful lotus which had been abandoned. Eventually, he stationed himself upright once again. Those who had heard the desolation in his voice soon turned mournful in their hearts. It was like the winter snow had rained in on the summer night. The injustice of it couldn't be borne. The third prince had been completely outplayed. He had almost spit dozens of units of blood on his opponent in anger. Everyone was dumbstruck. They all stared at Jun Mozai. How did he do that? He just publicly criticized the third prince, and too in such a terrifying manner. They had witnessed the third prince distorting the truth and acting tyrannical just moments ago. And they had thought that he was being outrageous. However, now they had seen the young Master Jun do the same, but not a wisp of that earlier feeling prevailed. These two men were simply beyond comparison. This youngster had truly distorted the facts. He had confused the right from the wrong, and had actually created something where there was nothing to begin with. He was a true master of the art. Dugu Woody had just burst out in laughter. However, Dugu Zairoi covered his mouth with her hand before his laugh could even properly escape it. Her eyes were full of anger. The entire matter would go down the drain if he were to laugh. Dugu Zairoi's heart thumped madly. She had only aimed to shut his mouth, but hadn't paid attention, and was actually preventing her father from breathing. She was choking him so much so that it could easily led to an unfortunate event. Dugu Woody forcefully removed his daughter's hand from his mouth. His breath whistled as he deeply sucked in air before coughing violently. He then scolded her in a low voice, "You, girl, though you wish to murder your own father." The two black-clad people sitting behind Princess Ling Meng were men of exceedingly high skill. It was a pity that commoners didn't have the wisdom they did. However, even they were completely flabbergasted. They saw the snot and the tears on Jun Mozai's face, and felt a sense of inferiority. That face of his has surpassed all the legends, and has shaken the heavens. I am truly not as good as him. The third prince panted since he found it difficult to breathe. Then he finally controlled after a while. However, it seemed as if his eyes would shoot flames. He gnashed his teeth as he looked towards Jun Mozai and said, "Since this is the case, this prince will leave your 100 bottles alone, but you should have no problems regarding the remaining 100, right? That matter does not concern me. I am not the person you should be asking regarding the last 100 bottles." Jun Mozai suddenly changed. It was obvious from his face that it was no longer his concern. "That stock is the prince equivalent's Sun Yang Moss share. What does that have anything to do with me?" Humphed to the fire. "Bully him. Yang Mo, you leave him to me." The third prince was very flustered. Moreover, he wanted to retrieve some honor. Therefore, he shouted loudly. Everyone shook their heads. Unexpectedly, He wasn't demonstrating the graceful demeanor an imperial prince should in such situations. In fact, his behavior had started to disgust many people. What do you want? Yang Mo trembled as he raised his head to expose himself. Will you give the 100 bottles under your name to your uncle, the emperor? Will you be willing to do it? The third prince asked in an oppressive manner as he looked coldly at Yang Mo. Notes: Pan Yu was a famous poet in China 247,300 who was also said to have been exceedingly handsome. Chapter 253 No Relations for the Tan Family. Chapter 253 No Relations for the Tan Family. Translator Novel Sarder. Editor Novel Sarder. A trace of anger flashed in Yang Mo's eyes. You're a prince. Yet you are being so unfair to a boy who is linked to your own family. You wish to bully a boy to save your own reputation. Is that all you can do? You disgust me. There was only one equality prince in this imperial generation. This situation had become very embarrassing. Zhang Mo Zai and Tang Yuan could decline the third prince. However, it could cause a lot of trouble if Yang Mo did the same. In fact, it could even lead to an internal dispute in the royal family. I allow the third majesty. Yang Mo bit his lips as he whispered. A cold look flashed in the eyes of the black-robed man sitting behind Princess Ling Meng. He looked at the third prince, and then shifted his gaze to look at the second and the first prince in quick succession. Then he closed his eyes and heaved a long sigh. However, he felt an endless sparse of sorrow. These are my sons. I have always worked hard to nurture my successor and the future emperor of the Tianzang Empire amongst my 3 sons. I've always wanted them to understand that the title of the emperor is a matter of competition, a position which demands sacrifice. Victory and defeat is only natural in such matter. However, one's own flesh is one's own flesh. All 3 of you would win no matter which of you 3 brothers would get the title after this bitter struggle, but because one of you would become the emperor and the other to his helping hands. That's why I let you compete without objecting to it. However, I had hoped that you would keep this rivalry within wraps and wouldn't involve others into it. I had hoped that you would at least stand together in front of outsiders since you were born to the same parents. The bond between brothers should always be stronger than social relations. However, my third son had bullied a young child outside the auction house despite being a prince. In fact, the kid happens to be his little brother and a member of the royal family. Yet he humiliated his own blood in public view. However, the other 2 were simply indifferent as their younger brother was making a mockery out of himself. In fact, it was the same when my second son was insulted earlier at the entry gate. His brothers had just watched and mocked along. My firstborn was up against gang leader Hai Chen Feng earlier in the auction. However, my second and my third sons only wanted to create more trouble for their eldest brother. And now, my thirdborn is exhibiting such shamelessness in public view. However, his elder brothers are just sitting and watching from the sides. They are making no attempts to impart some wisdom to him. They are clearly waiting to use this against him later. What kind of brotherhood is this? His Majesty was certain that his 3 sons would place detailed records of their brothers' actions on his table later at night. They will each impeach the other 2. As for the contents of these records, the emperor wouldn't bother to look at them. I still remember my own days Huai and I was competing for emperor's position. Huai and I always maintained the relation of siblings even though things went easy between us. Why don't the 3 of you follow Huai example? At least little Yang Mo is acting as his father used to. Yang Ma's pitiful face flashed in the emperor's eyes. He clearly knew that the boy was being wronged. However, he didn't raise any objections. He sighed with sorrow as he thought, is there no respect between the elder and younger brother? Would the bond between Huinong and me have turned sour in case he hadn't backed away from the contest? Is there no relation in Tin family? The emperor sighed with exhaustion. Suddenly, he started feeling bored. He had spent the entire day scheming and plotting. Hence, he really couldn't take this dumb fard now. This is boring. This is very boring. He felt wronged. He had arrived here in the hope of finding out more about the mysterious person behind this auction house's setup. However, he had never expected that his 3 sons would turn the situation to this. The emperor knew that the relations between his 3 sons were a bit strained at the moment. However, he had still assumed it to be harmonious. He had always considered that the 3 brothers shared a peaceful and fraternal bond. He had considered his eldest son to be a staid man, his second son to be quick-witted, and his third son to be simple and honest. He had always considered his 3 sons to be the 3 crowning jewels of his family tree. He was aware that it's impossible to avoid a few flaws in character, a tiny blemish in any beautiful tree. However, he had never anticipated that the blemish would be this huge. Is this the condition of their temperament? Is this how one behaves in the public eye? In fact, they are even willing to use their name to obtain their desires shamelessly at that. This is naked robbery. In fact, it seems that they want the destitute to feel grateful while they pillage them. I am convinced that even a county magistrate would properly consider the fallout of this, and this is an imperial prince. This is so unbearable. Is this what I've taught you? The emperor's face had turned pale, and his finger started to tremble. It seemed that he was unable to control his rage. Mr. Wen extended his hand and held the emperor's to give him support. I am very disappointed. He supported his head with his hand. He had never once hung his proud head in all these decades. However, he had hung his head low in sadness after watching all of this. Wave after wave of sadness hit him as he continued, indeed, very disappointed. I understand what you are feeling. They were within the earshot of many people. Therefore, Mr. Wen couldn't call the emperor by his proper title. Moreover, the Tin family's emperor did not care much about it. The position of an emperor was a very lonely one. It needed him to be cut off from the world. 1 or 2 slightly unworthy descendants could hardly be avoided. Mr. Wen had realized that the emperor had laid his heart bare, and could sense that his majesty must have been feeling very sad. The emperor had always been an outstanding crown prince his entire life. His brother, the prince equivalent, was never competitive from the very beginning and had always retreated in front of him. And although the emperor was very wise, he was still lacking when compared to the very fierce sovereigns of the past. He had never experienced the fierce struggles for a harem, or the meetings for political marriages. Everyone had simply given up in front of him. Though receiving the emperor's title in this manner would be considered quite fortunate, it was also his greatest misfortune. The emperor was certainly the most important person in the kingdom, and that was the reason why all the great families pledged their allegiance to him. However, this was also one of the greatest flaws at play here. An emperor is also a man, and has to choose the next successor to the throne. He will naturally choose the one who is most suited for it. Fortune may favor a man, but may not do the same with his son. Such was the case here. Therefore, a dispute for the title of emperor was sure to arise. It is strange all 3 show promise, and there's hope in each of them. Then why are they handling matters in such an unwise manner, especially the youngest one? Why does he have to speak in such a way in front of everyone? Is he not worried about the ensuing ridicule, or is he possibly unaware of it? The emperor frowned as he said this in a low voice. I believe that the prince has considered this. The emperor's 3 sons are no fools. However, what he considers the most at this point is you. The shrewd and farsighted Mr. Wen smiled. He wants you to know how much he respects you. His position would remain solid as long as you get to know. And as for everyone else's ridicule, he does not care about it. It doesn't matter to him as long as you don't have to see it. If this wine went to the palace, and if you were there instead of here, would you not be surprised? Would you not be happy? This was the 3rd prince's real intention. As for the rest of the matter, it's irrelevant to him for now. Mr. Wen said in a somewhat grim and sharp manner. The 3rd prince simply wished to demonstrate his admiration by gifting you this delicious wine. As for the scene ensuing post that, what effect would that have on you? Yes, this is exactly what it is. The emperor finally came to himself. Apparently, it seems that my 3rd son is not to be blamed entirely. It's just that his method of handling things is a bit reckless. That's all. Is this what they call, what man proposes, God disposes? So according to Yami's sons, wouldn't the emperor grinded his teeth, destroy each other in the future? Mr. Wen was stumped for words. He reneged in his desire to speak. My close friend is a man of wisdom. How on earth is he asking such naive questions today? Enemies cannot live under the same sky. Once in power, the elder brother would certainly eliminate the younger one. Was it too hard to imagine? But how can I say such things? You need not say it. I understand. The emperor strenuously covered his face with his hand and hung his head again. He did not know what to think. He massaged his temple with his fingers. He would do this when he had an important decision to make. It was a force of habit action. Mr. When the aristocratic hall is being supported by the Jin Yang gang. Moreover, they also have a very talented person who is controlling things from behind the scenes. I do not believe that 3 children can be responsible for this hall's operations. It is impossible for Zhang Jiantian and Tang Wanlai. My younger brother is completely out of question. We set out today on this journey in order to find who this man is. This man managed to assemble all the rich and powerful, and many of these people will fall out with each other after today's matter. Moreover, he gave the 3 princes a chance to interact with all the powerhouses of the city. The emperor lifted his head with sudden understanding. His eyes flashed coldly. I reckon that he not only managed to glimpse through the wisdom of the 3 princes, but may now be able to protect himself by forming connections with the rich and powerful. This was a very ordinary method to arrange meetings with the masters of the powerful families. Regardless of whatever this person's intentions are, he has used the sale of these bottles to his advantage. However, this person must not succeed, and it is important that we find him. And as for the matter concerning the 3 princes, I must give it careful consideration. His Majesty's facial muscles convulsed painfully. I will look at that matter once again to make a decision. Princess Ling Meng, who was sitting ahead of them, suddenly felt her fragile body becoming stiff. She could not believe what she had heard. That can't be what I heard. Am I blowing things out of proportion in my head? The final transaction had already been made by this time. The prince equivalent's heir, Yang Mo, had glumly retreated. The 3rd prince had finally gotten his hands on the 100 bottles of extraordinary wine without spending anything. He was now impatient to return to the palace and show his affection. A calm and composed silhouette appeared in front of Princess Ling Meng. "May I have the honor, Princess?" The princess looked up to see the Grand Preceptor's grandson, the young Master Lai Yuran. Chapter 254 Unintentional Leak of Secrets. Chapter 254 Unintentional Leak of Secrets. Translator Novel Sarder. Editor Novel Sarder. It's young Master Lai. Princess Ling Meng's face was still pale, while her mind was still somewhat in doubt. The young Master Lai had visited the palace earlier. I had arrived at the palace yesterday to meet the princess in particular. However, the princess was busy with something important, and we were unable to meet. The princess looks even beautiful than ever today. She really wins the admiration of everyone. Lai Yuran spoke softly, and his flattery didn't sound vulgar. His voice was so clear and sophisticated that a person wouldn't feel his to-be comments ill-willed even if they didn't exactly make one happy. Young Master Lai talks very pleasant. Princess Ling Meng had gotten accustomed to flattery growing up. Hence, she didn't take his words seriously. Young Master Lai must have had a reason to come looking for Ling Meng. I request young Master Lai to be straightforward, since the princess is exhausted and wishes to return to the palace. I heard that a mysterious Skychuan expert cast out a throwing knife to rescue the princess when she was attacked by assassins. I've heard that the princess keeps that knife in her private collection. Lai Yuran casually chuckled as he leisurely spoke about the matter as if it were trivial. Would Yuran be lucky enough to see that knife? But I don't understand why the young Master Lai would wish to take a look at that knife. Please explicitly state the reason why you came to the palace, and why you wish to examine the knife. Princess Ling Meng immediately became conscious. Why does this guy wish to see that knife? What's his intention? The princess may be unaware of this, however. Yuran had gone out a few days ago, and was unexpectedly ambushed by an assassin. Things had started to look bad, and Yuran thought that he might find himself in hell. However, an azure light flashed and threw a knife at the assassin in the nick of time. The assassin instantly retreated and Yuran's life was saved. Lai Yuran's face reveled in sincere admiration and gratitude. In fact, it seemed as if he was deeply fascinated. His favor has given me a new lease on life, and this has been engraved into my mind ever since. Yuran has been making inquiries about this person over the past few days since I wish to know more about him. It is a shame that Yuran hasn't been able to obtain any news of him. It was only a couple of days ago that Yuran remembered that the princess had also been saved by a mysterious man once. Moreover, both men had used a concealed knife from secrecy to rescue us. Therefore, it might be possible that our benefactor is the same person. Lai Yuran sighed. He's benevolent. He saved my life without asking for anything return. He's so noble. Yuran is fascinated with this person. Oh, Princess Ling Meng pursed her eyebrows. She could faintly sense that someone was amiss. However, she couldn't exactly tell what. That person left after that. However, he left a few small throwing knives lying on the ground. They glistened so beautifully. Lai Yuran didn't seem afraid to share his personal memories. Lai Yuran's right hand went inside his bosom pocket. He fished for a while and brought out 3 small and delicate throwing knives. These throwing knives were very different from the usual ones found around the world. Their blades were as delicate as a cicadar's wings. The princess could tell that these blades were manufactured by someone with exquisite skills. She could tell that there wouldn't be many people in the entire Tianzang Empire who were capable of producing such weapons. They were impeccably delicate. They were so adorable that one couldn't refrain from caressing them. However, the cold light flickering off their surface resembled an infernal demon that was blinking in the dark of the night sky. They were quite sharp, and although they went big in size, they were enough to send chills down one's spine. One could tell that these tender and exquisite throwing knives were weapons that could easily take anyone's life. The shape of these knives look very similar. In fact, they look identical to the one I have. Princess Ling Ming heaved a sigh of relief. She then smiled and said, "But the material used in these two variants is very different even if they look similar. I can confirm that there is a massive difference in the art used to craft these two blade sets." Lai Yuran's eyes hadn't left the princess' beautiful face ever since he had brought out that knife. However, he finally looked away and smiled. "The make of the weapons is very similar, but how could I know which one is better unless I get to compare the princess blade with mine? Young masterless blades look cold and sharp enough to terrify anyone. However, their texture is no match for mine. In fact, your blades are no match for mine in terms of texture and make. However, your blades are much tougher than mine. My blade is merely made of iron, while young masterless are made of an excellent metal. Your weapons are indeed worthy of being called divine weapons." Princess Ling Ming affectionately compared the weapons. "These weapons must belong to the man who saved me." The princess had been able to figure this out at one glance. Only that unrivaled genius is capable of making something so delicate and graceful. Only he is capable of making something so beautiful, yet sharp enough to be used for self-defense. These weapons are elegant, yet callous, bloody yet beautiful. If such is the style of the weapon, then such must be the style of the owner. How could ordinary people like that scoundrel Jun Mo Zai ever possess such elegance and grace? Ordinary people would never be able to commission such peerless weapons. Princess Ling Ming had fantasized about her savior ever since the day of her attempted assassination. If such is the elegance and divinity of his weapons, then just how smart and unruffled must that man be? Perhaps he's a man of peerless elegance and style. It's disgraceful to watch that Jun Mo Zai pretend as if he's a man of indomitable spirit. He's such a shameless guy. Humph. A man of indomitable spirit. Well, these words were indeed appropriate to comment on the hitman's personality. I really wouldn't be able to tell the difference between the blades unless I see the one in the princess collection. Isn't that right? I really wish to know if we were saved by the same person or not. Lai Yuran's eyes seemed fervent with anxiety. It was almost as if he had suddenly received information about his savior and couldn't contain his excitement anymore. Heavens have taken pity on me. Yuran may finally be able to see another weapon made by his savior. His grace cannot be expressed in words. Hence I wait to see it with my own eyes. May I look at it? Lai Yuran's righteous demeanor was indeed inspiring. How will I be any different from an animal if I can't thank him for his kindness? That is true, though my knife isn't as good as young Master Liss. However, I cherish it as a valuable item still. It never leaves me, and I never show it to anyone. However, I will make an exception since young Master Liss' words are honest and pure. Princess Ling Ming looked at him appreciatively. I didn't think that he would be so cultured and refined. However, he is truly an honest and a gifted man, the princess muttered to herself as she drew out a small wrapped package. She slowly opened it and revealed a small and delicate knife. The cold light reflecting off its surface had been mingled with the princess' sweet and flagrant bodily scent. It's exactly the same. Lai Yuran seemed very excited. He placed the 4 blades in his palms. The blades indeed looked identical. One could tell that the material used to cast them was different, but the size and shape were exactly the same. Moreover, it was evident that these blades had been cast out using the same method. Heavens indeed are watching. I've finally found you. Lai Yuran seemed rather emotional. A trace of a cold expression flashed in his eyes as he looked at Princess Ling Meng. His eyes begrudgingly revealed a trace of frustration. Now I'm certain that vile murderer and Princess Ling Meng's savior are related. They are probably the same person. No other person in this world is capable of creating these weapons. Princess Ling Meng was only a tempted woman in Lai Yuran's eyes. If there needs to be a sacrifice, so be it. Lai Yuran sighed. It seems that young Master Lai and I have been brought together by our benefactor's grace. Princess Ling Meng's face reveled in a joyous expression. In fact, she seemed a bit bashful. This unique and strange expression only added another layer to the beauty of her tender face. Please look after yourself, Princess. Lai Yuran's soul was a slight fazed by the look in the princess' eyes and her peerless beauty for a split second. However, he immediately regained his composure and returned to his usual cold mentality. Yuran must leave now. I will come to palace later in order to meet the princess. Lai Yuran bowed after he finished speaking, and then turned around to leave. He didn't even bother to recover the knives, and left them with the princess. The murderer had been determined. Hence, the throwing knives were completely useless to him now. Even the fact that they were impeccable weapons was of no value to him. The princess was a bit puzzled by the manner in which Lai Yuran left. Young Master Lai had himself said that he really cherished his savior's weapons, and he carried in about how grateful he is to the man. However, he simply left these blades with me after he thanked me. It seems as if Mr. Wen was still standing behind her. He whispered. The words of young Master Lai were strange and roundabout. Something seems amiss. They were almost contradictory. Moreover, his eyes revealed a hint of malice as he looked at the princess, even though there was no provocation. He's definitely thinking of something vile, and it seems that he may have the princess on his mind. I can't think of anything else other than that. Your Majesty, we must put 1 or 2 guards on the princess for her safety's sake. The emperor narrowed his eyes and whispered, but I also wish to see who this mysterious expert is. The emperor noticed that trace of fear in Mr. Wen's eyes and laughed. Don't forget that Ling Meng has a bodyguard by her side. And that bodyguard is a Skyxuan expert. Her safety shouldn't be of concern. Yi Guhan, what if he proves to be insufficient, or is it always there by her side? Mr. Wen shook his head in disagreement again and again. It's been a while since the last assassination attempt on her life. Wouldn't it be pure idiocy to neglect taking Yi Guhan into account while planning her assassination again? Chapter 255 Jun Mo Zai S prepares for the troubles ahead. Tang Yuan's lofty ideals. Chapter 255 Jun Mo Zai's prepares for the troubles ahead. Tang Yuan's lofty ideals. Translator Novel Sarder. Editor Novel Sarder. It's not our problem. His Majesty's eyes were deep in contemplation. He smiled and said, Little Ling is my daughter. I would destroy the entire family of anyone who tries to harm her. Anyone who has the guts can try. Mr. Wen sighed with gloom. Some people have already shown that they aren't afraid, and you were incapable of destroying their families. Would it save your daughter if you exterminated the culprit's entire family after they kill the princess? It seems that His Majesty is determined to walk this path. The auction had come to an end. The princes had already done their best to ruin it. A few people went happy because of it. Yang Mo was one of them. However, most people were happy and satisfied and had started to leave. The young Master John almost laughed as he watched General Dugu flee from the scene with ghostly agility. His son followed after him like a wisp of smoke. Dugu Xiaorui had stayed behind and was making her way upstairs. Tang Yuan and Song Sheng are to come here once things are done. I've something that needs to be arranged. John Mo Zai seemed very serious. This was only an auction. However, John Mo Zai was secretly thinking, what's wrong? This can't be a trivial matter. One tiny butterfly is capable of causing a ripple. So what if something was to go wrong with the aristocratic hall's arrangements at such a crucial time? It could easily turn the entire world upside down. Third uncle, you must go outside in order to make some arrangements. We need our staff to pay attention to every family departing from here. They must take special note of who these families come in contact with. Then, our staff must retreat. They mustn't leave any clues behind. Everyone should quickly gather all the information they can. I believe that every powerful family in the Tanzang city is here, and this is a great chance to determine their real strength and connections. This will make their influence very clear. You will need to make the arrangements properly, uncle. There can be no mistake. I understand. I will act very carefully. Jun Wuyi's face was somewhat serious as he nodded. At present only 4 people know that I'm behind all this: Tang Yuan, third uncle, Song Sheng, and the prince equivalent. Uncle is not our problem. Tang Yuan and Song Sheng will be fine once I give them their instructions. Solitary Falcon may have a rough idea, but he won't be an issue. Jun Mo Zai's mind was busy making his calculations, but he wasn't exactly speaking his thoughts out loud. He looked around and his eyes finally settled on Yang Mo. An idea came to him. Yang Mo, I'm going to write something down. I want you to give this to your father once you return home. You cannot let anyone else see it. Yang Mo dejectedly promised in response. Oh, and there's Hai Chen Feng. But then he's a Skychuan expert. Jun Mo Zai didn't have the time to pay attention to Yang Mo's saddened state since he was busy contemplating the loopholes in his plan. One needs to prepare for the troubles ahead if one wishes to maintain a position of invincibility. There were many people at the scene, and Jun Mo Zai could constantly feel as if someone was looking at him. Suddenly, his eyes fell on the 2 black-robed men standing behind Princess Ling Meng, and a sense of great crisis arose in his heart. The auction had already come to an end, and the guests were beginning to leave. The 3 princes had already left. In fact, the 3rd prince was the first to leave since he was impatient to show his father what a dutiful son he was. However, the princess was still quietly sitting her chair. The princess had never liked the way in which her 3 elder brothers were fighting for the title of the emperor. In fact, she would have never come to witness this event if it hadn't been for her father's idea. These men are my elder brother, and he is my father. Why aren't they close to each other? Why? Princess Ling Ming suddenly felt that she was very lonely and helpless. She would usually look to Dugu Xiaorui or her other friends for support. However, she really needed a strong and unyielding shoulder to rely on. When will I find such a person? Princess Ling Ming had always been a cheerful beauty. However, she couldn't help but feel miserable at this moment. She couldn't help but reach out to those 4 throwing knives. It seemed as if the knives belonging to that mysterious man were the only things that could console her. She felt as if these cold blades harbored the warmth of that man's body. The 2 black-robed men had left a while ago. In fact, Mr. Wen and the emperor had left long before the rest of the crowd. Naturally, the princess had no right to intervene in their whereabouts. The princess maid knew that she hadn't left the palace in a very long time. However, the princess had finally gotten a chance to step outside the palace. Hence, the maid stood beside her and patiently watched the crowd disperse. The hall started to empty gradually. In fact, it became unusually empty. Soon, the mesmerizing fragrance of the flowers started to replace the intoxicating smell of the wine. The hall started to seem elegant once again as the scent of the other people also started to whiff away from it. The illumination of the hall seemed to be unlocking one's secrets. Music was still playing. Its suave tune seemed to be recounting the sorrows of the previous generation's millenniums of desolation. Princess Ling Meng sat quietly as she calmly listened to it. The music seemed to have made her figure even more fragile and desolate. The young Master Jun had already arranged for some people to escort Yang Mo back to his mansion. The young boy had gone through a lot today, and had suffered some very heavy blows. He had come here in high spirits in the hope of enjoying himself. However, he had returned with a plethora of mental scars. For a boy of 10, this was undoubtedly a very cruel thing. However, the young Master Jun hadn't tried to coax him, let alone figure out ways to make him happy again. A sword needs to be sharpened. Plum blossoms need the winter to flourish. No one can reach the top unless they steal themselves. A child's growth is always relied on his own effort. This humiliation had sown a seed in his naive and delicate mind. He had obviously suffered a great deal today. However, this humiliation would inevitably lead to his real growth. Enduring this matter would be his greatest wealth in the time to come, no matter what the future held for him. It would take many such experiences before the boy would turn into a real man. It's only a thought the world hasn't fallen from the grace of feelings. However, only those who don't willfully abandon are worthy of playing the game of life. People are never really ambitious. One rises above the others when he is unable to bear the suppression. A person only tries to climb when he feels a sense of loss upon being trampled. Everything has a reason, and every reason can produce its own fruit. One can't always rely on others for support in order to bear their pains. Moreover, the hitman Jun was unlikely to intervene in the ways of the gods. Admiration is one thing, assistance is another. I won't help you if you cannot endure your own pains. If you die, then you die. I won't pity you on your death if you can't stand up on our own. Even a good man is no exception. After all, many good men die around the world every day. The young Master Jun thought to himself, I won't help him, I'm not our savior. Even if could save him, he will find no help from me. Tang Yuan was in high spirits as he came upstairs. His fat face reddened with excitement. He shouted, huge profits. Insanely huge profits, wow, har, I expected to make some money. But I never expected to make so much, I'm so happy. Tang Yuan suddenly jumped up as he roared at Jun Mozai. 90 million, a full 90 million, har. It looked as if Fatty was in a state of hysteria. The young Master Jun had always considered this trait of Fatty's to be immoral. Money is the original sin. Song Shang's face was somewhat gloomy. In fact, there was no trace of happiness on it. Song Shang's thoughts were poles apart from Fatty's. It's near impossible to find such divine wine. Selling it off to these so-called aristocrats is a complete waste. How can one measure the value of such heavenly wine with mere money? Quantifying its value with money is nothing short of blasphemy. However, He wouldn't disobey since the young master had ordered this. Dugu Zairoyi was practically jumping with joy. It seemed as if the success of the auction organized by Junmo Zai was bringing her more joy than any success she could have achieved on her own. What? Junmo Zai smiled at the fatty. Your share in the profits is in tens of millions. So what do you wish to do with it? What will I do with it? Tang Yuan's eyes narrowed in contemplation. Then he magnanimously said, yes, why not that? I've always had one dream growing up, but I never had enough money to realize it. My family would never give me so much money, and so I wasn't able to live this dream until now. Fatty sighed as a look of fascination flashed in his eyes. However, it was accompanied by a look of resentment as well. Perhaps there as a look of relief as well, along with a joy of reaching closer to his long-cherished dream, and some nervousness as well. What's this grand idea? Tell me. Junmo Zai couldn't help but show interest. Even though he asked casually, he really wanted to know what Fatty's dream was. Fatty Tang was as well known as Junmo Zai when it came to certain socially unacceptable activities. Though Junmo Zai wasn't particularly interested in knowing the fatty's long-cherished dream, he still couldn't prevent himself from getting intrigued by the dirty dream this fatty had kept buried in his heart for so long. These conflicting thoughts were indeed very strange. I've been thinking that now that I have some money and that money really belongs to me, lots of it, actually enough for me to. Tang Yuan suddenly looked a bit sad. It seemed as if he was finding the room's atmosphere a bit oppressive. Dugu Zairoyi was awfully fond of teasing Fatty. However, even she kept her mouth shut in anticipation while waiting for Fatty to get a bit more comfortable. I visit the Spirit Fog Lake often, and each establishment has women who sell their bodies. However, the ones who sell their bodies are never concentrated at one place. Most women just sing and dance. They will keep throwing flirtatious glances towards me, and would indicate that they would be interested in doing the deed. However, they often decline even when I'm offering lots of money in return. Tang Yuan smacked his lips. It seemed as if his mind was reveling in the aftertaste of a magnificent scene. Everyone remained silent. Their faces were strangely contorted. He was really worthy of being called a great debauchee. What else could expect of this fatty's most cherished desire? I cannot bear the women who act in this manner and incite every man. Tang Yuan seemed angry. They are prostitutes, and shall be ready to sell their body. However, some of them just hang a signboard and say that they are entertainers and not prostitutes. I wouldn't have to hop from one establishment to the other if money isn't an issue, right? Do these women really think of themselves as saints? Everyone still remained silent, but the fatty's words still seemed somewhat reasonable. If it's not about the money, and they care so much about looking bad in front of the public, then they should just find a man and get married. Wouldn't that make their life more comfortable and secure? It absolutely would. These entertainers are prostitutes as well. I will bury them in silver and see if they are willing to sell their bodies or not. Tang Yuan's voice seemed to brimming with grief and indignation. Chapter 256. Brother, will you be my scapegoat? Chapter 256. Brother, will you be my scapegoat? Translator Novel Sarder. Editor Novel Sarder. Fatty, this is perfect. This is amazing. Junmo Zai wiped his mouth. It seemed as if he couldn't find the right words. He could distinctly remember the last time Fatty had something like this. These words had clearly brought back that paranoia. Fatty had clearly lost his mind. The young Master Jun could only describe this as a poor man loses his mind if he earns too much money. Fatty Tang, you are too shameless. Du Guzairo Yi flushed with anger. Her almond-like eyes were wide open with rage. She had held her breath in anticipation to hear Fatty Tang's cherished dream. However, she hadn't expected to hear something so shameless. It was evident that Fatty Tang's outrageousness had reached an entirely different realm altogether. Fatty, don't get so worked up, Arm, John Mosai coughed twice. Let's get down to business first. Sure, but I'll hire a few carriages once we're done here. Then I'll have them take the money down to the Spirit Fog Lake. I will spend the entire evening spending lots and lots of money. Let's see who can resist me. Then Tang Yuan waved his hand in a very overbearing manner. Suddenly, he felt as if his throat had become dry. Then his gaze fell upon a glass of wine, and he drained it down in one gulp. Concerning this auction, the young Master Jun instantaneously sunk as his gaze swept through the crowd. He felt very stifled all of a sudden, and couldn't prevent his expression from becoming grave. There were several Skyxuan experts present: Jun Wuyi, Song Sheng, and Hai Chen Feng. In fact, Jun Wuyi was his own uncle. However, they couldn't help but feel insignificant in front of that expression in Jun Mosai's eyes. The cold and acute austerity in his eyes was indeed awe-inspiring. Jun Wuyi couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Perhaps such unique temperament is needed in a person who occupies the top position. Why would there be a need to flaunt if you're at the top? His involuntary reaction to stay aloof from the world is simply awe-inspiring. Even the seasoned general who had seen and commanded many wars over his lifetime couldn't help but feel a sincere pang of oppression in his heart. So, what could one possibly say about the others? This auction is your idea. Do you understand that? Tang Yuan. Jun Mosai sternly looked at Tang Yuan as he spoke. This auction is my idea. Tang Yuan scratched his head. There was a look of utter confusion on his face. He was surely confused with regard to the meaning of Jun Mosai's words. However, he was even more perplexed since the young Master Jun had addressed him as Tang Yuan. The young Master Jun very rarely addressed the fatty by his real and full name. The friendship between the two youngsters had indeed been very deep. So much so that the two would address each other by almost any name jokingly, and neither man would take any offense to it. Hence, this was a rare term of address. That's right. This auction was entirely your idea. No matter who asks, this auction was your idea. Understand? Jun Mosai's tone became even sterner. I said, no matter who asks, the reply will be the same. Do you understand? I understand. Even if you were to ask, this was all my idea. Fatty Tang sounded a bit complacent. I cannot think of anyone smarter. Bar only I had the brains to draw out this plan. I oversaw everything and nothing went wrong. Who would dare to doubt me? Who would dare to disagree? Whoever doubts me will die. Whoever questions my brain will perish. Exactly, your only intention was to make money, and aristocrats have money. That's the reason this place is called the Aristocratic Hall. Some people were invited, while others went. This was all done to incite competition and consumption. In other words, it was all done to make money. Got it? Jun Mosai glared at him. I will explain everything later if you don't understand things right now, but you are the founder of the Aristocratic Hall from now on. This whole plan was yours. You will tell me the whys and whats of everything soon. And you shall remain silent if you can't think of a reasonable explanation for something. Also, you can't just go to the Spirit Fog Lake at your whim. In fact, You shouldn't even step foot outside this hall. Jun Mo-zai was being capriciously mule-headed and stern. Brother, you will carry the burden of my secret. This doesn't require any justification. I am a genius. This is only a small matter. It's nothing for my big brain. What's all this fuss about? Wow, har. Tang Yuan burst into laughter. Tang Yuan had spoken all this in a very casual and easy manner, even though his entire body was rippling with confusion, but one really couldn't tell from his demeanor. However, he was betrayed by the narrowed glance he shot towards Jun Mo-zai. His vision contained the trace of extreme anxiety which he couldn't convey in words. Tang Yuan was no fool. In fact, he was very intelligent. Why would the young Master Jun chose him as his partner if wasn't smart enough for the job? Fatty clearly knew that there was a justification behind his friend's words. Something has certainly happened. He's definitely thinking of something. It's got to do with the Jun family's situation. Jun Mo-zai is truly remarkable. I will have to carry this burden on my back this time since there is no one else who can. The fatty was well aware that there was no one more suited for this position at this time. Hence, he left his doubts for later, and took upon the responsibility without even knowing the particulars. But most people would still suspect Jun Mo-zai for this idea. However, they could never be allowed to be certain of it. He and his idea needed to remain unlinked. Fatty had always considered Jun Mo-zai to be his brother. In fact, the Tang family had a few other youngsters in Fatty's generation. However, Tang Yuan had always associated himself more with the young Master Jun than his own blood siblings. Hence, Fatty had opted to help out Jun Mo-zai without even considering the consequences of the matter. Dugu Zairoyi's face turned pale. She was naive and young. However, she was still fairly intelligent and had obviously sensed something. She may not have been able to realize the gravity of the situation, but it was enough to get her worried. She could sense that this matter would implicate the young Master Jun if it were to come to light. Hence, she too knew that she couldn't lower her guard even if it turned out to be a trivial matter in the end. Jun Mo-zai felt an indescribable sense of comfort upon seeing the anxiety in Tang Yuan's eyes, and the worry on Dugu Zairoyi's face. He feigned an indifferent smile as he said, "It's nothing. Don't you see my uncle over there? He's a seasoned strategist. Do you see any fear in his eyes? Isn't that self-explanatory? My uncle would've been the most worried if there was anything major. It's okay if you don't trust my words. But wouldn't you believe my uncle?" Dugu Zairoyi immediately turned and looked at Jun Wuyi sitting upright in his seat with a slight smile on his face. In fact, there was no trace of worry on his face. Jun Wuyi smiled the moment the young maiden looked at him, and said, "Don't worry, just do as told. My Jun family will continue to persist in the Tanzang Empire as long as certain superfamilies don't come into play." The young maiden immediately felt reassured after listening to Jun Wuyi's words, even though he had spoken them in a very dull tone. However, he had clearly exposed every variable of the equation without making any omissions. His words came as reassurance to the young girl but only made Fatty more worried. The young maiden was clearly no match for Fatty's intelligence. Fatty had clearly understood that something was off even though he didn't have any insight on this mystery. Why would Third Master Jun say something like that if everything is fine? Third Master Jun's words obviously didn't slip out by mistake, but why would those superfamilies come into play? Even the royal family can't put that kind of pressure on the Juns. I must do everything in my power to assist my brother. Fatty and the little girl were unaware that the anxiety they had just sensed were the true emotions of the hitman Jun. They were completely unaware that only a handful of people had ever been able to see the hitman's true feeling over the course of his entire existence. Suddenly, someone came in to report that Princess Ling Ming had invited Dugu Xiaoyi downstairs. Dugu Xiaoyi stood up and glanced at Jun Mozai. Jun Mozai smiled as he nodded for her to carry on. Dugu Xiaoyi took 2 steps towards the exit, but then suddenly turned around and went over to Jun Mozai. She caressed his collar as she whispered, "You be careful. You know you're an idiot." She lowered her head after she finished. Then, she quickly ran out of the room. Little White had been reluctantly looking at Jun Mozai's body ever since they had entered the room along with Dugu Xiaoyi. It was almost as if he didn't wish to leave. However, he too quickly followed after Dugu Xiaoyi when he noticed the change in Jun Mozai's bearings. "All right. It's time to get busy. Fatty, you can't move the money out at this time." Jun Mozai immediately put Fatty's long-cherished desire on hold. He then took out a piece of paper from his pocket and wrote down the names of several medicinal herbs on it. "Send out news. We need to purchase these herbs at any cost." Jun Mozai carefully handed the paper to Tang Yuan. "The more, the better, the sooner, the better. Heavenly stargrass, tricolored ricey mushroom, 9 chewin roots, dreamlined incense, cheebergrass, dragon, whisker leaves, black ginseng, black bamboo fruit, silkworm stems." Tang Yuan sucked in a mouthful of air. He was knowledgeable enough to know the value of these herbs. Moreover, he was completely taken by the sheer number required. He had realized that even his own share of profits from the auction would slip away from his fingers by the time these herbs were purchased. "Third young master," my brother Tang Yuan's face turned sullen. "This has been my life's objective. I've lived my entire life for this purpose alone. You cannot be so cruel to me. I've just earned a little money that I can spare. You have to consider that I've been kicked out of my family's home." The little money that Tang Yuan was talking about was estimated to be around 10 million silver taels. It must be mentioned that the military expenditure of the entire Tianzang Empire was around 30 million silver taels per year. Jun Mozai kicked his foot as he smiled. "Stop with the nonsense. Hurry up. Do you know how much money the aristocratic hall will make once these herbs have been collected? You can't see what I can. If you think that our current profits are splendid, then you can't even imagine the volume of the next one. That would go over my top. I've got no idea what a big profit will look like if this one is being considered small." Fatty momentarily raised his eyebrows and laughed. "That's good. That's good. A third young master. This wine, will we really sell this wine only once? Why can't we sell it again? It's a real pity." "Never. Don't you understand the truth of the matter? The rarer something is, the greater its value." Jun Mozai waved his hand decisively. "The value drops if there's too much of something. This wine was good enough to make them spend so much money. Would they think that it's worth so much if they could get their hands on it whenever they wanted?" Chapter 257 News of the Crossbows. Chapter 257 News of the Crossbows. Translator Novel Sarder. Editor Novel Sarder. Correct. Master's words make sense. In fact, they don't even deserve it. Song Shang was listening on side with deep emotions in his heart. He licked his lips, and then brought himself to speak up. "Master, when will you teach me how to ferment this wine?" "Shortly, when the time is right. However, I must give you a few words of warning. Song Sheng, no one apart from our people is to drink the wine we will ferment, because the wine which we will ferment from now on will be even more delicious. Do you understand?" Jun Mozai broke into a smile. I understand. How can such ordinary people deserve to taste the wine which we master and student ferment? How can those people ever taste the immortal wine? This never-before-seen product is beyond this world of mortals. It exceeds both the earthly and the immortal objects, so how can we sully it? Song Shane was angry inside his heart, and his disdain was evident in his tone. His words even shook up his master. The young Master Jun was in a daze. How am I getting confused by whatever this guy is saying? Yes, you hurry up and go down. We have to start purchasing these herbal medicines immediately. Jun Mozai waved his hand. Jun Wuyi frowned after the two of them left. Mozai, the news of this event is too massive. I'm afraid that. Still convinced that there will be no harm because of this. Jun Mozai chuckled gently. Third uncle, you said that you would immediately return home after seeing Dugu Wudi off, yet you are still here. Has something interesting come up, you little devil? Indeed, nothing can ever be hidden from you. Jun Wuyi smiled helplessly as he said, there has been news from Jiangnan, the south of the River One. Oh, Jun Mozai's eyes glittered. The Zhao Trading Company has completed the manufacture of the Xuan beast tendon crossbows. They will soon be transporting them into the city. Jun Wuyi sounded very serious as he said this slowly. Also, several unknown experts have propped up from nowhere. They seem to be restlessly. It seems that the second prince is getting ready to make his move. This wasn't very difficult to guess. The more noise they make, the deeper we should conceal ourselves, since that would allow us fish out more profits from secrecy. We must especially get our hands on those Xuan beast tendon crossbows. The cargo of those Xuan beast tendon crossbows from the Zhao Trading Company shall be akin to a gift for us. Jun Mozai's eyes narrowed. We cannot let our guard down. There has been a lot of instability of late, and the situation is only getting worse. I believe the second prince won't handle this matter casually. Besides, he might employ an elite force of guards from outside to protect his cargo. Moreover, the second prince is extremely rich and might also engage experts to escort the cargo. Also, there might be a person from a top guild of Jiangnan, and he might be in charge of escorting the goods. Finally, there is a high possibility of the Blood Sword Hall escorting those crossbows in secret. Jun Wuyi frowned deeply. We have determined their strength from the shadows, and it is quite considerable. And I believe that there are other powers involved here, powers which we do not know of. And they may be adding to this already very powerful setup. We need to utilize a lot of strength if we aim to fight for the crossbows. How much expenditure will we have to incur to do that? Moreover, we also need to be subtle, and shouldn't leave any traces behind. Jun Wuyi let out a deep sigh. I fear that it is as difficult as scaling the heavens. As difficult as scaling the heavens, it will be as easy as turning a hand. Jun Mozai raised his eyebrows. His expression seemed to exude a somewhat demonic radiance. His elegant face seemed to have become cold, sly, and devilish. The matter definitely depends on the individuals involved. If we ourselves will have misgivings that the task is almost impossible and not act because of it, then it truly will become something which is more difficult than scaling the heavens. However, we will always come up with various means to take on the task as long as we decide to act. In fact, I would even venture to believe that half of our battle will be won by the time we decide to take action. Yes, that's right, Jun Wuyi approved. Third uncle, how much time do they still need in order to reach the capital? Jun Mozai pondered. In other words, how much time do we have to make our preparations? I need to know the detailed and definite point of time. They should take 2 days on the southern river, and then they will have to disembark and come ashore. From there they will have to travel for 3 days in order to reach the city's vicinity. Jun Wui muttered the accurate time frame in reply. I estimate that there are experts escorting the cargo, and I don't expect them to have many ordinary merchants along. Hence, their journey will be much quicker than an average person's. However, taking everything into consideration, I feel that they would at least take 5 days to reach here. In other words, we have 5 days, or more, to make our arrangements. Jun Mozai nodded. More. The second prince would first have to go to the river, and only then can they begin their journey from there onwards. This means that their party would take at least 10 days or more to truly reach the capital. Jun Wui pronounced in a definitive tone. 10 days, that will be enough. Jun Mozai smiled. It was unclear what thought made him pleased enough to smile like that. Third uncle, I reiterate my need for accurate information. Who has the Zhao Trading Company sent, and what is his strength? What is the strength of the person the Jiangnan's top guild has sent to help escort, and what type of troops did the second prince dispatch? And their strength we have no information about. The Blood Sword Hall. So we will let them off for now, and act according to the situation later. That won't be a problem. Jun Wui's expression was tranquil as always. He grasped his wheelchair firmly. I am only interested to know what kind of strength do we need to put forth. The Jun family's master should not move. Furthermore, we can employ the 300 bodyguards and the 3 Skyxuan experts. Jun Mozai grinned. Third uncle, you, Hai Chen Feng and Song Sheng are the backbone of our family. I fear that the mere power of us 3 won't be nearly enough. Will it be possible to make the solitary falcon? Jun Wui did finish. However, the meaning of his words was quite obvious. That will absolutely not do. Jun Mozai vetoed that idea resolutely. Solitary falcon's power is too great and might expose our identity. Not to mention, with his temperament he will absolutely refuse any such sneaky assignments, especially when we initiate the conflict, since it contradicts our initial agreement with him. This can hinder our future plans, since he may disobey before the great plan comes into play. I fear that exposition as well. Hai Chen Feng's features are also very distinct. So it would be very difficult to hide his identity, Jun Wui said. It won't do us any harm. I can try to get rid of that light blue color when the time comes. Jun Mozai was very confident of the outcome. He started to slowly pace Tonfro. He then came to the front and looked down from his vantage point. Then, he said lightly, this matter will involve an unprecedented arduous struggle and hard fighting. However, we must deal with this matter ourselves and face it without relying on any outside power. We can only depend on our own strength. And eventually, our Jun family will depend on only ourselves, no matter what the matter. Only then will we slowly rise, but our rise will be abrupt, and no man or power will be able to stop it. Jun Mozai's sound was low, but he said this in a resolute and vicious manner. Princess Ling Meng was slowly pulling Dugu Zairoyi out of the hall. They were going towards a tea house, diagonally opposite to the hall. A tall and sturdy man-like figure of a woman stood up there. The silhouette moved towards them with long strides. It was Sun Zairo Mei, Tang Yuan's fiancée. She had arrived a while ago, but hadn't entered the hall. You don't look very good. Sun Zairo Mei looked at Princess Ling Meng. She asked with deep concern, what happened? Sun Zairo Mei's was born with the appearance of a heroic man. She even had the temperament of one. However, she was an extremely kind-hearted and intelligent person. Moreover, she was like an elder sister to Princess Ling Meng and Dugu Zairoyi. However, these little sisters didn't wish to burden their caring elder sister with their worries. I don't wish to conceal anything from elder sister. However, something did happen, but I am too embarrassed to mention it. In fact, I do not wish to mention it. Princess Ling Ming seemed sad. She rubbed her forehead tiredly. Sun Xiao Mei was quick-witted. She quickly understood from the princess' speech that the matter must be relating to the imperial family. She couldn't ask for further details about it since she was not related to it. Princess Ling Ming was also smart. She saw that Sun Xiao Mei had stopped speaking, and quickly realized that her elder sister had understood everything. She could sense that her elder sister had started to feel awkward. Hence, the princess hastily said, "It was a pity that elder sister wasn't inside. Otherwise, she could have helped me examine that man and his actions. It was a really strange occurrence." "What man, what strange occurrence are you talking about?" Sun Xiao Mei couldn't help her interest peak when she heard this. Liu Ran, the eldest son of the Lai family's third generation. She had sensed that there was something odd about Liu Ran's bearing. Stemming from her intuition as a woman, Princess Ling Ming had a sharp feeling that something was not right. Liu Ran, that man, Sun Xiao Mei muttered to herself for a while. She was apparently finding it difficult to word her thoughts. He is just like Zhang Mozai. You won't be able to read him properly if you don't observe him carefully, and you won't be able to understand him. Zhang Mozai, Princess Ling Ming exclaimed. Zhang Mozai and Liu Ran, how can you confuse these two people? Why are you mentioning two completely different people together? There is maybe no evidence to suffice that these two men can be discussed together, but it's not that simple. Sun Xiao Mei chuckled and went quiet. She gave no further explanation. However, she said in a low voice as they walked inside, almost as if she was mumbling to herself, "But I feel that Zhang Mozai is more dangerous." "Elder sister Xiao Mei, I don't understand. But we are sisters, and I've discovered that you look at the special qualities of people." Dugu Xiao Yi hadn't heard the words Sun Xiao Mei had mumbled to herself. "You had said that Zhang Mozai had an air of arrogance the last time we met. I still don't see any arrogance in him. He just acts a little bit like a rogue, nothing more, and that doesn't mean that it is very bad. In any case, he was really graceful today. I regret that you went with elder sister Ling Ming and me to witness him handle the situation in such a graceful manner. Hee. I feel vexed by the way your brother Mozai handles things," Princess Ling Ming retorted in annoyance. "Xiao Yi, you must consider this matter very seriously and countless times so that you don't live with regrets for the rest of your life. Listen to what your elder sister says." Dugu Xiao Yi was somehow not convinced. She snorted as she mumbled to herself, "Brother Mozai is no good, and your brothers are awfully great, are they?" Princess Ling Ming was dumbstruck. It was true that Zhang Mozai was a dandy and a bully, and he even rampaged about without any fear. However, even then he still hadn't behaved as shamelessly as her brothers. They were vile of character. They were really vile of character. Notes: Jiangnan is Pinyin for the southern part of the China, which falls below the Yangtze River. Chapter 258 Unexpected Misfortune. Chapter 258 Unexpected Misfortune. Translator Novel Sarder. Editor Novel Sarder. The little girl could see that Princess Ling Ming was distressed. She was aware that she had spoken something unwarranted. She wanted to comfort the princess. However, she was dumbfounded and didn't know what to do. The three women remained silent for a long time. Sun Zyro Mei eventually broke the silence as she answered Dugu Zyro's problem. You both know that my body experienced great and sudden changes in childhood and now appears like this. This also made my nature calm and tranquil. The corners of Sun Zyro Mei's mouth rose bitterly. I never dared to leave home. I didn't eat for several days to lose weight, but to no avail until that year when I met my master. She heaved a long sigh and spoke. I've had this bewildering illness since the age 5. And it has already been 15 years now. I've learned to see through things and understand them over these past 13 years. I don't care about my appearance anymore. Do you think I would measure people by their beauty? I only perceive people's feelings when I look at them. As to how good they look, external beauty is only something one can show off. It's secondary. The importance lays in a person's nature. We can clearly understand a person's intentions and capabilities by paying attention to this point. Sun Zyro Mei smiled a somewhat mournful smile. Little sister Zyro-yi, Jun Mo Zai always shows a different side of himself. He always acts like a debauchee. He goes amok whenever he wishes without fearing anything. And I worry that he may not be pretending. I fear that it is his true nature. He and I could meet only for a short while. However, it was clear that he never gives anyone importance and only does what he wants. That man will never hold anyone highly in his eyes. Therefore, I called his nature arrogant. Sun Zyro Mei's smile was indifferent. It may even be called evil. The little girl was convinced deep inside. So, she stayed still and listened to her elder sister Zyro Mei with rapt attention. However, I saw another defect with this person. Though it might not be seen as a defect by the person himself, and with regards to this the young Master Jun is more ruthless than anyone else. Therefore, you haven't ascertained him properly. You have already been moved by him once, but you mustn't invest too much into your relationship with him. It will be very painful for you. Dugu Zyro-yi pursed her rosy lips. There was a resentful look in her eyes, but she didn't say anything. She knew that Zyro Mei was deeply concerned about her, and did not have any malicious intention. Sun Zyro Mei sighed inwardly. She was aware that her little sister was not listening to her. Princess Ling Meng was on the side. It seemed as if she was in a daze. She seemed to be walking in between the conversation. She appeared to be listening and not listening. Her mind was a complete mess, and she didn't know what she was thinking. She became aware that her sisters had suddenly become quiet. Ling Meng, you don't seem well. It's better if you return to the palace and rest. Sun Zyro Mei looked at her with a worried expression. I don't wish to go back. I won't go back. Princess Ling Meng was afraid of returning to the palace. She didn't know how she would behave or what frame of mind she would meet her family in. Elder sister Ling Meng, let's go and find Jun Mo Zai if you don't wish to return to the palace. Dugu Zyro-yi raised her eyes as she made this suggestion. That guy is quite amusing. Her cherished little white suddenly grunted and poked out his little head as she said this. His round eyes were very wide open. He had already reached level 8. Hence, he had very sensitive ears. How could he not feel elated when he heard his own talk about meeting that man? This sounds good. I also wish to examine this guy since Zyro-yi admires him so deeply. In fact, I will also try my best to think highly of him. And I will finally get to see how outstanding he really is, Princess Ling Meng said as her spirits rose. She smiled as she mocking herself. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to see how amazing a person he is. Have I been blind these past 10 years? Dugu Zyro-yi's face turned red. She knew that the princess' words went like her elder sister Zyro May's. Her elder sister had given her a warning out of pure goodwill, but Princess Ling Ming had just taunted her. So, she couldn't help but retort, "Of course you are prejudiced. You look at him with disgust, so how can you find anything good in him in any case? I've got good eyesight." Son Zyro May smiled. Her two sisters were sticking to their own opinions and were refusing to come to an accord. The three women leisurely paced towards the Jun family's residence. Their 6 maids followed in their suit. The bickering between Dugu Zyro Yi and Princess Ling Ming somewhat pacified the mood as they walked along the way. The distance to the Jun residence wasn't much, and the streets were bustling with people. Other pedestrians were admiring the 2 beautiful women walking on the street. Everyone, without exception, feasted their eyes on the 2 pretty women. After all, many hadn't seen outrageously beautiful women such as these in their entire lifetime. Now they were actually 2 of them walking together. Some dignified noblemen would even take a hasty and covert look at them. They would then turn back and move on. They would keep that image in their hearts. This is my kind of beautiful. Then, suddenly, there was a strong gale, and 2 azure lights reached up to the void sky. Then, these 2 lights suddenly shot towards Princess Ling Ming, who was amongst the pedestrians. It was like 2 blue arrows had been shot from a bow. Such speed could not be avoided. An angry cry was heard. A person glowing with a glamorous azure light appeared. He was dressed in black. There was a long double-edged sword in his hand. The sword seemed to be congealed in brilliant rainbow-like aperture. And then, a lonely light came towards Princess Ling Ming. A single sword had suddenly held back many others of Skychuan level. Yi Guhan had arrived. Bam, bam, the sound of the collision echoed twice. The 3 people retreated simultaneously. The 2 other Skychuan experts were dressed in black, and their faces were covered with masks. They fell back at first, but charged forward once again. Brilliant blue lights flickered from both of them as they moved towards Yi Guhan. Yi Guhan smiled coldly. He didn't seem frantic as he held his double-edged sword at an incline. It emanated blue light as he pointed in towards the enemy as if ready to do vital damage. It seemed as it wouldn't succumb to the opposition. The crowd exclaimed at the sudden outset of this incident and quickly scattered in order to escape. The bustling city street had quickly become deserted. The 3 people including Yi Guhan tumbled and entangled. Suddenly, there was a loud whistle. 3 azure lights appeared and shot towards Princess Ling Ming at great speeds. She was behind Yi Guhan. Yi Guhan's voice trembled as he shouted. He got away from his enemy and retreated with a sense of urgency in his movements. He didn't evade any of their attacks and bore them on his palm and leg while still fighting his 2 enemies. His body sprayed blood on getting hit and was sent spinning backwards. He fell in front of Princess Ling Ming. His long sword issued a clanging sound as it fell. His hair and beard were disheveled, yet he still didn't step back further, not even a little. The other 3 men arrived simultaneously. The other 2 assassins had followed Yi Guhan's retreat as well. They caught up with him at lightning speed. Yi Guhan's angry complexion quickly faded away. It was replaced with a blood-red, yet tranquil expression. His sky-blue Chuan color became stronger and stronger. Even his sword's killing intent grew sharper. His power seemed like that of an insane tiger. However, his sword's movements went chaotic. They were precise. Surprisingly, one Skychuan was tacking in 5 other experts of the same level alone with his own strength. His hands were full as he fought off the assassins. However, he still caught hold of Princess Ling Ming's slender body. He put all his effort to throw her away as far as he could. He then howled, "Quickly, run!" The princess' delicate body flew for about 30 meters, and then fell to the ground. Her eyes were red and teary. She choked with emotion. Uncle Yi. Most people of the senior generation would only think about their own good. Only her Uncle Yi was different. Sun Xiao Mei's eyes twinkled. The target of the assassins is obviously Princess Ling Ming. And Yi Duhan won't be able to keep 5 Sky Xuan experts at bay. We can only request for quick reinforcements in order to deal with this situation. However, these 5 great Sky Xuan experts could be considered the strongest in all of Tanzang City. So even if all the great houses of the capital were to lend aid, and even if their reinforcements arrived on time, it was doubtful that they would be sufficient to deter the threat. Xiao Yi, quickly send Little White to call for reinforcements. Sun Xiao Mei was very intelligent. She saw Little White at Dugu Xiao Yi's bosom. She looked at his eyes and realized that he had understood the plan. She had calculated that no one would be able to bring help on time, much less help them escape. However, Little White was different. Little White was still very young and not very strong. However, he was still a level 8 Xuan beast. His ultra speed was unmatched. Even a spirit Xuan expert was unlikely to catch up with him. Moreover, his small size would make it very difficult to catch. Dugu Xiao Yi immediately came to her senses and grabbed Little White from her bosom. It didn't matter if he understood what she was going to say or not. Little White, I'm depending on you. Hurry up and inform my father. Tell him to come as quickly as possible and save us. Hurry up and go. Sun Xiao Mei urged anxiously. Why are you dawdling? She quickly drew out a blade. She resisted the pain as she cut her arm with it. Then, she quickly tore a strip of Dugu Xiao Yi's clothing, dipped it in her own blood, and tied it to Little White's leg. She then tossed him away. As long as anyone from the Dugu family saw that blood-stained piece of cloth, they would immediately understand that Dugu Xiao Yi was in danger, and would quickly rush over to their rescue. Beyond that, these women could only wait. Little White whimpered loudly and shot like an arrow. One of the 5 assassins grinned fiendishly. Come here, you little whelp. He reached out with his hand. He had thought that it was just a little cub. What could it possibly do? And so, he attempted to grab it. He thought. Little White was angry. He jumped, and suddenly its small mouth bared a set of very sharp teeth. He ruthlessly chomped down on that man's hand, and simultaneously, Little White extended his sharp claws with lightning speed and scratched the man's arm. He took out a chunk of the man's flesh while doing so. Then he proudly hummed and scuttled away to escape from that place. He vanished from everyone's eyes like a wisp of smoke. That black-clothed assassin howled bitterly in pain. The pain was sharp enough to cut through to his bone marrow. The Sky Xuan expert had underestimated the enemy, and had thought it to be merely a small cub. However, that small enemy had left him in this condition. He was completely unaware that the young cub was already a level 8 Xuan beast. Chapter 259 Desperateness Gentleness. Chapter 259 Desperateness Gentleness. Translator Novel Sarder. Editor Novel Sarder. Bam! The explosive sound was followed by loud echoes. Yi Guhan staggered to withdraw. He took several steps back. Wisps of blood were visible at the corners of his mouth, but he still took advantage of his backward motion and rose in the sky to stop 2 of the masked assailants who were going after Princess Ling Ming. His longsword seemed like a boulder that was blocking off a mountain pass. The leader of the black-clad assassins sneered, "Yi Han, our original target was only Princess Ling Meng. But now, we younger brothers have no choice but to kill you since you so wish to court it so dearly." He waved his hand. All the 5 men disappeared into 5 different directions with that gesture. Then, attacked Yi Han in unison like howling wind and torrential rain. Yi Han's sword was as quick as a snake. It took the shape of a light in the rain. He opened his mouth to shout, "Who are you? Do not hide, tell me your names." "Our names, we have covered our faces with masks in order to hide our identities." "Yi Han, it is a surprise that you make such childish demands despite the fact that you are a Skyxuan expert. I'll tell you what, why don't you take your white face to the underworld? Then you could ask the king of hell himself who sent you there." The leader of the masked men smiled devilishly. Then, his body suddenly rushed forward and his expansive clothes floated in the air as if to cover all the bright things in the mortal world. "Third, you must hurry and capture that little girl. Any delays will create complications. We can't live with such problems. Leave Yi Han to the rest of us." There was a loud hiss and his body suddenly came down like a terrifying illness. He opened his arms wide, and a sharp light of blue energy emerged from each of his 10 fingers. It seemed as if he held 10 blue long swords in each of his hands. It was a very fearsome sight as he fell down with a loud bang, with a lot of momentum as well. One of the 5 assailants, one with a comparatively slender figure, twisted around without uttering a single word. This person was about to disappear in order to fiercely pursue Princess Ling Meng. Yi Han saw this and let out a loud and mournful cry. His cry shook the heavens. His sword seemed like a rampaging dragon, and it seemed that a storm shower had occurred as over 300 swords bore down on his enemies at once. This forced the other 4 to retreat, and even injured their leader's shoulder. There was a bubbling sound. Then, unexpectedly, 2 spurts of blood started to gush out of his back. Despite his injuries, Yi Han roared again. One person was sent turning in the air 25 meters away. He dropped down to the ground and started to drip blood. Another person was spinning in the air and was yet to fall. Yi Han's attack was like a downpour of swords. It covered the somewhat slim-figured assassin. The other 4 rushed to catch up, but it seemed that Yi Han wasn't frightened of death. In fact, he seemed to have prepared his sword and was ready to die along with his enemy. He was prepared to fight tooth and nail to meet his fate. It seemed that his only desire was to go down the infernal hell. He stubbornly kept up with his extremely sharp attacks. He was like death personified with his sword in his hand. He had placed himself in such a way that he blocked off the entire street. The 5 similar-ranking Skyxuan experts were simply unable to cross this obstacle. How could a Skyxuan expert's last-ditch effort ever be weak? It was clear from Yi Han's body language that he was ready to risk his own life. "If you want Ling Meng, you'll have to step over my dead body." Yi Han put his entire life and spirit into acting on these words as he demonstrated the implementation. Every move of his sword covered the whole area. It was proud and desolate. Every blow from his sword could be entrenched in the mind as lonely and crazy. Each blow was revealing something. The loneliness and desolation that had come to be. That distant place where he had buried his emotions. His lonely life, his lonely blows. His lonely swordplay. Yi Han's lonely swordplay was oppressive, and it showed his extreme saturation. However, the man had only one thought in his mind: he would never allow them to harm Ling Meng. Apart from this act of selflessness, Yi Guhan had already entered the crazy state of a berserker. My sword is everlasting. Heaven and earth are boundless. My sword's winds will rise high and fly. This sword will carve out a solitary path to the king of hell. This sword will wreak havoc in the world, and there is none who can stop it. Kill, die. Princess Ling Ming was being forced to escape farther and farther by Dugu Ziro Yi and Sun Ziro Mei. The leader of the assailants shouted loudly. However, there was no way he could give instructions at this point of time. He couldn't help but bite his lip and say, "Hurry up and deal with this manservant first at all cost." Yi Guhan laughed loudly. His laughter was completely desolate, same as before. His long sword rushed forward and pierced. It entered the side of the masked man and then suddenly retreated at lightning-like speed when it reached halfway. This forced the opposite party to retreat in confusion, for it seemed as if it had been casted in the heaven. Yi Guhan had fought almost all his life, and he had almost always been surrounded by numerous enemies in the battles. Therefore, he had a very rich fighting experience. He was obviously going to display his absolute peak strength when it was a life and death situation for his precious Ling Ming. How was Yi Guhan able to hold up 5 similarly leveled Skychuan experts in place without yet falling to a disadvantageous position, even though he was staggering? If he was somehow able to put all his heart and mind into it, and was able to emerge victorious, it would be sufficient to bestow him the crown of the most arrogant warrior of his generation. His shoulder was bleeding profusely, but he unconsciously acted like everything was normal. Surprisingly, it hadn't affected his fighting prowess either. Bam! His longsword hit the left side of a black-clothed man who was now staggering to retreat. Yi Guhan snorted. His body was shining a little. He took advantage of the situation and swung his longsword in a wide semicircle. A cold blue color emanated from it and spread around the area. He didn't move an inch as he constantly fought the 3 enemies at once. The last of his sword's power was about to exhaust, yet he still continued to press his opponents. His body rose and then came down hard with a thump. He attacked another masked man as his 2 pillow-like legs touched the ground. He caught hold of him firmly and then shook him violently. He snorted as he lifted that man. Yi Guhan was like a kite without a string. He was beyond recall. Wisps of blood sprayed out of his nostrils. The black-clad person still had a lot of energy stored for use. However, Yi Guhan had faced 4 people, but still had energy left to violently shake that man. His superiority was evident. However, Yi Guhan still didn't retreat. He straightened his back and floated in the air. But he suddenly stopped as he avoided another masked man's attack with great difficulty. This person was Lai Wu Bei's second disciple, Zhu Jianming. He was also quite violent of nature. He could see that Yi Guhan wasn't about to die so easily, and had been clinging to life for such a long time. Zhu Jianming couldn't bear it anymore. He let out a loud shout and raised his great sword to hack down on him head-on. That sword had the assailant's entire Xuan Kai concentrated in it. Therefore, it was necessary for Yi Guhan to evade it. It was possible that Yi Guhan would have been killed if he hadn't evaded that attack. His eyes were blood red and cold as he retreated. Zhu Jianming saw this and cried in exultation as he rushed forward to take advantage of such a retreat. However, Yi Guhan immediately returned to his original position after the retreat. Then, he continuously hacked at Zhu Jianming's great sword 3 times from above. Yi Guhan was already fighting on fumes. He was very exhausted after he had hacked down on Zhu Jianming 3 times since the man had stored up his energy. However, Zhu Jianming felt that he had just been attacked 3 times by 1,000 sledgehammers very ruthlessly. At that he couldn't help his face turning white as he staggered to retreat and then spat out blood. Zhu Jianming wasn't weak when compared to Yi Guhan. However, he had mostly trained in secret under his master, and had gained fighting experience by fighting only his fellow apprentice. However, he was battling with Yi Guhan, now a man who was fighting tooth and nail like a maniac. He obviously wasn't able to keep up. The gap between the two parties was very huge when it came to a real life and death match, despite the fact that they were pretty evenly matched skill-wise. Therefore, it was natural that Zhu Jianming would individually lose. Yi Guhan had been seriously injured. Therefore, he wasn't acting very recklessly. He was also consuming a lot of Xuan Kai in order to put up the fight. Otherwise, his attacks would have been sufficient to take Zhu Jianming's life in such a life-and-death confrontation between the two experts. Yi Guhan thought that it was a pity. He would have torn his opponent to shreds if his attack had gone well. Then he could have outflanked the rest of them, or even might have had the opportunity to retreat and recuperate. However, Yi Guhan couldn't take it easy even though his previous strike had given him an advantage. His opponent's Xuan Kai had struck back, and it had made it hard for him to exercise control. However, he only had enough energy to pull off that one attack. He was now panting heavily. He was rendered incapable to perform the quick and nimble move he had just pulled off. The fierce battle had forced him to go all out. This had sapped off most of Yi Guhan's strength. The fact that Yi Guhan had alone been pressed from all sides by 5 similarly leveled Xuan experts, and had managed to hold them off up till that point, was a miracle unto itself. His sword resembled a rainbow benton taking the life of the Harbinger. The 5 assailants went as strong as Yi Guhan. Unfortunately, it would not matter now. He had come to a state where he had burned through the oil of his lamp. He had almost no energy left. There was a loud bang. The other 4 assailants couldn't help but be frightened to see Zhu Jianming nearly lose his life. Their bloodshot eyes invariably turned towards the powerful sword. Their eyes had a mixture of anger and shame in them. They shivered as they let out their murderous horror. Their party had 5 Xuan experts, but was being held back by a single one. This was simply the greatest humiliation ever. Now was the time to decide the victory and the defeat. Yi Guhan smiled bitterly. It seems my short life will end today. I do not know if little Ling Meng has escaped far enough. The dark blue light once again burned fiercely around his body. It was like a giant star that had respawned in the night's sky. Yi Guhan had concentrated the remains of his depleted Xuan Kai into his final strike. Zhu Jianming was ashamed and angry. He howled terribly as he leapt madly into the air, and was followed by his 4 companions. All of them were intending to attack Yi Guhan in the sky. Yi Guhan accurately calculated the enemy's weapons, and waited for a good opportunity. He didn't know when the blood-red color disappeared from his eyes, but he was now calm like a tranquil deep lake that had been left undisturbed. The only thing he couldn't comprehend was that he had been fighting for a considerable period of time, yet why had no one come to lend support? Where were Princess Ling Meng's imperial bodyguards? Why hadn't an expert from the imperial palace shown himself yet? However, now wasn't the time to think about it. Yi Guhan turned towards the inner part of the city. He gave it a final and profound look. This look was full of emotion, a great ocean of emotion which was endless and lonely. It reeked of a strong sense of reluctance. Zhu, I fear that I will not be able to protect your Ling Ming from now on. I knew that I could never get you. I had become tired of life long ago. Am aware that you will never be mine even in this moment of life or death, yet am unable to let you go. I hate to part with you, for you had always claimed the softest part of my aching heart. Zhu, will you be lonely if I cease to live in this mortal world? Will you shed tears for me? Yi Han didn't have any more time to think, since the sword attacks of his 5 enemies had descended upon him like a storm, and had drowned his proud body amongst them. Yi Han laughed loudly and unimpeded. He gripped his longsword tightly. His face was unhesitant, calm, and welcoming. All the sweet memories of the past had quickly and had vividly flashed in his mind. The freshness and purity, the long silky hair that floating in the wind, that flower-like smile, and that ardent face so full of hope and expectation, and finally, those tearful eyes looking at him with reluctance. All of it first became fuzzy, and then faded away. The past 20 unfeeling years of Yi Han's life had just flashed through his mind. All stemmed from this gentle feeling of inseparable love in his heart. Notes: Yi Han's name means the lonely night. Chapter 260 Little White arranges a rescue squad. Chapter 260 Little White arranges a rescue squad. Translator Novel Sarder. Editor Novel Sarder. The Lai residence. Lai Yuran was alone inside his room. A small portrait hung in front. The person in the picture had bright eyes and white teeth. As it so happened, it was a portrait of a smiling Princess Ling Ming. Lai Yuran was worthy of being called a genius amongst members of his generation in the Tanzang Empire. He had drawn that lifelike image of Princess Ling Ming on his own. He had based it on that profound image of hers which he had stored in his mind. However, Lai Yuran's eyes were shrouded with pain. The operation must have begun presumably. Ling Ming. Lai Yuran looked up, and then resolutely closed his eyes. Suddenly, a yell arrived on his lips. It had come from the bottom of his heart. The sound was similar to the howl of an injured beast that neared its death. It sounded coarse and sad. He then ferociously started to punch the wall with his fist in anguish. These powerful fists collided with the wall. His fists were soon covered with blood, which started to drip to the ground. It seemed like Lai Yuran hadn't slept much. In fact, he looked distracted. His face was expressionless as he closed his eyes, and a drop of tear noiselessly fell down from each of his eyes. "I'm sorry, my beloved. To increase my influence and gain the favor of my master's men, I had to sacrifice you. I had no other choice." Jun Mo Zai and Jun Wuyi were slowly moving away from the aristocratic hall. They had repeatedly reminded Tang Yuan to purchase the discussed herbs and to store such purchases properly in an appropriate place. They seemed satisfied and hence finished up with their busy day and started to travel towards their home. Taking into account that day's matter, it went satisfactorily overall except for a few unexpected incidents. The prices during the auction of the extraordinary wine had reached a point that even Jun Mozai hadn't dreamt of. One could say that they were returning home from a rewarding endeavor. The third prince had used his powerful position to force a misdeed at the end of the event. However, it couldn't be considered to be a bad turn of events since the young Master Jun had taken advantage of this incident and had successfully planted a seed in the immature and spirited mind of little Yang Mo. He could use this in the future to perhaps incite or eliminate many targets. And coming back to the original topic again, the final batch of those 100 wine bottles was under the Prince Equivalent's name. Therefore, they were a part of the Prince Equivalent's stock. So it would seem that the Jun family and the aristocratic hall had no direct relationship to it. Even though such a thought process would seem a bit shameless, but this fact would hold true regardless. The princes didn't treat the prince equivalent's side as one of their own. However, it was unlikely that Jun Mozai would take a step to help them out, because it wouldn't be worth it. Jun Mozai wasn't a man of vile character who always sought after profits. However, he never pursued matters which didn't gain him anything. This was a hitman's code of conduct. And this was how Jun Mozai conducted himself in his previous life, and in this one. Heroes ill leave that role for others. I'll just do what I do, what my heart desires, what I love. I decide what I love, I decide what I do. No one in this f-king world shall control me. Absolute freedom. This was Jun Mozai's biggest goal, the main pursuit of his life. Jun Mozai had once said before the aristocratic hall's opening, "You'll take the aristocratic hall to a stage where one day of its sales will be enough to sustain a family for 3 years' time." However, hadn't the day's achievements crossed the goal, perhaps a family could sit and eat in leisure for an entire lifetime with so much money. Hai Chen Feng, the man now known as gang leader Hai, wasn't able to obtain a single bottle of that extraordinary wine. However, Jun Mozai sent him a gratuitous present of 50 wine bottles from the batch under his own name. Such treatment was amassed for the people on his side. I bid 1 million taels. The Skyxuan customer had raised this trademark bid several times. Hence, he merrily received the 50 bottles and returned to his lair. He would certainly announce that he had obtained them during the auction, since he was an aristocrat. Jun Mozai was riding a horse, while Jun Wuyi was on his palanquin. The uncle and the nephew had their hands tucked in their sleeves. Their mood was cheerful yet serious. Each was thinking about their future plans and the arrangements of manpower that were necessary for their schemes. Both of them were individually making their calculations on the road back home. Surprisingly, neither spoke to the other about it. The uncle-nephew duo was aware that the upcoming operation would be a very tough one. However, they couldn't lose. It was a must that they win. They needed to win, but they needed to win beautifully. They needed their victory to be flawless. However, the enemy trumped them in terms of strength. How shall this next round be fought? The stories of the weak defeating the strong have been told since ancient times. However, they not only had to use the weak to defeat the strong, but they had to win their battle without incurring any damage. And this feat would be extremely difficult, since this was reality, not a fantasy story. This small party from the Jun family hadn't traveled far, when suddenly Jun Mozai saw a shadow in the distance. This shadow shot towards him like electricity. He hadn't even recognized it properly, but the tiny white shadow had already embraced his chest. It called out in urgency as it groaned and squeaked. Its claws tugged at Jun Mozai incessantly. Its dripping wet eyes were full of anxiety. What happened? Jun Mozai quickly noticed the strip of light green cloth tied to one of Little White's hind legs. He distinctly remembered Dugu Zairoi's appearance before she had left. She was wearing light green clothes, and now a strip of the same light green cloth was tied to Little White's leg. Moreover, it was stained in blood. Dugu Zairoi is in trouble. Jun Mozai suddenly became tense. He felt as if his heart had suddenly been seized by something. His usually steady aura was now in chaos. Dugu Zairoi's lovable, pretty, mischievous, yet flowery smile appeared in front of his eyes. When did I start to care so much about this girl? Jun Mozai didn't have any time to think about this. There was only one thing on his mind: I must save her. Third uncle, Dugu Zairoe is in trouble. I need to check up on her. John Mozai pressed his legs onto the sides of his strong horse, and it neighed loudly in response. Its front hooves rose up in the air as it stood up on its hind legs. They hadn't even touched down as its back hooves took a step ahead. Then, he leaped up and shot away like an arrow. The crazy hoofbeats rolled and echoed like thunder as John Mozai followed Little White's swift shadow, and went off at a great speed. A wind whistled as the horse turned the corner of the street. It was almost as if a black cloud had descended upon John Mozai's horseback. However, it seemed like this new arrival was weightless. In fact, the strong horse subconsciously went a little faster in its state of mad rush. That man was John Wuyi. This bloodied war general's face was filled with an air of cold murderous horror. John Mozai regarded Dugu Zairoe with affection. How could an experienced man like John Wuyi not see it to him? Dugu Zairoe was as good as his nephew's wife. How could he allow anyone to trouble her? He wouldn't permit anyone to harm a single hair on her body. Such was the Jun family's mindset. It was such in Gwarn King Han's case. And it was the same for this little girl. John Wuyi wouldn't allow the tragedy that had plagued his life to occur again. If he thought it necessary, he would destroy everything in order to protect his nephew's wife. So, would John Wuyi be willing to sit through this matter after hearing about it? The strong horse neighed wildly as it galloped like a mad beast. It seemed as if the doubly astride horse had lost its mind. It turned one corner after another and disappeared into the distance. It only left behind some wind-blown dust, which quickly dissipated in the autumn wind. Dugu Zairoe and son Zairome had carried the same idea: send Little White to the Dugu family in order to arrange a rescue squad. Only the experts from the Dugu family could be expected to have a chance against such a threat. Any other reinforcements might turn out to be useless, since they may not have the capability to face 5 such high-leveled Skykshuan experts. Though in consensus their idea was naive. Moreover, Little White was immature and couldn't understand their words clearly. However, he understood that his master was in serious danger, and he understood that his master had sent him away to seek reinforcements. But who was he likely to seek out? Naturally, he'd seek out the most powerful rescue squad he could think of. Little White was quite intelligent. However, there were only 2 people in this world he was close to. One was naturally its master Dugu Zairoe, and the other was that good man who was also the strongest person in Little White's mind, John Mozai. This person had helped it upgrade its level in childhood itself, so wasn't he already the strongest? So, who else would he seek out for to help when his master was in danger and needed reinforcements? Therefore, Little White set to the task of finding John Mozai. Anyway, he didn't wish to go to the Dugu family to look for help. How could those uncouth long beards be useful? How could they compare to that great man? Little White had looked down upon them. But then again, if he had gone to the Dugu family for help, any experts they might have sent may have been too late to arrive. Therefore, Little White had made the correct decision in its state of inadvertent ignorance. Little White couldn't speak. Therefore, his attempt would have gone in vain in case he had actually decided to go to the Dugu family's residence. They would have surely sent their soldiers if they had judged Dugu Zairoe to be in danger. However, it wasn't necessary that the lineup they'd arrange would be able to help against those 5 Skykshuan masters. Wouldn't those men have fallen short of the task then? The sword had fallen. The Kshuan Kai which had been condensed in his palm had also been ferociously shot. Yigu Han was continuously getting besieged by his enemies from all sides. He would quickly retreated if it went for Ling Ming's safety. It wouldn't have been very difficult either. He would have been able to retreat if he were to use his remaining strength. He could have then used his skills to fly far away very quickly. He would most probably suffer injuries, but a shot and escape would have been possible. However, Princess Ling Ming hadn't escaped far enough. Therefore, these 5 powerful Skyxuan experts would undoubtedly capture her if he decided to retreat at this time. He didn't know why they wished to capture her. All he knew was that he would rather die than let them get their hands on his precious Ling Ming. He wasn't acting out of character, he was acting out of necessity. I know I will probably die, but I will still fight with everything I have. It is either life or death. What do I have to fear? Yigu Han stood straight like a mountain. A sword suddenly appeared beside his body. It curved towards him as he dodged it, but then it retreated as another sword approached him. Then another sword appeared with a gleaming blue light, and took the shape of the shiny saber which was ready to pierce its enemy. PFFT. A sword pierced Yigu Han's low left abdomen. Another 2 swords skimmed his entire body. They tore his clothes and his skin to shreds. It was followed by a fountain of blood gushing out. 2 meaty palms carrying attacks as powerful as thunderbolts bombarded Yigu Han's chest. Snap, snap, a teeth-grinding sound echoed as the brittle ribs in Yigu Han's chest gave away. All 7 orifices in his body suddenly overflew with blood. However, Yigu Han suddenly seemed to have a somewhat elated expression on his face. He had a tender smile, or perhaps a nasty one, but it looked extremely bitter on his bloodied face. Because, Chapter 261, I shall give up on the heavens, but not on my beloved. Chapter 261, I shall give up on the heavens, but not on my beloved. Translator Novel Sarder. Editor Novel Sarder. Yigu Han's sword had shot out and pierced the armpit of the black-clothed man, whose sword had pierced his lower abdomen. The black-clad man exerted himself to draw his sword out of Yigu Han's body. But it did not budge. Yigu Han was actually using his own muscles to jam that person's long sword. This was a real fight. The blood-red sword in that assailant's armpit had started to move upwards within this short pause. The black-clothed assailant was scared out of his wits at this. He then made a prompt decision to abandon his sword in Yigu Han's abdomen. He dodged and prevented his entire body from a miserable death of getting slashed into 2. Unfortunately, it was already late. His arm didn't receive the luxury of that narrow escape. The blooded sword went forth and separated the arm from his body and the half of his shoulder. The sword went a little further and peeled off the layers of his skin all the way up to his facial muscles. What was left behind was terrifying to behold. His white bones were bared. His twisting worm-like veins could be seen very clearly, along with the wisps of blood that flowed inside them. This person screamed a blood-curdling cry as he retreated. It sounded more beast than human. His eyes were exposing the shock that had been bestowed upon his conscience. My hand, my face are. However, Yigu Han recovered his sword at an incredible speed. He then quickly took advantage of that moment and stabbed again. It was lightning fast. Yigu Han's actions, his lack of hesitation in getting hit by the enemy, it had all been for this one moment, this one blow. Yigu Han knew that his strength wouldn't hold out in a drawn-out battle. He knew that he wouldn't be able to face the combined strength of these 5 Skyxuan assailants. Therefore, all he could was fight with everything he had. However, Yigu Han was a very experienced fighter. Anyone could tell that all 5 of them were Skyxuan experts. But he could clearly sense that the Qian of two of his enemies was unstable. He could sense that they had sustained serious injuries in the past and hadn't healed yet. He himself was now a spent force. So the most he could do was take the two of them down with him. However, the remaining three attackers were in good condition. Therefore, he couldn't be as sure about dealing with them. Therefore, those two injured enemies were his primary targets. In fact, they were his only targets. Yidu Han's sword stabbed him repeatedly, but the palms of one of the enemies hit his chest. He was happy that he had dealt such a blow to the enemy, but hadn't expected that his own ribs would be shattered. However, his chest now resembled a whirlpool as it sucked in the enemy's palms and held them in place. That person was aware of the danger and was vigorously tried to free himself from Yidu Han's grasp. He was about to succeed when a cold light rose from Yidu Han's sword and made its way towards his chest. The sword of death. A blood-curdling scream escaped that man's mouth as he desperately tried to evade the oncoming attack. But Yidu Han's sword swooped up in a moment and pierced him right up to its hilt. It didn't pierce his heart. However, the Qian attached to that sword left his 5 frail visceral points one in shambles. However, Yidu Han had finally run out of steam now. He had stuck his sword into his enemy's chest but didn't have the strength to draw it out this time. One of his remaining opponents bellowed. However, Yidu Han didn't even have the strength to pull his sword out. His right hand was cut off by his enemy's sword. But surprisingly, no blood flowed out of that wound. The blood in his body had already flowed out by now. His face was reveled in a mocking smile. Yet, his eyes were still full of tender affection as he looked in a particular direction, the direction of the imperial palace. One of the black-clad people leaped up and kicked Yidu Han hard. His body was sent flying up in the air. Yidu Han fell down heavily. But still, Yidu Han stubbornly turned his body over. Suddenly, there was a loud and terrifying sound, the sound of his ribs being crushed. However, there was not a single sign of pain on his face. His eyes had never so proud before, neither had they ever been so desolate. They were full of inexhaustible gentleness and yearning. Not a lot remained of his life, yet he couldn't see his beloved. So, looking at the place where she resided, the direction in which she would have to do. He had hidden his feelings for a long time, but all of them came gushing out. I think of you, Zhu Zhu, I think of you, I think of you. Yidu Han's mind was suddenly hit by an incomparable bright light, and many memories from the past started flooding it. He was already in a state of trance, but these images inside his mind were lifelike. This dream seemed real. And then, he heard a gentle voice. It was lightly reading a small poem again and again. It seemed to go on endlessly, like a tiny thing that was floating in a vast area. It was just like a dream. Don't regret such deep affection. I willingly fall and wither into loneliness. The regret of my beloved can haunt an eternity. I shall give up on the heavens, but not on my beloved. These were the parting verses which Yidu Han had written for Murong Zhu Zhu 18 years ago. I shall give up on the heavens, but not on my beloved. I shall give up on the heavens, but not on my beloved. Yidu Han couldn't speak. However, his lips still opened and closed slightly. And if one were to pay close attention, they would notice that he was repeating the last line of that poem. Zhu Zhu, I had left 18 years ago, and I lost you forever. I had left you with this poem, and you cried incessantly as you read the last verse. I remember to this day the way your long hair was disheveled in the wind then. Now, I'm leaving once again. and I will never return after I leave this time. You may become aware later that just right before I was recalling the last lines of that poem in my final moments. I shall give up on the heavens, but not on my beloved. Zhu, I could never turn my back on you. All my life I have never turned my back on you. Zhu Jianming roared like a madman, and rushed to cut He Duhan's body into pieces. But Lei Jianhong called out to him in a loud voice, "Enough, his Chuan Kai is already exhausted, and his 5 visceral points are done for. We need to pick up the injured 4th and 5th, and capture that little girl. Hurry, we need to move quickly, we can't stay here for long." Zhu Jianmin and the female combatant were very angry. They screamed their frustrations out. Then they each picked up their 4th and 5th brother. They then departed like lightning towards the direction where Princess Ling Ming had escaped. Meanwhile, Princess Ling Ming was being pulled by her 2 sisters. They were trying to force her to escape, but she kept looking back at the raging battle. However, when she saw Yi Duhan covered in blood from head to toe, she collapsed. The princess then suddenly turned towards that direction and screamed in a wild fit, "Uncle Yi!" Her voice was extremely sad and shrill. The princess' feet were rooted to the ground as she refused to move even half a step. Suddenly, she unintentionally welled up and tears started gushing out of her eyes. Uncle Yi had always protected her since childhood. To her he was unrivaled in his generation. She knew that he had felt desolate and heartbroken every day of his life. He was a sad and lonely man, and today he had fallen just to protect her. Princess Ling Ming suddenly felt a searing pain in her chest. She felt as if her lungs had been split open. There was no bonding in the Tan family. She knew that her father, the emperor, was very fond of her. She had known this since the day she was old enough to understand things. In fact, he would go to the extent of spoiling her and indulging in her appearance. However, her father, the emperor, was too dignified, even when she missed him and acted spoilt in order to be embraced by him. Her father would give her a cherished hug, but he never held her for long. He would always have some matter to take care of. He would then return to being the dignified emperor once again. Father and emperor. When these two are considered together, the emperor would always be given more importance than the father. Father, the emperor. Her father would turn into the emperor whenever the need arose. Then she couldn't act like that person's daughter. Yi Duhan felt more like a real father to her. She could act like a spoilt child in front of him without any inhibitions, and could throw small tantrums whenever she felt like. So, even if she called him uncle, she considered him her father. He would always pamper her. However, he would scold her without mercy if she made a mistake. But he was really nice to me. He has always been guarding me in silence. He never appeared in public. He never strove for anything. He never even demanded anything for himself. He just stayed in the shadows. And he seemed very satisfied. But he was the first one to appear and defend me whenever I faced any danger. He was the first one to stand up to my brothers when they bullied me. He would give his all to look after me. Even now, he lies fallen for my sake. He has finally collapsed. In all these years he must become very tired. Uncle Yi, do you want to rest? Don't you want to see your little Ling Ming? Do you have the heart to cast away your little Ling Ming and leave? Do you have the heart to? Do you have the heart to? Uncle Yi, you know that in my heart you will always be my father. Father, please don't leave me. Princess Ling Ming stood there motionless. She didn't know what she was doing or thinking. Dugu Ziro Yi and son Ziro Mei tried their best, but she remained motionless. Why hasn't my father, the emperor, arrived yet? Why hasn't he showed up when Uncle Yi is doing his best? He ought to come. If Uncle Yi truly leaves me, I will retaliate. I will go crazy and take revenge against everyone. I will dedicate my life to my revenge. Princess Ling Meng roared in her heart, and it seemed that her chest was about to explode with anger. However, she was unable to say it out loud. Tears blurred her vision, and it seemed that a 5,000 kg rock had blocked her throat. Her hands and feet were cold. Her entire body shuddered as if she had been transported to a world of ice and snow. The three black-clad assailants with masked faces overtook them. Lei Jianhong angrily rushed towards Princess Ling Meng to capture her. However, Princess Ling Meng just stood there with a blank expression. She didn't react to this situation in any way. Dugu Xiao Yi and Sun Xiao Mei threw themselves in front of her. Their bodies were glowing with a golden light. The fact that they had reached the edge of the Gold Xuan level was quite remarkable, especially when one considers their ages. The two women took out a knife and a blade and prepared to fight. However, the opposite party's strength FK off. Lei Jianhong waved his hands, and the two women were thrown back. I don't wish to kill you, don't force me. Who are you? Who are you? It seemed like Princess Ling Meng had just been roused from a dream. She didn't feel frightened. She had to avenge her Uncle Yi. Her eyes were full of hatred. Who are you people? Why am I so important to you? Why did you kill my Uncle Yi? The princess had roared out the last sentence. The loud shout startled Lei Jianhong. Such a delicate and frail woman can issue such a sharp and resounding sound. Notes: the 5 visceral points. This refers to the 5 main organs in a person's chest cavity in traditional Chinese medicine. The organs consist of heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys. This will obviously raise a doubt with the fight sequence. His sword doesn't pierce the heart, but the energy in his attack still shattered the organ. Chapter 262 To Save or Not to Save. Chapter 262 To Save or Not to Save. Translator Novel Sarder. Editor Novel Sarder. You do not need to know our identities. And you certainly don't need to know the reason behind our actions. You anyway have no chance of living. Lei Jianhong had no idea why he had divulged their intention to this woman. I won't let you off for this. I will kill you and your family. I will kill you. Tears suddenly filled Princess Ling Meng's eyes. However, she forcefully opened them and stared without blinking. I won't even spare your ghosts. It seemed that her shrill and mournful scream had split open the blue dome of heaven. The autumn wind rustled. Her hair started to drift about like dead leaves as the whistling sound of the blowing wind got louder and louder. Even then, she somehow exuded a sense of beauty. The pupils of Lei Jianhong's eyes suddenly shrank behind his mask. He felt a chill run through him. He trembled a little as his intuition warned him about her. He felt somewhat ashamed at getting frightened. I am a great Skyxuan expert. Yet, just a few words from this young woman made me nervous. That's unreasonable. Bang! Lei Jianhong flew into a rage because of his shame, and gave a tight slap to Princess Ming Lang. He then rebuked, "Smelly whore, your death is at hand, and yet you talk like this. Don't trust too much in your confidence, else I'll kill you right now." Princess Ling Meng's face swelled with the man's palm print, and her hair scattered down from the wind. However, she stubbornly kept on staring him, and her gaze was full of bitter hatred. Lei Jianhong looked at the venomous expression on Princess Ling Meng's face again. An obscure anger rose inside of him when he realized that the princess still hadn't given up. Moreover, this princess had an important connection with those throwing knives which had killed 4 of his fellow disciples. And tonight, this woman's bodyguard had seriously injured 2 more of his brother disciples. Anger rose unabated in his heat for a moment, and extreme hatred was soon stemmed from his guts as he thought of killing her there and then. The 3rd female disciple saw her brother disciple filling with a desire to kill. She hurriedly advised, "Senior brother, this woman is related to that person. So it would be better if we don't kill her till that man arrives to save her." Lei Jianhong clenched his teeth. He then suddenly chopped down on the nape of the princess' neck. She fainted. He then picked her up and tossed her to the 3rd disciple. Then, he ordered everyone to move out. Put the princess down. Dugu Xiao Yi and son Xiao Mei rushed to stop the opposite party. They were aware that they would be no match for them. However, they just couldn't allow the enemy to capture Princess Ling Meng and get away. Lei Jianhong snorted coldly. The female disciple rose to meet them, and then, bang bang, the 2 young women were struck by a palm each. They flew backwards, with wisps of blood flowing from the corners of their mouths. The 3 black-clothed individuals then flew up and disappeared. It's not that Lei Jianhong didn't wish to kill the 2 women, he just couldn't. His hatred dictated no other option in the princess matter. However, in the case of the other 2 women, one had the support of the Sun and the Tang family, while the other had the backing of the Dudas. The 3 great families would come together if something were to happen to those 2. They would become a problem big enough to put his younger brother Li's family in a disadvantageous position. A little while later, a little white shadow flashed past. It was followed by hoof beats. Their sound resembled that of a rain shower. The hoof beats had sounded only a moment ago, and a strong horse was already turning the street to arrive at the scene of the battle. Silhouettes flashed as 2 men descended from the horseback. There was a pool of blood on the ground. Yigu Han's lone body lay in the midst of it. "Little Yigu Han!" Zhang Wuyi exclaimed in alarm. He dropped down beside Yigu Han's body. He was supposed to hide the truth about his healed legs, but he had abandoned that appearance now. He kneeled beside Yigu Han and took his left wrist in his hand. Then pure Xuan Kai started to flow from Zhang Wuyi and into the seriously injured man. Yigu Han didn't have much life force left in him. Yigu Han had suffered major blood loss. His body had also been inflicted with serious injuries. His energy reserves had all but dried up. His chances of survival looked very slim. Had it not been for the concerns and anxiety of his heart, perhaps he wouldn't have survived till now. However, his expression had already started to slacken. It seemed as if his spirit had started to leave his body. He had incomparable willpower, but it's hard to resist a lapse of life force when the angel of death descends. Then, Yigu Han's consciousness cleared because of the pure Xuan Kai that flowed into his body from Zhang Wuyi's. He forced his eyes open, and saw Zhang Wuyi's thin face. His eyes lit up as an expression of urgency overtook his face. Anxious plea. Yigu Han was full of such emotions. "What happened here?" Zhang Wuyi asked with a sense of urgency, but Yigu Han was unable to speak. Zhang Wuyi then looked around. This street is supposed to be bustling with people, but there is no one else here. It's so quiet. Isn't this very strange? Where has everyone gone off to? Does anybody know what happened here? Zhang Wuyi roared in anger. The entire street reverberated with his shout. Still no one replied. Yigu Han and Zhang Wuyi were contemporaries of their generation. In fact, the third master of the Zhang family was a little older than Yigu Han. The Yi and the Jun family used to have a somewhat friendly relationship. Therefore, Jun Wu Yi and Yi Gu Han used to be friends. Then, the Yi family's power declined. And so, Jun Wu Yi and Yi Gu Han hadn't seen each other since. That happened around 10 years ago. Jun Wu Yi hadn't expected to see his dear friend after 10 years, and that too when the man was on the brink of death. Yi Gu Han felt Jun Wu Yi's pure Xuan Kai enter his system. He was surprised to realize that Jun Wu Yi had surpassed his cultivation. Jun Wu Yi had reached the upper reaches of the mid-sky Xuan level. It was very astonishing. However, Yi Gu Han also felt his chances at living fade away at the same time. Therefore, his eyes become more and more urgent as the pure Xuan Kai entered his body, but it was soon replaced by a look of pure wrath. Jun Wu Yi looked in as Yi Gu Han's aura became weaker and weaker. He then looked up. Mo Zai, can you save him? Jun Mo Zai sighed. Third uncle is asking me to do this, even he can't do it himself. Truth to be told, the young Master Jun had full faith in the Hongjun Pagoder's abilities. He was sure that he could revive a person regardless of the extent of their injuries. He had been able to eliminate the poison that had plagued his uncle's body for a decade. In fact, it had even worked when Hai Chen Feng had smashed his own Danshan and Xuan Kai circulation to pieces. Yi Gu Han's condition was very precarious. In fact, he was almost done for. However, Jun Mo Zai never considered himself a savior. Moreover, he didn't have any favorable opinions of Yi Gu Han and Princess Ling Meng. In fact, assisting them was likely to result in more trouble for him. Hence, there wouldn't be the slightest advantage in helping him. This transaction would result only in a loss. However, it was his third uncle who was asking for help. It was difficult for him to refuse his uncle in such a situation. Therefore, Jun Mo Zai unhurriedly and unwillingly crouched alongside his uncle. He reached with his arm and took Yi Gu Han's hand from Jun Wu Yi. He then slowly closed his own eyes. Next, he initiated the art of unlocking heaven's fortune. The pure Xuan Kai started to pour out steadily. However, his eyebrows couldn't help but twitch a little. The young Master Jun was startled by the extent of Yi Gu Han's injuries. They can't be taken lightly. His injuries are similar to the ones Hai Chen Feng had suffered. It's almost certain that he will die from these injuries. In fact, it's a miracle that he has held on and hasn't died from his wounds. It seems that he doesn't have even half a fist breath left. It seems that his conviction is the only thing that remains in his body. Jun Mo Zai's aura covered the injured man's body. He had been injured in many places. There must be at least 30 places where he suffered injuries, perhaps more. His lower abdomen was pierced, his shoulder was damaged seriously by sword energy, the sides of his body had been opened, the palm attacks on his chest had completely shattered his rib cage, and his 5 vital points had been displaced. He was in a very bad state. Damn! Jun Mo Zai had the utmost confidence in his art of unlocking heaven's fortune when confronted with such a condition. However, he didn't see the slightest of chance of curing Yi Gu Han. Jun Mo Zai could only extend the man's life by preventing his injuries from getting worse by ensuring that he didn't die from them. However, he couldn't provide surety of healing the man. Dugu Zairo Yi and Sun Zairo Mei staggered towards them from the distance. They called out in a loud voice, "Brother Mo Zai, the princess has been captured, we must quickly save her." Jun Mo Zai could tell that the 2 women had been injured badly as well. He was about to welcome them. However, he remained seated after he heard their words. He thought, How is the princess' fate any of my business? Why on earth are you demanding me to do my utmost for her? I've got nothing to do with her. And can't you see Yi Guhan's condition? And now you want my third uncle to do his utmost. Why and for what reason? However, Yi Guhan's entire body started to tremble when he heard this. His face, which was deathly pale, suddenly flushed with a bit of color. His eyes became a little brighter and warm with hope. He looked at Jun Mozai and Jun Wuyi, entreating them to save the princess. Yi Guhan was grasping at straws. He had noticed that Jun Wuyi's level had exceeded his own, and that he was at the border of the Skyxuan realm's midmark. Therefore, there would still be a chance of saving the princess if were to undertake the task. Jun Wuyi thought for a moment and asked softly, "You want us to save the princess?" Yi Guhan's eyes showed a shred of happiness in response. "Stop with a fuss. How do you think we will save her with our strengths? Just speak frankly. You want us to throw away our lives?" Jun Mozai continued to use the art of unlocking heaven's fortune. He didn't even raise his eyebrows. Third uncle's Xuan Kai has reached a high level, but his body is still weak. His health is infirm, and he is unable to walk. And they had the strength to leave you like this. Not only are you asking my uncle, but you're even asking someone as weak as me. Moreover, I don't have any intention of saving her, nor do I have the strength. There is an ancient saying, life and death, the fates are decided by the heavens. This must an act of fate. Do you think that foolish work hard to no avail? What good would it bring us if save that stupid princess? My third uncle's recovery will be exposed along with his strength. Not only that, my strength will be exposed in that process too. Is it not enough that I've stopped you from dying? Can't you be content with that? Even if there were others in my place, even the 8 great masters wouldn't have been able to use this method, not even Yun Bei Chen. Yi Guhan's breathing was already weak, but now it became urgent and frantic since he had started to pant heavily due to his anger. Jun Mozai could feel a rapid increase in his pulse. His chest shook as he gasped for air, and because of that a bone in that area got fractured, it made a distinct sound. Yi Guhan stubbornly looked at Jun Mozai. His expression was one of inexhaustible anger at first, then one of sadness before it eventually turned into one of a pleading man. Jun Mozai's heart shook as he witnessed such a mournful expression. He was sure that Yi Guhan would undoubtedly abandon his self-respect and pride if he could speak, and would then beseeched the young Master Jun to save the princess. Suddenly, Yi Guhan's face flushed, and a gurgling noise emanated from his throat. It seemed that he was using the entirety of his remaining strength for one last effort. His mouth opened, but he was barely able to spit out 2 weak words, "Request save." Then his head crooked and he fainted without a whimper. Yi Guhan had chosen to burn the last of his life force to say these words. He hadn't been able to finish his sentence. However, Jun Mozai and Jun Wuyi clearly understood what he meant to ask of them. "I request you save Ling Meng." He had spent the last moments of his life and his life force to make this request. "Is he dead?" Jun Wuyi seemed sad and anxious as he asked. "He hasn't died yet, though he's nearly dead. He is in a somewhat suspended condition, near death." Jun Mozai's hand was still pouring pure aura into Yi Guhan. However, things could take a turn for the worst if his condition remains the same. To save people is like putting out a fire you still haven't saved everyone. Dugu Xiaorui rushed over. She cried out as she grabbed the front of Jun Mozai's jacket. "Hurry up and save Princess Ling Meng. What are you waiting for?" "How is this my concern?" Jun Mozai looked at inexplicably. Why do you want me to save the princess? A prince or something should be dealing with this matter. You want me to go and throw away my life? Yi Guhan is Skykshuan expert. Can't you see how they've turned him into a mere sack of blood? I've no strength in comparison, yet you want me to go and save her. How can those words even come out from your mouth? Jun Mo Zai rebuked in his heart. Princess Ling Meng is not you, so why on earth should I exert myself for such a stupid matter? I had rushed over for your sake. Who thought it would turn into such a big problem? You then what do we do? Dugu Zairo Yi recalled that Jun Mo Zai was that powerful. In fact, he couldn't even match her. So how would he deal with multiple Skykshuan experts? What had she just said? She suddenly regretted her words, and was now at a loss. Why haven't those guards from the Imperial Palace arrived yet? Those words were of no interest to the listeners. Jun Wuyi and Jun Mo Zai looked at each other in tacit understanding. Mo Zai, as an act of kindness to Yi Guhan, we should help. And after all, she is the princess. Jun Wuyi said in a tactful manner. He knew that his nephew wasn't interested in Princess Ling Meng. He was well aware that his nephew would actually sit and watch idly. Hence, he decided to use Yi Guhan's name instead of the princess. He had said this since he had already figured that his nephew would make no attempts to rescue her otherwise. He knew his nephew well. He knew his nephew was more than capable of doing just that. In fact, that would be the youngster's natural instinct, and he'd bear a clear conscience in the regard as well. I won't do it. I have no interest. Jun Mo Zai refused his third uncle as well. He had a faint feeling that this doesn't seem like a minor matter. The cost of my identity's exposure would be far from inconsequential. I wouldn't do anything since it has nothing to do with me. Even if she were the daughter of a deity, let alone she's a princess, I would rather use this free time to tease Little White. Then again, the great assassin Jun won't work when I have no advantage from the transaction. I will go even if you don't. Jun Wuyi angrily propped up from the ground and jumped onto the horse. I do not go for the princess, but I'd go for Yi Guhan. Yi Guhan would commit a bloody purge of the city for the princess, just as your grandfather did for you. How can we sit back and ignore such affections? Chapter 263 Get Someone Else to Do One's Dirty Work 1. Chapter 263 Get Someone Else to Do One's Dirty Work 1. Translator Novel Sarder. Editor Novel Sarder. Jun Mo Zai wouldn't have agreed irrespective of what his uncle would said, except that he mentioned that incident. And this moved the young Master Jun deeply. Jun Mo Zai's heart shook. He suddenly remembered the manner in which Jun Jan Tian had issued a call to war, the manner in which his grandfather had led his troops to commit that purge in the capital. This memory suddenly warmed his heart. This memory moved Jun Mo Zai the most. Hitman Jun was aware that his third uncle's decision was based more on sentiment than reason. However, it would result in a lot of harm to the Jun family if Jun Wuyi truly undertook that task, regardless of his success in saving the princess. However, the heavens find a way when a man of noble character sets out on a righteous task. It would be difficult to cover up his uncle's involvement if the well-known general was to get involved in the matter. However, if Jun Mo Zai himself undertook the task, then fine, then I'll go. Damn. Jun Mo Zai took a deep breath. Then, he quickly transferred the pure Xuan Kai into Yi Guhan's dry meridians to keep him alive for the time being. But you need not accompany me, uncle. I alone will be more than sufficient. So, you first return home, but ensure that his body doesn't sway much on the way back. I understand these rescue operations, unlike you. Jun Wuyi interrupted him. But I will unwillingly step back. You're correct to have faith in me, however those are 5 Skykshuan experts. Jun Mo Zai smiled bitterly. He got up and mounted his horse. Then he pressed his legs to the horse's side and prepared to speed away. You scoundrel, you be careful. Dugu Zairoyi's heart was suddenly seized by her affection for Jun Mo Zai. She was very well aware of the Jun scoundrel's strength. She felt like blocking his way to prevent him from leaving. Dugu Zairoyi was extremely anxious. So much so that she temporarily harbored a selfish thought: it's better to keep this scoundrel safe than rescue the princess. Jun Mo Zai mounted his horse and paused for a moment. He decided that he wouldn't look back since he had chosen a course of action. His horse neighed and raised its hooves. It then galloped off at great speed. Dugu Zairoyi's delicate body trembled. Sun Zairo Mei slowly came up beside her and held her hand. She then said, "Don't worry, nothing will happen to him. Elder sister Zairo Mei, I was too much compelling him like this. What would I do if something happened to him?" Dugu Zairoyi asked hesitatingly. She was worried out of her wits. He won't relax, Sun Zairo Mei thought. How did you force him? It was the third Master Jun's words. He probably wouldn't have listened if you had tried to force him 10,000 times. You couldn't have forced him. I'm afraid that the present you is incapable of compelling him to do anything. However, these words would have left Dugu Zairoyi heartbroken. Therefore, Sun Zairo Mei could only think about it. As chance has it, the attack on Princess Lingmeng, Yi Guhan's arrival, his fierce battle, him getting seriously injured, and finally, Lei Jianhong grabbing the princess and leaving all of it had been observed by an individual hidden in the darkness. This person was none other than Mr. Wen. He had followed Princess Lingmeng into the aristocratic hall as the second black-clothed man. The aristocratic hall allowed each invitee to have 2 companions. The emperor had taken one place in Princess Lingmeng's party. Mr. Wen had then become her second guest and had filled the last spot. Besides his status, Mr. Wen possessed enormous strength. So much so that even Hai Chen Feng wouldn't be able to deal with him. Things would have naturally been very different in case he had decided to lend a helping hand. It was a pity that he didn't. Mr. Wen admired the loyalty and affection which Yi Guhan had displayed. He felt the urge to assist Yi Guhan several times during the battle. However, he unfortunately could not. The emperor had made a plan to draw out that mysterious master, and this plan would come to naught if he had attacked. That Skykshuan expert had become a nightmare for Tan Zhang's emperor after he had saved Princess Lingmeng. The emperor simply couldn't allow such powerful and unknown Skykshuan experts in his empire, especially when he couldn't keep an eye on them. It wouldn't have mattered if this man were just a hermit. However, he had some connection to Princess Lingmeng and could get involved in imperial disputes. The possibility of such a powerful entity's involvement in imperial matters wasn't good news to the emperor's ears. Therefore, the emperor couldn't tolerate his existence. His intentions may have been good, but it was still important to understand this man. The emperor wouldn't be at ease until this man's position was clear to him. This mysterious Skykshuan expert was one matter. But the mysterious man behind the aristocratic hall had also turned into a nightmare for the emperor. Mr. Wen felt a sense of contradiction within himself for the first time since his birth. He had helplessly looked in at Yi Guhan as he fell to the ground and lay there in silence. Mr. Wen was usually a calm man, however, he had grinded his teeth so hard that they almost snapped off. He's a great man. He burned every bit of his energy in order to help the princess. And the person who could have actually helped the princess is being forced to sit and watch from the sidelines. Conscience, what conscience are? However, Princess Ling Ming had been captured. That mysterious Skychuan peak expert must be drawn out. And nothing should happen to the princess. The emperor had entrusted him with this task. What to do with Yi Guhan? He's breathing his last breaths. Mr. Wen didn't have a choice. He didn't have the heart to ignore this. However, he couldn't do anything about it. Therefore, he looked in with regret as Yi Guhan's body fell on the ground and sighed with remorse. Then, he shot off in the direction where those assailants had escaped with the princess and started to give them a chase. A strong wind blew in his face as he started pursuing them. And at that moment, he realized something. This whole plan was put together to draw out that mysterious expert and to find the culprit behind the attacks on Princess Ling Ming. However, he knew the emperor well. The emperor may have other selfish motives behind this matter. They had never talked about it since the great and wise emperor obviously must have been embarrassed to admit it. However, Mr. Wen could understand Yi Guhan's existence was a matter of anxiety for the emperor. In fact, it was a matter of great anxiety. No man could endure another eyeing his wife for more than a decade. It was out of question to discard such a situation even when it came to the great emperor's heart. The emperor was, after all, also a man. In fact, his desire for control would be greater than others. It certainly couldn't have been weaker. It didn't matter that the man hadn't crossed the line. As long as the thought was there, it was a huge crime warranting no pardon from a capital punishment. It was necessary for Yi Guhan to die. This thing was the real purpose among several other more pressing matters. The emperor had in fact killed with a borrowed knife. He planned this arrangement. No wonder the princess bodyguards were so weak and had no desire to act. No wonder he sent just me to rescue the princess and no one else. No wonder it was almost the same as a ban on any other help. So that's what's going on. Mr. Wen had no choice but to admire the conduct of the country's emperor. His plan was precise and accurate. His thinking was cautious and meticulous. My own schemes can't be as malicious as his. He could see the three people in the distance ahead of him. However, Mr. Wen was having a tough time in understanding his own emotions. Zhang Mo Zai rode his horse swiftly and quickly crossed several streets. He was ruthless whipping the horse, and it was traveling at the speed of an arrow. The corners his powerful horse's mouth had started to foam. The young Master Zhang quickly looked around to see that no one else was there. Then, he tightened his grip on his horse using his legs. He then tossed away the reins. Then, Zhang Mo Zai's towering silhouette disappeared from on the horse's back. The horse let out a long neigh and stopped as the young Master Zhang disappeared. The reins thrown away by the young Master Zhang got entangled in a nearby tree and formed of a tight loop. He would either do something or not. But when he did act, he'd do it with a sense of swift decisiveness. He would give his all. This was the hitman Zhang's code of conduct. Nothing would matter once he had made up his mind. It wouldn't have mattered if Princess Ling Ming was hacked to pieces in front of him if he had decided against saving her. Hitman Zhang would just calmly look in. In fact, he might have commented on how the knife technique wasn't good or how the weapon wasn't sharp enough. However, since he had decided to save her, he would ensure that not a hair on her body was harmed. He would rescue her whole, and then escape. Strong ore was flowing all around. It was as if a meteor shower had slammed forcefully into the ocean, and had evoked large waves in the sky. These waves then rolled around in all the four directions endlessly. Jun Mo Zai initiated the yin-yang escape. His speed increased tremendously in comparison to his regular swiftness. He was like an illusion. He was at one place at one moment, and at another the next. There was no one who could see this mysterious scene. However, the young Master Jun was really enjoying himself. Jun Mo Zai had realized that he had started to get increasingly proficient at controlling yin-yang escape ever since he had unlocked the second level of the Hong Jun Pagoda. In fact, he could now use it according to his desires. Jun Mo Zai was wholeheartedly making use of this skill right now. He felt fully integrated with the world and had a feeling of detachment from all worldly matters. It felt as if he could go anywhere in this vast world. No place was beyond as long as he desired it. The art of unlocking the heavens' fortune was flowing like the Yangtze River inside his body, unending and unlimited. Or was continuously seeping out of the Hongjun Pagoda. The art of unlocking heaven's fortune was working without any clogs. There was a flow of unceasing aura within his body since he had opened the art of unlocking the heaven's fortune. And this entire aura was going straight into the Hongjun Pagoda again. These things had apparently taken the form of a loop, a perfect loop. Jun Mo Zai couldn't help but recall some of the Taoist teachings from his previous life, even though he hadn't been able to understand them at that point. Life is like a sea of misery, and the human body is the only raft available to cross it. Jun Mo Zai felt that those words were very much in line with his present condition. The young Master Jun wanted to remain in that wondrous state for a longer period of time. However, the prevailing situation didn't allow him extend the time period for which he could remain in that state. It was truly a pity. How could reality ever fulfill people's expectations? Suddenly, there was a change up ahead. Jun Mo Zai whooshed across and silently covered over 30 meters in one step. He only left behind one whirlpool of wind after another in that illusory state, and these whirlpools were slow to subside. 3 people were continuously changing direction as they moved towards the outside of the city. They were like wisps of smoke. Their movements were swift and nimble. The motion of their limbs was smart. However, he could see that those 3 people were quite formidable. These people would somehow know if someone was coming towards them from the front. They would then shift their positions to avoid meeting the person. These people hadn't bumped into anyone the entire way except for a few common people. And a common person wouldn't be able to detect them given the speed they were moving at. He would just feel a burst of cool breeze blowing towards him, and the assailants would continue without leaving a single trace. Notes: to get someone else to do one's dirty work, to kill with a borrowed knife, is an art of warfare deceptions. More details can be found in the 36 Stratagems of Chinese Warfare. Yangtze River, long river in China, one of the longest in the world. Chapter 264. You got framed. Chapter 264. You got framed. Translator Novel Sarder. Editor Novel Sarder. Jun Mo Zai took a deep breath and then increased his speed further. He stayed a bit over 100 meters behind the 3 black-clothed people and matched their pace. He suddenly detected a fluctuating aura and realized that someone else was also shadowing these 3. And he could tell from that person's movements that his cultivation was much higher than the 3 he was chasing. Don't tell me, is he from the Imperial Palace? Jun Mo Zai contemplated for a while and came up with a plan. Mr. Wen also felt someone else's presence. However, he couldn't locate this person when he looked around. However, Mr. Wen had a very powerful awareness, and he could tell that this other person was an inconceivably formidable expert. But why can't I locate him? The area opened up ahead. The three indistinguishable shadows jumped over the city walls and fled far away in a matter of moments. Mr. Wen chose that moment to investigate and halted there on purpose for a while. He didn't believe that those youngsters could break away from him. So, he decided to see how that man could hide himself in that wide open expanse. I don't think that the greatest of the seniormost generation could hide themselves from my eyes in this large and open area. However, Mr. Wen would be disappointed. He waited for a moment but couldn't catch that person. All he could do was feel a strong and formidable aura arrive, and then go away into the distance. In fact, the aura traversed into the distance through that bare space. Yet, he couldn't even see the man. How is this possible? A man such as this exists in the mortal world, Mr. Wen took a deep breath. However, his insides were now brimming with burning aspirations. What a great life it would be if I were to fight such an expert hand-to-hand. Mr. Wen quickly adjusted his personal state after almost spitting out air, and then lightly jumped off as well. He floated down the city walls as light as a strand of hair. And then, he too faded away in the distance. The sleep-deprived soldiers guarding the gate didn't notice any of it, and remained ignorant of what happened. Big brother, the condition of fifth doesn't look very good. I've been pouring Chuan Kai into him, but it's not making any difference. We need to cure his injuries quickly. Otherwise, I'm afraid Yu Jianming's voice had a sense of urgency to it. Yi Guhan was truly fierce. The fourth's condition is also bad. Lei Jianhong gnashed his teeth with hatred. He then rapidly said, the fifth's condition is quite serious. But he will be back to normal if we heal his injuries successfully. However, fourth has been permanently disabled. His shoulder has been cut off and his face has been disfigured. Damn that Yi Guhan. I didn't expect this Yi Guhan to be that much of a problem. We're each at Skyxuan level. We aren't inferior to anyone in this empire. That man had to face us all at once, and yet things still turned out this way. The third female disciple, Fang Pyro Hong, sighed. Fortunately, he was left for dead, though it is a pity what he did to the fourth brother. This is all because of this BTCH. Ling Meng, Lei Jianhong roared angrily. I'll make this BTCH regret her life after I find out about that mysterious man with the throwing knives. I'll take care of her. What a bold princess she is. We must wait till master arrives, even if we get our desired outcome. Fang Pyro Hong sighed again. The fourth and the fifth brothers are dying. The sixth has no hope for recovery. The seventh tenth's bones have already been buried in the Tianzang city. Who would have thought that such a thing would happen, that things could turn out like this? She continued with another sigh. Master will fly into a rage when he hears about this big brother. Master will arrive in 2 days. You must make preparations for his arrival. What preparations can I make? Lei Jianhong said somewhat despairingly. If our father doesn't beat me to death, I fear he will put me in condition where I'll be bedridden for half a year. I had led 9 disciples here and now only the 3 of us remain. Won't this be a huge blow to our old man? It'll be a miracle if he forgives me easily. Zhu Jianming also sighed. I suppose we 3 can't take it easy now. Master will arrive after 2 days. At the appointed time. Oh dear, I don't have the guts to imagine how the old man will react. Master had poured all his heart into us 11 disciples now. Oh dear, I don't know how he'll grieve. Fang Pyro Hong said sadly. She couldn't prevent her eyes from becoming red. A small grove appeared in front of them as they talked. They first looked behind to see that they weren't being followed. Then they entered it without hesitation. Hitman Jun followed them from behind like a formless being without any physical properties. He floated in the air as he followed them in. Jun Mo Zai had listened to the kidnappers very carefully. Lei Wu Bei's disciples had also taken part in the raid for the Xuan Core on that night with a thunderstorm. Jun Mo Zai was startled by what he heard. Lei Bu Wai, the cold-blooded master, is arriving in Tianjing City in 2 days. This is big news. The 3 people were cautious even though they were inside dense woods. They changed directions and turned twice, first left and then right. Then, they stopped in front of a dry tree stump. Then, their seniormost disciple Lei Jianhong extended his hand and pressed something at an unknown place. The tree stump suddenly moved away and revealed a huge stone slab. And that slab then moved away to reveal the round entrance of a cave. Jun Mo Zai took a single step and disappeared inside the moment it was revealed. The cave was genuinely safe at that moment since there was no one inside. The 3 people, including Lei Jianhong, adjusted their positions and entered deeper slowly and cautiously. This cave was very narrow, and 2 people couldn't go inside at the same time without bumping into each other. Had they known that the young Master Jun was already there quietly waiting for them to enter. The tree stump slowly returned to its original position after they entered. The ground once again looked undisturbed. Not a single sound of any activity could be heard. Mr. Wen had followed those 3 people till the grove. They hadn't been able to evade him, or go out of the range of his sense of detection. In fact, he had seen them enter the woods. However, he had wasted some time in an attempt to search for that formidable person. Therefore, he had arrived a little too late at the cave's entrance. The stump had returned to its original place by the time he had arrived. There wasn't even a single abrasion left to indicate the entrance. He searched everywhere, but couldn't locate where the people he had followed had gone off to. Mr. Wen could only feel their auras. He could clearly feel that they were nearby, but he couldn't locate them. He couldn't help but worry. This was truly a case of an old cat burning its whiskers up. Mr. Wen was certain that these people must have gone underground using a mysterious mechanism in order to hide their trail. However, where did they go after digging into the ground? He was sure that he could draw them out if he launched his skill to sweep across the area. But that would arouse their suspicion. It was a pity that he had to beat the grass to scare the snake too. He couldn't think of another plan. However, Princess Ling Meng would remain in their hands if they didn't show themselves. And what will I do if something bad happens to her? How will I face the Emperor? Mr. Wen felt somewhat embarrassed as he frowned. He thought hard and incessantly about countermeasures for that eventuality. The cave led to a huge space. The soil was patted down firmly. However, the place had a somewhat damp smell to it since it was underground. You two, hurry up and heal the 4th and 5th. I will question this. Btch Lei Jianhong had a somewhat murderous look about him. Big brother, I know they're your junior disciple brothers, and you're angry with Princess Ling Meng. But I must urge that you consider your methods forbid. Fang Pyro Hong hesitated, but she continued, nevertheless, I can see that this matter has brought pain to Brother Yuran. I can see that our identities haven't been exposed. If we ask Brother Yuran to arrive while feigning to be a good person, and he comes as a hero saving the princess from danger, if Yuran is successful in this way, it would be considered that's good. Contact Brother Yuran, I won't harm her. Lei Jianhong gnashed his teeth. Fang Pyro Hong cleared her throat, but remained silent. She then diverted her full attention and energy to heal her fellow disciple. Jun Mozai's heart started to beat wildly in the darkness. Brother, you ran. These two characters, you ran, lie, you ran. This meant that the youngster couldn't be taken lightly anymore. Don't tell me Lai Yuran is involved with these people in this huge incident. Lei Jianhong picked Princess Ling Ming in his arms, and then set her down against the wall. He then reached above and placed his hand on her head. Pure Xuan Kai entered her body. This made the princess wake up. You rascal, let me go. Princess Ling Ming had barely opened her eyes and was already very angry. She shouted, I want to go to Uncle Yi, let me go. Your Majesty, you wish to be free, and you will be easily. All I need from you is an answer to one question, and then you'll be allowed to leave. Lei Jianhong snorted. He said this to her as he sneered, Your Highness, you embrace several throwing knives and hold those damaged knife very dearly. Isn't that strange, Princess Ling Ming? Honorable Princess, I'll set you free if you tell me who the owner of these knives is. I won't break my promise. The owner of the throwing knives. Princess Ling Ming opened her eyes in astonishment. These people had kidnapped her just to ask about this matter. I have never seen that highly skilled person, so how would I know? Har, Princess, when you speak like that, do you take the three of us for children? Lei Jianhong smiled ruthlessly. Many of my junior brother disciples were killed by him. In fact, we had never heard of anyone that skilled in the secular three world. But the first task he had undertaken was meant to save your life. Don't tell me that the princess has forgotten that man had arrived the last time you had encountered assassins. His first and only action was to save your life, but he truly is a ghost if the princess insists on not knowing his identity. Jun Mozai shook on the inside. He had saved the princess in secrecy the last time she was attacked. Have I implicated her by saving her? This resentment was hard to figure. How did these people know the connection between these two independent matters? Jun Mozai's train thought immediately went to Lai Yuran. So that's how it is. Everything gets resolved if we take the Lai family into consideration. You killed Uncle Yi. For this question, Princess Ling Ming couldn't move. However, her eyes bulged as she looked at her captor with utter hatred. It seemed like she would start to shoot flames at him soon. Well, the princess, she can forget about leaving this place since she insists on not telling us about the origin of these knives. Lei Jianhong gave an evil smile as he said this in a low voice. We have several other methods with which we can make you speak. Jun Mozai was urgently thinking of the actions he could take. He had thought that he would approach Princess Ling Ming, and then disappear with her by using the Hongjun Pagoda. However, he was unsuccessful despite several tries. Apparently the Hongjun Pagoda can't accommodate anyone besides me, or perhaps my cultivation isn't enough. Jun Mozai's wishful thinking was shattered into pieces since that plan didn't work. It would have been very easy for him if the princess could have been transported into the Hongjun Pagoda. Jun Mozai was confident that he would have been able to take advantage of the chaos that would have unfolded. He would have then whisked her away. In fact, he could have even injured or killed one of the assailants. Saving the princess still wasn't that difficult. However, these people were Skyxuan experts. So he'd end up in a dire position if they found out about his whereabouts. Lei Jianhong pinched the princess' jaw and forced her to look up. He then asked her maliciously, I'll ask you for the last time, will you still not speak? I'll have no choice but to punish the princess if she remains firm on this. Suddenly, a lofty, cold, severe, and mocking laugh rang out of nowhere. It echoed cruelly inside the cave. Lei Wubei teaches such trash, what a cold-blooded senior is he, this is truly laughable. The voice hadn't yet faded when a blue light covered the area. Then a delicate throwing knife came flying out of nothingness. It then transformed into a dreamlike azure color as it reflected everyone's face. Whoosh! The throwing knife embedded itself into the earthen wall. It unexpectedly issued the same sound as a rotten piece of logs. The three people jumped in shock. Lei Jianhong covered his chest with his hands to protect it. He then shouted loudly, "Since your honored self has arrived, what do you want? Why are you in hiding? I've been waiting for you for a long time." Xu Jianming and Feng Pyro Hong grabbed the handle of their swords and drew them out. They kept their swords horizontally in front of their chests. They then looked around as if facing a very dangerous enemy. A faintly discernible voice was heard laughing. "You youngsters of the younger generation truly overestimate your capabilities in challenging me." Princess Ling Ming's eyes welled up with tears since she was emotionally moved. She struggled as she asked, "Senior, is that you? I beg you take me to Uncle Yi. I beg you to kill these people and avenge my uncle." This underground movement, especially Lei Jianhong's loud bellowing, was clearly heard by Mr. Wen outside. This helped him in locating their position. He had been paying attention for the slightest of clues. However, Lei Jianhong's loud bellowing had provided him with the best possible orientation for locating them. He quickly arrived in front of the entrance of the cave and held his breath as he attentively listened. He could enter their hideout as long as he could find its exact location. However, Lei Jianhong and his two companions had just discovered a shocking incident. In fact, it was a terrifying, strange and an astonishing occurrence. Princess Ling Ming's delicate body had been propped up against the wall, but it was suddenly raised into the air with a whooshing sound. It then started to float in the air. It was like an arrow had suddenly been released from a bow. Lei Jianhong jumped in alarm and pounced at the princess. However, he was a little late. Zhang Mozai had already broken through the stone slab at the entrance with a loud bang, with the princess in his arms. The bright sunlight seeped into the cave. Lei Jianhong and the others shouted as they followed after them. Mr. Wen was pacing in front of the tree stump. He had been hesitantly thinking about destroying the surface in order to rescue Princess Ling Ming or something even quicker. Then, he heard the loud rumbling like landslide. This was then followed by a sudden explosive sound as the entrance to the cave crumbled. Mr. Wen was caught off guard and fell to the ground. He was about to open his mouth to curse when he saw a body coming towards him. It was almost as if it had been thrown towards him. This delicate body was Princess Ling Ming's. The three black-clothed and masked people hurried outside and surrounded him. Then one of them shouted, "You bastard, you stayed hidden the last time. And you hid yourself again now, but you didn't escape, did you? I'll see how you manage to flee now." Mr. Wen had just extended his hands to catch Princess Ling Ming. He then suddenly found himself surrounded and confronted. He couldn't help but whine about his hardships. This person had framed him. Notes: Chinese idiom. Even experts can sometimes make mistakes. Chinese idiom to make a din, to draw the enemy. Secular world means the usual mundane ordinary world. It's different from the world of martial arts. This term basically refers to the materialistic world, and is usually looked down upon by the topmost figures of the martial world. Chapter 265. I will withdraw when the task is completed. Chapter 265. I will withdraw when the task is completed. Translator Novel Sarder. Editor Novel Sarder. How could the experienced Mr. Wen not understand the situation he was in? He had been planning to save the princess. However, this person had then appeared very inconveniently. Moreover, it was evident that this person had the strength to rescue the princess. But he had tossed the princess into his arms as soon as he had escaped outside. But how was this man certain that I've come to save her? This hateful man, he framed me for his actions to cover his tracks. Now what do I do? This is very problematic. He had initially decided to follow them in secrecy. It would have been a case of a mantis hunting a cicada unaware of the oriole behind it but one, or perhaps it was like an elderly fisherman taking advantage of the fight between two cranes. However, not only was the elderly fisherman unable to take the advantage, he had been made a scapegoat. This was ridiculous. His presence had been exposed. He would no longer be able to investigate the mysterious Skykshuan expert anymore. Moreover, he had been rendered incapable of capturing each of the kidnappers since the princess was in his arms now. And his plan to interrogate them individually had obviously gone down the drain as well. This had obviously turned into a big problem for him since he had no one to look for help. Hence, he was left staring at the kidnappers with a stupefied expression on his face. He analyzed the situation. I won't be able to investigate anything since these young kidnappers have spotted me. Mr. Wen was obviously much more powerful than Lei Jianhong and his companions. However, his mood was still very regretful. That mysterious man had come to save the princess, but then why would he bring her here, and why would you leave her midway, especially with these three in pursuit? They could have captured her back again. Let's say your plot worked. How could you call yourself a man even if you were to succeed like this? Princess Ling Meng was still struggling and pleading non-stop. Senior, I beg you to kill these people and avenge my Uncle Yi. Princess Ling Meng hadn't been able to see the mysterious senior properly despite the fact that she had been in his arms. However, she had still felt safe. He is very much like Uncle Yi. He'll be in no danger as long as he's here. Hence, her mind had subconsciously shifted to Yi Duhan's well-being. Then, that towering person had tossed her away. She had then been caught by another person. The young girl had been born with a keen sensing ability. She could tell from his person's odor that he was the Imperial Palace's honored guest, the Emperor's mysterious friend Mr. Wen. He has also arrived here now. These two extremely skilled people can join hands. No one can escape their combined strength. They'll be able to avenge Uncle Yi, and such skilled people can also save Uncle Yi's life. Mr. Wen's arms were also warm, but they lacked that inner warmth which gives rise to a sense of security. Princess Ling Meng's thought process was wonderful. However, it was also naive and fantastical. How could life ever move according to one's wishes? The reality of this matter was as different as from her wishes as it could have been. In fact, there were no similarities between them. Mr. Wen had already been angered by the way things had turned out. Naturally, he was more than brimming with a desire to fight. He secured Princess Ling Meng with one hand, the other he positioned in front to fight with. That hand didn't bear any weapon, yet it looked like he held a huge cleaver in it. He seemed so formidable that he had already secured an advantage. He fiercely looked at the three individuals from his younger generation. It seemed as if he would cut them up to pieces. Mr. Wen had figured that the man had somehow managed to follow their trail without getting discovered. He was sure that the mysterious expert had saved the princess, and had then choreographed this ridiculous scene to protect his own identity. He could tell that this mysterious man didn't wish to expose his identity since it could have meant a great deal to him. Hence, this highly skilled person had shifted the blame on Mr. Wen. The person who stands up first is always considered superior. Such was the thought process of this world. Naturally, Mr. Wen was somewhat embarrassed to be the second. However, what pinched Mr. Wen the most was the fact that he hadn't been able to catch a single glimpse of that mysterious expert. He had been left with a sense of gloom and inferiority, and had hence remained silent. This was the main reason behind his enraged state of mind. He was a man of extraordinary self, but Mr. Wen had never felt so inferior in his entire life. Mr. Wen's strength was unpredictable. No one could ever consider him a mere peak Skychuan expert. In fact, even the 8 great masters wouldn't find him an easy opponent. However, Mr. Wen had been caught up in a tricky play here, but he was an experienced man, and was quickly able to assess the variables involved. He jumped out of the circle and spoke with a solemn expression on his face. So, you guys are the Supreme Cold-Blooded Master's disciples. I am not aware of the Supreme Master Lei's well-being of late. And I certainly don't know how my Tanzang Empire has offended the Supreme Master Lei. What could have we possibly done for him to take an action such as this, sending his disciples to capture our imperial princess? Has the honored senior forgotten the treaty we have as allies? Supreme Master, what do you speak of, old man? Come here and die by your father's hands, Lei Jianhong denied and abused, though he was rather amazed by these turn of events. Who is this old man? His strength is barely at the peak Skychuan realm. He's alone, and surrounded by enemies on all sides, but he's so calm in this situation. His strength is nowhere near my father's, and what's more, he even knows about the Treaty of Alliance that was signed all those years ago. How did such a high-level personality arrive here at this critical juncture? This matter just got harder to get over with. However, this old bastard's Xuan level must be very high. He had managed to kill 4 of my brother disciples with those throwing knives, but such an entity cannot be recompensed very easily. Old fool, have the guts to tell us your name. We have a deep-seated blood feud with you, and it is important to settle that debt. Mr. Wen snorted. He knew that he had been unjustly implicated. He was aware that it wouldn't be worthwhile to explain his true status to these argumentative youngsters. And even if he did try to explain, would he be able to do it properly? But he was angered by the rude manner in which Lei Jianhong spoke to him. He then suddenly flew towards Lei Jianhong and hit his face hard. Then he shouted, "You're not fit to know this old man's name. You youngsters have ruined Lei Wubei's reputation. Lei Wubei won't be able to save you from my wrath if you violate the Alliance Treaty again, not even if you're his own flesh. Now get lost." His feet left the ground once he finished speaking. He was still facing Lei Jianhong and his companions, and was still holding the princess' body. Then, he slowly started to float backwards and deeper into the lush woods. But he didn't bump into a single tree. It seemed like he had eyes at the back of his head. It even looked as if he was riding a cloud. However, they heard his faint voice again. "Tell Lei Wubei that the old man you spoke to is called Wen. Be sure to tell him properly so that he understands it clearly." Lei Jianhong and the others couldn't help but be overwhelmed with shock as they looked at each other. Zhu Jianming shouted angrily after a good while had passed, "That old bastard kills 4 of my brothers, and yet he shamelessly talks big. We must settle this debt. Well, see where this bastard escapes to when the master arrives." Lei Jianhong and Fang Pyro Hong agreed in unison. Their enemies' skills were extraordinary. There was no way those 3 could have dealt with him by themselves. Therefore, they were left with no option but to give up on fighting him at that point, even if they did so unwillingly. They could just wait for their master's arrival, and then make a plan. Young Master John whistled as he slowly and leisurely returned to his tethered horse. The strong horse freed itself, and John Mosai mounted it. The young Master John felt rather proud of his achievement. He raised his whip to urge his horse to return home. He had quickly laid out the whole plan when he had realized that the mysterious expert was also following Lei Jian Hong's trail. He knew that no one could see him once he'd initiate the yin-yang escape. Humph, first come to find me, then you dogs can fight each other. This uncle doesn't have free time to play with you. This is good. I've saved Princess Ling Meng without exposing my identity. I've completed my task with above satisfactory rating. The princess should thank me by clapping her hands. He returned home to find John Wuyi anxiously waiting for his arrival. What but why? Yi Guhan's condition had become so bad that he could stop breathing any moment. Even asking the solitary falcon to transfer his Xuan Kai had been useless. Even the so-called pure Xuan Kai didn't have any effect on Yi Guhan's condition. Even an excess of Xuan Kai had been useless in his case because he lacked the vitality needed to produce flesh and blood. Even solitary falcon was unable to help. He didn't have any means to. The solitary falcon had transferred a lot of pure and high-level Xuan Kai into Yi Guhan without knowing if the man was capable of supporting it. Everyone stood up as John Mosai walked in. His face immediately deflated as they asked, "Did you find the princess?" John Mosai shook his head listlessly as he sat down on a chair. He then drank some tea and complained, "You thought too highly of me. Those people had captured her and had escaped a long while ago. How would I be able to find her? I couldn't." John Wuyi sighed and kept quiet. Dugu Xiaoyi wanted to say something, but remained shut since Sun Xiaomei took her small hand and pinched it. But solitary falcon snorted and said, "This old man has squandered a lot of Xuan Kai by pouring it into his man. I will waste no more since the Jun kid has returned. This old man shall return to his cultivation." Then, he suddenly left without any indication. He seemed very carefree as he left. Dugu Xiaoyi's lips twitched. This old man is a quack. He just checked the pulse and nothing else. How could your Jun family invite in such a swindler? What a waste of food. The solitary falcon had reached the door. He staggered when he heard this line. In fact, he almost collapsed. He snorted angrily. What is wrong with this little girl? This injured boy couldn't have lasted if it weren't for this old man's assistance. He wouldn't have survived till this scheming Jun brat returned unless this old man had poured his Xuan Kai and replenished his life force. However, the solitary falcon couldn't remain angry after he looked at that little girl's pretty face. He then waved his sleeves and disappeared without a trace. John Mosai and John Wuyi's expression turned strange. They would have noisily laughed it out if it weren't for Yi Guhan lying at the doors of death. Sun Xiaomei, the Sun family's eldest daughter, had more experience and knowledge than the other little girl. She couldn't completely understand solitary falcon's origins, but she could tell that this person was someone very extraordinary by just looking at how he had prolonged the near-dead Yi Guhan's life by transferring his pure Kai until now. She could tell that this seemingly powerful expert was quite smart as well, since he had restrained his temper when he was provoked by a naive and inexperienced girl. The consequences could have been very serious if he had lost his cool. "Mosai, hurry up and take a look at little Yi. His condition is quite serious," Jun Wuyi said. Jun Mosai cleared his throat and sat down beside the injured man. To be honest, he didn't like Yi Guhan. And similarly, Yi Guhan didn't like the debauchery of the Jun family. However, He would save the man's life since he had promised his uncle. Either don't try saving him or revive him completely. This was Hitman Jun's standard behavior. Moreover, Yi Guhan was an Ainband warrior and a good man. There was no harm in saving him. Notes: a proverb derived from a popular Chinese story. There isn't much of an equivalent in English. The reference can be looked up very easily, and summaries of it are easily available in all languages. Chapter 266 Jun Family's Ancestral Teachings. Chapter 266 Jun Family's Ancestral Teachings. Translator Novel Sarder. Editor Novel Sarder. Dr. Jun Mo Zai took Yi Guhan's hand and quickly poured pure Xuan Tai into his body. Yi Guhan coughed feebly. It seemed as if he was being choked. Thin wisps of blood started to drip from the corners of his mouth. Not good. Jun Mo Zai shook his head and frowned. He raised his head to look at Jun Wu Yi. This is a big problem. And the expenses incurred in saving him would be a lot. I'm afraid the expenses will be very huge, extremely huge. He then looked at Dugu Xiao Yi and Sun Xiao Mei. You two, haven't you been through a lot already? Hurry up and go over there, rest for a while. When he mentioned over there, he obviously meant Warren King Han's courtyard. Jun Wu Yi heard this and realized that he'd need to lend a hand in mediating the situation. Niece Xiao Yi, Niece Xiao Mei, try and find Sister King Han. Take some rest, okay? We both are here. So you needn't worry. This is not that serious. I have informed your families, and someone will soon come to take you home. Little Yi is from your older generation, but he is a man. Your presence will pose a problem for Mo Zai's effort in healing him. Dugu Xiao Yi pouted since she didn't feel very pleased with this. She agreed that third Uncle Jun was being very reasonable, but this made her feel like an outsider. The little girl then turned her waist. She snorted to show her dissatisfaction and refused to leave. However, she was pulled away by Sun Xiao Mei. The Sun family's eldest daughter was quite perceptive. She had long realized that the uncle-nephew duo had a secret language for communication when there was an inconvenient entity present in their midst. You really couldn't find the princess? Jun Wu Yi snorted and smiled. Would you have returned if you hadn't found her? Young fellow, you think I don't know you, boy. You either don't make a promise, or you complete the task if you make one. Why do you ask when you know? Jun Mo Zai continued to pour aura into Yi Guhan's body, and started to rectify the placement of his bones. He then let out a helpless sigh. Third uncle, the princess hates me. But I can't blame her since I act like a degenerate. Yi Guhan may be cold, proud and aloof, but he's a good man. Jun Mo Zai's voice became serious as he continued. Be that as it may, our decision to help them may not necessarily have been the correct one. In fact, we shouldn't have saved them. Third uncle, you must be aware that our Jun family is not very stable at the moment yet. We have brought another layer of crisis upon ourselves. I've already made arrangements for this matter, and am convinced that no one will doubt my involvement. But I may have left a few tiny clues. Dugu Xiao Yi and Sun Xiao Mei's presence can prove to be a huge risk as well. In fact, it can be a big giveaway. Secondly, you and I know that this man's position is quite sensitive. That could cause a rebellion against us later that could lead to more problems. Jun Mo Zai looked at Jun Wu Yi sternly. Third uncle, you didn't think this matter through. This matter could associate the Jun family with this man. That may not be a good thing. I've already thought over the things you speak of. Jun Wu Yi returned Jun Mo Zai's gaze in a profound manner and spoke in a dignified voice. You must be aware that your dad, your second uncle, and I had grown up and trained with several people. There used to be 19 of us. However, there's just Yi Du-han, the 3 brothers of the Dugu family, Murong families, Murong, Cheng, Long, and me. Just the 6 of us remain. Jun Wuyi sighed. Now in regards to today's matter, I know that saving Yi Du-han will make His Majesty uncomfortable. However, he will only feel uncomfortable and nothing more. He has been uncomfortable with Yi Du-han for the past 10 years. So it's not like this is the first time. But how will I face my 13 brothers in the other world if I change my decision now? Even your great-grandfather wouldn't forgive me, and even if the unlikely happens and your great-grandfather forgives me, I won't be able to live with myself after self-introspection. Therefore, I will continue with my efforts to save him. Etch this into your heart. Mosiah Jun never describes himself as a man with a noble character. Where forever in gratitude men are born to act when something is not right. Men set such matters straight. Our Jun family's descendants have persevered for a long time with this pride, and this has always been the case. Your great-great-grandfather, that is, your grandfather's grandfather, was just a common blacksmith. However, he imparted a very important lesson to my grandfather when he was about to die. Jun Wuyi's voice became solemn. What did my great-great-grandfather teach? Jun Mosiah was somewhat inquisitive. Having balls does not make you a man. It is the incomparably indomitable spirit which does. Jun Wuyi slowly declared these 15 words. He had no choice but to relay these teachings, even though the wording was quite vulgar and didn't embellish the teachings in any way. Having balls does not make you a man. It is the incomparably indomitable spirit which does. Jun Mosiah muttered these lines for a while. Initially, he wanted to laugh, but then he realized that these words were turning more and more to his liking. The great-great-grandfather taught well. Jun Mosiah cheered loudly and became somewhat excited. He then said, "It seems that this ancestor wasn't even lacking at the death's door. He was still a real man." Correct. Innumerable people have penises under their clothes on this earth, but real men are very few. Man, what is a man? Jun Wuyi looked at his nephew with a hawk-like expression. A man is someone who stands tall. He has a will of iron and a loyal heart. He is a man of character with an incomparably indomitable spirit. Jun Mosiah laughed loud as he spoke this in a carefree manner. The sentence he had spoken had actually burdened his mind. It relieved him of any worry. Correct. If a man is a coward, is overcautious, and is too fond of life, and if he fears death, he cannot be considered a real man, not even if he takes 100 wives and fathers 800 children. Jun Wuyi laughed heartily. A will of iron and a loyal heart, a man of character with an incomparably indomitable spirit. Well said. I merely admire the last 8 words of this ancestor's teachings. Jun Mosiah laughed in a carefree manner. This line is very much to my liking. It feels like a god has penned it to my liking. I can use these 8 words in my conduct and be worthy of my ancestor's name. Jun Wuyi smiled. Correct. His words may seem vulgar and uncultured, but they have a magnanimous and open-minded message inside. His words are truly great. To continue in one's own way and do what the heart desires, it is truly a great way to live. Jun Mosiah felt very happy inside. These teachings seem like they were custom-made for me. You prefer to interpret those words in that manner, but I do it differently. Perhaps this is the major difference between our natures. And that is probably why we conduct ourselves very differently in public. Jun Wuyi smiled slowly. An incomparably indomitable spirit. I comprehend those 4 words. Thus it is important to live in an upright manner regardless of the anything. We first need to harbor a clear conscience, and only then can we have an indomitable spirit. Death isn't worth fearing. Simply wishing for wealth and prosperity isn't enough. Wealth must be attained in a wise and just manner while maintaining a clear conscience, Jun Wuyi declared in a decisive and resolute manner. Your great-great-grandfather's wishes were in this order: first do good and become a good man, then have a clear conscience. These two prerequisites must be adhered to. Only then will a man be able to speak in a bold manner with justice on his side in every situation. Jun Wuyi smiled in a profound manner after he finished describing the teachings. Did you understand our ancestors' teachings clearly, Mozai? Do you understand the reason behind my decision to help them? Yes, third uncle, I understand. Jun Mozai replied respectfully. First, you choose the correct path. Then you utilized your capabilities to do what your heart desires. Good. Jun Wuyi felt very pleased. However, he hadn't listened properly. His understanding and Jun Mozai's understanding went the same. In fact, they were completely different. Jun Mozai had said find a correct path, and then live according to one's own wishes. Whereas, Jun Wuyi had referred to the correct way of living, and having a clear conscience. These two things were entirely different. In fact, these two ideologies clashed with each other, and weren't alluding to the same meaning in any way. Jun Mozai hadn't ceased pouring pure aura into Yi Guhan, and was still operating the art of unlocking heaven's fortune. However, there wasn't enough aura in the mortal world to imbue Yi Guhan with. He was still unconscious even though his breathing had become somewhat stable. But this was the most Jun Mozai could do for now. He could at most make Yi Guhan persist in the world of the living. However, Jun Mozai was powerless when it came to reviving Yi Guhan completely or even making the situation better than it was. Then, someone informed that General Dugu had arrived with his bodyguard. Minister's son had also accompanied them. Jun Wuyi hastily left to make the preparations to welcome his visitors. Dugu Wudi and Minister's son were about to enter the Jun residence when they heard the announcement that declared Princess Ling Meng's arrival. Mr. Wen had taken Princess Ling Meng back to the imperial palace. However, she had then created a ruckus and had demanded that she gets to see Yi Guhan. Her demands to see her uncle Yi were so fierce that the emperor himself had to go and console her. But she became even more defiant when the emperor tried to calm her down. Moreover, her attitude turned cold and distant towards him. This continued for a while, but then the emperor was forced to meet her demands. The princess made several inquiries regarding Yi Guhan's whereabouts after she left the imperial palace. She was eventually informed that the third master of the Jun family, Jun Wuyi, had rescued Yi Guhan. Princess Ling Meng was overjoyed to hear this news and immediately made way for the Jun residence. Behind Princess Ling Meng were three panting old men. Their chief was recognized as the foremost medical expert in the city, Feng Hui Sheng. They were followed by the imperial bodyguards who were energetically carrying the three experts' medical equipment. Uncle Yi. Princess Ling Meng charged into the Jun family's residence. In fact, she ran inside as if no one else existed in her eyes. She made her way to Jun Wuyi and asked, "Third Uncle Jun, what about my Uncle Yi? Where is he?" She was unaware that she was practically shouting, and her mannerism would be considered as unreasonable by most people. Jun Wuyi forced a smile and shook his head. The princess nearly fell down. It seemed as if she had stumbled upon a hole in the ground. Then, she asked in a trembling voice, "Is he already?" The princess shouldn't make such guesses. His condition isn't good, but Yi Guhan is still somehow alive. You needn't worry. I've found him a place in Mozai's courtyard. I don't intend to conceal Yi Guhan's health from the princess. He is stable for now, but his condition is not good. John Wooyee told her this in advance since he believed that she would need to be mentally prepared when she saw him. The third Master Jun only acted in this manner since she was the Emperor's daughter, and it was necessary for her to act gracefully since she was the princess of an empire. It wouldn't suit her to reveal her true emotions of care and nervousness towards Yi Guhan, and certainly not in such a desperate manner. This fiery little girl is very emotional and righteous. He had seen the manner in which the three princes had fought amongst themselves. However, he now saw the contrasting manner in which this princess treated Yi Guhan. John Wooyee couldn't help but think of her to be a good person. They reached Yi Guhan's bed. The three old men carefully examined the injured man. Then Fang Hui Sheng stood up and helplessly shook his head as he stammered, "Princess, Mr. Yi has received serious injuries on his body in this battle. He has also suffered many internal injuries, and these injuries are in his fatal regions. We could have dealt this with some difficulty, but his circumstances have been made worse due to extreme blood loss. The human body can recuperate if half of its blood has been lost. However, it is extremely difficult to heal someone who has lost over 1/3 of their blood. No medicinal dan can save him. In fact, he should have been dead by now. Mr. Yi Guhan has only survived this long because his body was imbued with pure Xuan Tai by two very powerful people. But this extremely pure Xuan Tai won't be able to sustain his body for very long. Things will start to get worse after some time passes. We advise the princess to make preparations for the funeral ceremony in advance." It turned out that their formidable reputation as doctors hadn't been without reason. They had already deduced Yi Guhan's present situation and the inevitability of his fate. In fact, they had even figured that his body was being supported by Xuan Tai from two very powerful experts. It was a pity that these three distinguished individuals weren't capable of saving his life. Chapter 267 I am sorry there's nothing I can do. Chapter 267 I'm sorry there's nothing I can do. Translator Novel Sarder. Editor Novel Sarder. What are you saying that Uncle Yes condition is hopeless? I don't believe that, imperial physicians. I beg you please find a solution. The princess' delicate body and pretty face became ghostly white when she heard the diagnosis of the three distinguished experts. She choked, and it seemed as if her small mouth was filled with blood. Her expression had become incomparably dull. However, she wasn't willing to give up. Therefore, she repeatedly begged the head of the three experts, Fang Hui Sheng, to find a solution. "Princess, please allow me report. Besides suffering tremendous blood loss, Mr. Yi has also suffered serious physical injuries. The bones in his ribs are broken. His 5 vital internal organs have been severely damaged, and he has suffered no less than 10 serious internal injuries. This isn't pleasant to hear, but there isn't the least bit of a chance to save Yi Guhan." Fang Hui Sheng's tone was extremely serious as he explained, even a supernatural entity would find themselves powerless in front of such a case. "We can support him for a little while, and you can get other people's opinions until you're satisfied about the rarity of his case." Princess Ling Ming couldn't support her body anymore. She trembled for a few moments, and then fell down. Fang Hui Sheng sighed and shook his head along with the other 2 physicians. He didn't wish to trouble the princess. So, he put his medical equipment in order and left. "Uncle Yi," Princess Ling Ming muttered absent-mindedly. The beauty of her face could bring down a nation. However, its complexion was the same as the nearded Yi Guhan at the moment. It seemed from Dugu Woody's face that he couldn't bear it anymore. He sighed and shook his head. He didn't wish to disturb the two either. Therefore, he left the courtyard and made his way towards the Jun family's main hall. Dugu Zyro Yi and son Zyro Mei remained in the courtyard to keep Princess Ling Ming company. They were afraid that another mishap might happen to their sister. Son Zyro Mei couldn't see the heartbroken princess. She hesitated for a moment, but was unable to bear it any longer. She then quietly and quickly whispered a line into Princess Ling Ming's ear. Jun Mo Zai can save Mr. Yi. Son Zyro Mei wasn't a beautiful-looking woman. However, she was very talented and extremely intelligent. Her wisdom was comparable to that of Lai Yuran. She had heard the conversation between Jun Mo Zai and Jun Wu Yi, and had faintly sensed that Jun Mo Zai might be able to save Yi Duhan. However, she couldn't understand why Jun Mo Zai wouldn't undertake that task. Moreover, she had a soft spot for the princess. Son Zyro Mei couldn't help but feel her heart soften when she saw Jun Mo Zai keeping his mouth shut despite the manner in which the princess was breathing. Hence, she decided to inform Princess Ling Ming about Jun Mo Zai's capability. The princess believed the information that was given her good sister without doubting a word of it. She didn't have any faith in Jun Mo Zai. However, she could never doubt son Zyro Mei. The princess would regard this as an absurdity under normal circumstances. However, she had no choice at the moment. She would grasp firmly at any straws she could find just in case it turned out to be the one and only way to save Yi Duhan's life. Therefore, she would necessarily give this a try even if the chances of saving him with this method were negligible. I must save Uncle Yes' life at any cost. Everyone had already left. However, Jun Mo Zai had still here. This small courtyard was his residence, and the injured Yi Duhan seemed to have taken control of his nest. In fact, Yi Duhan was lying on his bed. How could Jun Mo Zai abandon his own lair? That was the only reason why he had stayed behind. Jun Mo Zai was sitting cross-legged on the only chair in his room. His eyes were closed. The young Master Jun was considering things. I must help Yi Duhan since I've promised third uncle that I'll save him. However, his condition is genuinely difficult to deal with. So, how do I go about the healing process? Yi Duhan had lost a lot of blood, and that was a huge problem for those three medical experts. However, this wasn't an issue for the young Master Jun since his mind had retained the medical knowledge of his previous life. The issue of blood transfusion wouldn't be a problem with Jun Mo Zai's power and skill as long as he could find someone with a required blood type. He could then assist in the blood transfer with his innate spiritual talent. Therefore, he didn't consider that angle to be a big problem. Jun Mo Zai was confident that he could cure the internal wounds that had been made by the swords as well. He had a treasure trove of medical ingredients, and they had nourishing spiritual properties. This would assist in the healing process. Yi Duhan's life wouldn't be very inconvenient even if he had only one arm remaining post his recovery comparatively. However, the man's ribs were the genuine problem. His condition was very serious in that regard, and it was also a rare occurrence. Shockingly, 15 of his ribs were broken in multiple places. His chest had sunken inwards due to this. In fact, his ribs were broken in about 3,545 places. This is a very difficult problem. This problem doesn't seem to have any solution. It wouldn't have been a problem if it were a simple bone injury. The injury would have slowly healed as long as he could have borne the pain. However, his life force is very weak at the moment, and he suffered so many internal and external injuries. Therefore, connecting the bones would result in losing Yi Guhan. It would rid him of his small chance of survival as well. Yi Guhan had very little life force remaining in his body, and most of the Xuan Tai in his body was foreign to it. The solitary falcon and Jun Mo Zai had imbued his body with a lot of pure and high-level Xuan Tai. However, even that had reached the peak of its limit. Reapplying this method wouldn't be able to support him during the operation. However, if I treat the flesh wounds first, and then replenish the Xuan Tai inside of him, he might have enough life left in him to bear the burden of the mending bones for some time, though I reckon that Yi Guhan's bones have been deformed for good. Jun Mo Zai frowned. His eyes were still closed. He thought hard on this muddy puzzle, but couldn't find a single clue to solve it. It is a pity that this world doesn't have anesthetics. Yi Guhan's treatment wouldn't be so difficult if I had some anesthetics. Hold on, anesthetics. Jun Mo Zai suddenly became excited and firmly slapped his thighs. He then opened his eyes in astonishment because his thigh didn't feel his hand when he had slapped it. His hand obviously felt the clap, but the thigh didn't feel this slap. This was strange. He opened his eyes. The young Master Jun saw Princess Ling Ming covering her face with her hand. A few teardrops had streamed for her eyes. Her pretty face had 5 crisp and red finger marks on it, and had started to swell. Shockingly, the palm had struck the princess' face. He had landed an incomparably hard slap on her face. "What are you doing? Why are you crouching like that? Did you walk over here like a ghost? Couldn't you have made some noise? I didn't know. Do you like to scare other people to death?" Jun Mo Zai's head burst with an ache. He had been thinking hard and had set his mind on solving that problem. He was so engrossed in his thoughts that he didn't notice when the princess came over. He had accidentally slapped a beautiful face instead of his thighs. And that too, the beautiful face of a princess. His luck with women was truly hopeless. The princess was clearly in pain, and her small face had started to smolder. But contrary to the young Master Jun's expectations, she didn't seem the least bit angry. In fact, her eyes seemed to be begging him. She then opened her mouth to ask, "This I plead, young Master Jun, you save my Uncle Yi, okay?" Jun Mo Zai was shocked by the look on her face. Then he understood what was happening and became very angry. His expression became that of an acute lightning. Like point of a spear, his gaze quickly turned towards Dugu Zairo Yi and Sun Zio Mei, and his knife-like stare left them with a desire to curl up and shiver. This little girl had quite some tolerance. However, the heart of the Sun family's eldest daughter quivered since this accident had been caused by her. She hadn't crossed paths with Jun Mo Zai very often, but it was very clear from the Jun Deborchi's behavior that he would retaliate for today's matter, right? She hoped that his reprisals wouldn't be too harsh since she was Fatah's fiancé. Save him? How can I save him? The Empire's top 3 medical experts couldn't do anything. So what can a Deborchi like me do, your majesty? You have sought the wrong man. This joke of yours is not funny. It's really not funny. Jun Mo Zai's nostrils flared as he snorted. His mind had been completely engrossed with how to save Yi Guhan's life. However, he had given up on that idea now. This had nothing to do with a princess. If I wanted to save someone, I would save them even if countless people tried to stop me. However, Princess Ling Ming had no idea about my skills. Yet she has just come to ask me this favor. It must have been either Dugu Zairo Yi or Sun Zairo Mei who told her. Though I don't think the little girl would have divulged that information. So that leaves Sun Zyro Mei, the Sun family's eldest daughter. Jun Mo Zai felt somewhat betrayed by this. This feeling transformed his good mood into an angry one, that too in just a split second. A betrayal in Jun Mo Zai's eyes was a betrayal indeed. There was one thing that Jun Mo Zai couldn't accept: people threatening him. And Jun Mo Zai had always detested people who had a tendency for betrayal. Princess Ling Ming couldn't help but feel despair after listening to Jun Mo Zai's cold and detached answer. She suddenly gnashed her teeth, and her eyes revealed a determined expression. She slowly stood up until she was standing straight in front of the young Master Jun. Then, she suddenly went down on her knees. She knelt firmly on her knees. I beg you, please save my uncle Yi, I beg you, I beg you. Princess Ling Ming prostrated herself. The expression on her face was reckless and crazy, but it displayed inexhaustible distress. My uncle Yi has suffered countless grievances because of my willfulness. He has suffered so much harm because I'm not sensible. There is nothing I can do to repay him. But he lies dying now, and I am willing to sacrifice everything for his life. Jun Mo Zai, I bow before you. Princess Ling Ming dropped heavily to the ground. There was a loud boom which resonated. This was proof that she had exerted all of her energy to kowtow in front of him. This was not at all a frivolous endeavor. Dugu Zyro Yi and Sun Zyro Mei were emotionally moved. What noble behavior from a country's princess! She had knelt resolutely in front of a vassal, and was begging him just to save the life of her bodyguard. The imperial family has been fighting for power since ancient times. There've surely been many people in that family who were emotional and just. However, Princess Ling Ming's actions were unprecedented. The royalty must behave within the scope of the royal dignity. But Princess Ling Ming had ignored all of it. The princess had kneeled in front of Jun Mo Zai like she was kneeling in front of a highly respected senior. Anybody could make out the princess' determination by the manner in which had knelt. No matter what the cost or the chances of success. No matter how nonsensical the hope is, she wouldn't hesitate. Jun Mo Zai's outer appearance was as calm as the surface of still water, but he was badly shaken on the inside. He had never expected Princess Ling Ming to take such a step for Yi Guhan. Dugu Zyro Yi took a huge stride forward as she tearfully said, "Bastard, why do you hesitate? The princess is kneeling in front of you and begging. What more do you want? Hurry up and do something if you can help. Is us two kneeling in front of you not enough?" Jun Mo Zai's expression was cold as he extended his hand and pushed Dugu Zyro Yi aside. He then looked at Princess Ling Ming in an indifferent manner. Then, he spoke without showing any trace of emotion. "I'm sorry, there's nothing I can do." Sun Zyro Mei's entire body trembled. She had quickly figured everything out. She realized that she had made an unforgivable mistake by informing the princess about Jun Mo Zai's abilities. Chapter 268 Blood Oath. Chapter 268 Blood Oath. Translator Novel Sarder. Editor Novel Sarder. Forget about other matters. She hadn't even taken Jun Mo Zai's temperament into consideration. He is very different from other people. This man never brings himself out in the open for anyone. No is an exception to that rule. He always does things his own way. She had only intended to help Princess Ling Ming and give her hope. However, that had angered Jun Mo Zai. This had shattered any hope of saving Yi Guhan's life. The princess and Yi Guhan's political position was very sensitive. Moreover, the Jun family circumstances weren't very good either. This was driving Jun Mo Zai to forego the task of saving the man's life. Why, what else do you want me to do? What in the world do you want from me? You just say it. I give you my word, I'll give you anything you ask. Princess Ling Meng was still kneeling on the ground in despair. She had a vacant expression on her face. However, she still clung to her last hope as she asked John Mozai, "Nothing you offer will make any difference. I don't trust you." John Mozai raised his head and looked up at the sky. He let out a deep sigh. He then spoke in a resolute manner. "Princess, I really wish to save him, but you must be aware of our Jun family's situation. To say that it is precarious would be an understatement. And if I could cure conditions that even the 3 foremost doctors of the city weren't able to, what would it mean?" John Mozai took a deep breath. "Right now people can only suspect and be suspicious of me. However, it will become a reality if I manage to save Yi Guhan's life." "Princess, Yi Guhan is one of the most taboo names to His Majesty the Emperor. Reviving him would tantamount to offending the Emperor. This single matter concerns the lives of thousands of Jun family members and tens of thousands of our faction's followers. In such circumstances, our princess, don't you think that sacrificing Yi Guhan's life is a good idea? Would the princess do it differently if she were in my place? How can you expect me to trust you? The Tian family has never been loyal to anyone." "Doesn't the princess know that?" John Mozai said heavily. "I can pledge to guard your secret." You just asked how you can believe me. How can I?" Princess Ling Ming hung her head dispiritedly. She knew that no pledge she would make would be binding enough. She didn't know how to explain that her promises would be different from her family's. So she kept quiet for a while. Dugu Xiaoyi bit her lip. It seemed that she wanted to say something. However, she eventually decided to remain silent. Sun Xiaomei sighed inside her heart. The young Master Jun's words were reasonable. She knew that she would have ignored any pleas for assistance in this situation as well. She had realized just how childish and unwise her actions had been. The current emperor is very wise, but one of his few undeniable faults is that he's too suspicious. Sun Xiaomei was lost in her thoughts. Then, she saw the princess suddenly rise to her feet. Her delicate body changed directions, and then she knelt down again. Princess Ling Ming then bit her lips very hard, and a wisp of blood started to flow down from the corner of her mouth. The blood streamed down her face and started to drip on the ground. She hesitated for a moment. Then, she eventually placed her left hand upon her chest. She then spoke in a soft yet resolute tone. "The heavens above and the earth below, the gods of this world and the successive generations of my ancestors, listen to my oath. I, Ling Meng, hereby swear." She paused for a moment, and her face suddenly twisted. She then continued, "If John Mozai is able to save my uncle Yes' life, then I, Ling Ming, vow that I'll return to the palace and spare no efforts to demand from my father that I be married to John Mozai. Whether a wife or a concubine, I'll comply to his wishes. I'll never complain. I'll spend this life being the most loyal woman to John Mozai. I will keep my mouth sealed regarding all his secrets, and I will not divulge a single thing to anyone else. If it seems that I have reneged on this oath, may my whole family die and may my ancestors never find any peace. Ling Ming herself shall be punished by being hacked into pieces. Then, being thunderstruck 5 times, none of my descendants shall be allowed to continue in this world. I take this blood oath before the heaven and earth and the gods of this world." The princess turned her hand after she finished speaking. She held a delicate throwing knife in it. The knife flashed like lightning as she moved it towards her arm and slashed it. She didn't even flinch as she did this. The blood gushed out like a fountain. The princess then drew a circle in front of her with her own blood. Then she knelt and tapped her head right at the center of that bloody circle. Her luxuriant and wattle-like hair scattered onto the ground. She didn't raise her head for a long time. With heaven and earth as witness, and in the name of the gods and ancestors, her soul and her blood had gone into this oath. This was the most sacred and also the most malicious oath in the Xuan continent. No one would ever dare to abandon this oath. And Princess Ling Ming had already knocked her head in the very center of the bloody circle. The oath had been sealed. It was incommutable in that life. Dugu Zairoi cried out in alarm. She glared as her small hand covered her mouth, while her eyes quickly filled with tears. Princess Ling Ming got up. Her face was covered with tears, but she didn't weep. She then faced Jun Mozai and then spoke. Maybe I've convinced you now, Jun Mozai. Jun Mozai was stunned, speechless. The young Master Jun had never thought that the princess would take such an oath, not even in his dreams. What are you saying? Jun Mozai had previously decided to save Yi Guhan. However, he wasn't able to start the procedure due to some difficult problems. Then, the sudden arrival of Princess Ling Ming coupled with her special identity had escalated the situation further. Otherwise, he would have saved Yi Guhan in secret and fronted the non-existent mysterious expert. A few people may have doubted it, but it wouldn't have been a huge hindrance. However, he had never taken into account that the princess would immediately make her way to his residence after being returned to the imperial palace by that man. Moreover, she had brought 3 imperial physicians with her, and those 3 were the top medical experts in Tianzhang City. This mix of so many people had killed Jun Mozai's plan. He wouldn't be able to save the man even if he capable of doing it, since the emperor may find out about his talents if the princess were to leak any of his secrets to his majesty's ears. The young Master Jun's skills could have easily brought upon his doom. First, his grandfather had taken undue advantage of the Jun family's influence to commit a purge. Then, his uncle's injuries had mysteriously healed. This was then followed the mysterious emergence of the aristocratic hall. Any logical interpretation of these facts would point in the Jun family's direction, and heads would start to roll. Therefore, Jun Mozai had resolutely refused to treat Yi Guhan. However, Princess Ling Ming had made that blood oath to gain Jun Mozai's trust. She had made this oath to mediate the circumstances between herself and Jun Mozai. The princess' body trembled. There was a fierce expression on her face as she looked at Jun Mozai. She was aware that Jun Mozai had endlessly nagged his grandfather to take an offer for his marriage to the imperial princess a few years ago. However, she had then rejected him, and her father had also lost interest in the Jun family. The whole matter had fizzled out sometime later. Princess Ling Ming's judgment had been clouded by the present circumstances. She hadn't paid careful attention to Jun Mozai's words. She had heard him speak, "I don't trust you," and had interpreted it to be a demand for her loyalty by marriage. This has obscurely revealed this debauchee's real aim. However, I fear that he won't save my uncle Ye's life if I don't agree to his condition. Am I only to look on helplessly as Uncle Yi leaves the mortal realm? Princess Ling Ming had reached an impossible conclusion after she had searched her soul. Therefore, she had decided to make this blood oath after some hesitation. I will sacrifice the rest of my life as long as Uncle Yi survives. It's not much of a sacrifice, is it anyway? Who is to say that my father won't just use my marriage as a means to rope in a minister in the future? There's no guarantee that I'll ever be allowed to marry by my own choice. In fact, He may just send me to Jun Mozai since he's quite influential. Uncle Yi could do that much to save my life. Can't I even do this much for him? Therefore, Princess Ling Ming had eventually made this resolute decision. The throwing knife covered with her own blood was still in her hand. However, the princess' mind was ice cold. What else do you want now? Tell me what you want. However, she was merely in a trance. Princess Ling Ming looked at Jun Mozai, and Jun Mozai looked at the princess. Their thoughts were a mess. Sun Zyro Mei could understand their thoughts, and her eyes were wide open in shock. Suddenly, Dugu Zyro-yi let out a loud sob in the midst of this silence. Then, she started to weep. She was completely heartbroken. Boo-hoo, brother Mozai, I liked him first, and yet you suddenly took that oath without speaking to me first. You stole him. No way, sister didn't even discuss this with me. You're a cheat. Dugu Zyro-yi felt wronged. She felt very sad. And when she looked at those two silently starting at each other, she thought they were looking at each other lovingly. Hence, she couldn't help but cry. Dugu Zyro-yi was dazzled in reality. She was just imagining things like Princess Ling Ming. There was nothing more to it. What she felt as loving gaze between two people was actually Jun Mozai feeling stunned and panicky. There was a hint of embarrassment in his body language, and he was having a tough time in restraining his anger. And the princess was tragic over the sacrifice she had just made. This gaze they shared, and that of two lovers, are two completely different things. Fine, I promise you I will save him. Jun Mozai took a deep breath. However, I don't accept your oath. You and I aren't a fit match. Therefore, even speaking of marriage between us is absurd. Yi Guhan will have to stay here for a long time. I can only restore his health very slowly, and I can't guarantee the extent of his recovery. You understand what I mean. I can save him or I can kill him. You took that lousy oath. Even if you had to take an oath, it should've been about not opening your mouth. I could've stuck to my original idea by fronting the story about the mysterious master saving Yi Guhan's life, and you would've been the perfect tool to make the world believe it. Just that much would've been enough, but you had to go and add that part about marrying me or become my concubine, and then abiding by my desires. What a shitty oath. But even if you wish to marry me, I don't wish to marry you. I have no intention to do so. You aren't that beautiful. Can you even compare to that little girl? And can you even compare to that little girl from the Silver Blizzard City? No matter what sort of a woman she is, she has the upper hand in this regard. Your beauty is worth a fart to me. However, Jun Mozai had been stunned by the severity of the oath the princess had taken. He was shocked by the sacrifice she was willing to make for Yi Guhan. In fact, he was certain that he would have never taken such a tough decision if he were to be in her shoes. Once a blood oath is taken, it cannot be changed even if you don't accept it. This is a well-known fact. Princess Ling Ming's heart was filled with joy when she heard that he had agreed to save Yi Guhan. But she continued calmly, I just hope that the truth of this matter is never known to my Uncle Yi. I can only guarantee my utmost effort in this matter. Jun Mozai sighed with numbness. What is this? Why does it feel like I've forced an honest girl into selling her body? Chapter 269 Is it him? Chapter 269 Is it him? Translator Novel Sarder. Editor Novel Sarder. Yi Guhan's injury is very serious. I'll try my best, but I'm not sure if I can fully cure him. Also, his right hand is broken beyond repair. Therefore, he will find it difficult to hold his sword with it even if his health is otherwise restored. His body would take 7,080 days for a recovery. Therefore, you should make some false announcements to avoid future trouble for him. You will have to announce to the world that Yi Guhan has died due to his injuries. And it's better that you go through me when you wish to meet him in the future, and I'll make the required adjustments. You don't have a problem with that, right? Princess Ling Meng bit her lip and nodded. She knew perfectly well what Jun Mozai meant when he said avoid future troubles. These two had developed a tacit understanding by now. They didn't need to explain their words anymore. Princess Ling Meng sighed when saw Dugu Xiaoyi weeping. She then walked over to the little girl, fished out a handkerchief from her clothes, and softly wiped Dugu Xiaoyi's tears. Silly little sister, I won't compete with you. Is it possible that we sisters would have such a cruel fate you just for this guy? Is he worth it? She was going to say debauchery, but then she recalled her oath and didn't say it. The sound of Dugu Xiaoyi's crying abated somewhat. She then opened her tear-filled eyes. Really, but you just a moment ago. That is true. However, I did it because I had no other choice. Princess Ling Meng smiled gently. The princess was almost the same age as the little girl. However, she seemed so much more mature all of a sudden. I will ask my father to get me married to Jun Mozai so I can complete my oath. But only after you do the good deed of marrying him first. I promise that this is only to adhere to my oath and nothing more. Is it still unacceptable? Dugu Xiaoyi blushed. Her tears had turned into a smile. She hummed for a moment and then said, You are elder to me, so you first. Though she had spoken these words, but anyone could tell that she felt insecure. Jun Mozai had walked past them. He was now sitting beside Yi Guhan. He almost fell headlong when he heard these words. There's no sign of success yet. So, why are these two women talking like that? I still don't have any intention to look for a wife yet. These two women are in a rush to marry me. I have no plans in this regard yet. Jun Mozai's expression became indifferent as he started to pour pure aura into Yi Guhan. He then spoke coldly, Miss Sun. Sun Xiaomei apologized in a low voice. You needn't say anything. I know what you're about to say. I won't do it again. I'm sorry. You are Fatah's fiancé and also this little girl's sister. So I'm dropping it for now. But if you ever do it again I will kill you. What I love the most is betrayal. Jun Mozai raised his eyelids. A strong, murderous intention flashed in his eyes. He then exuded a strong murderous aura, and the three women became cold all over. Jun Mozai's words reeked of murderous intentions. No one would ever suspect the seriousness of his threat. They wouldn't dare to provoke him since they knew that he would carry out his threat. Sun Xiaomei was silent. She knew that Jun Mozai wasn't joking. Jun Mozai and Jun Wuyi were talking without restraint. In fact, he didn't refrain from speaking his mind in front of Dugu Xiaoyi either. This shows that he considers them to his people. He believes that they wouldn't betray him. If they had divulged his secret to Princess Ling Meng he would have considered it to be a mistake but never a betrayal. This fact won't change regardless of circumstances or reasoning. Have I always turned a blind eye towards Jun Mozai's true behavior? This youngster's nature is of the type, obey me you will die if you don't. It is a tyrant's disposition. Suddenly, Sun Xiaomei started to tremble. She had been very frightened by the words he had spoken to her. Are you that kind of a man, Jun Mozai? Princess Ling Meng was shocked. She looked at Jun Mozai with her eyes wide open. Since when did Jun Mozai have such an imposing personality? Has he changed? Is that the reason why Dugu Xiaoyi fell madly in love with him? Princess Ling Meng wasn't sure. She slowly walked over to Yi Guhan. She leaned to look at Yi Guhan's thin and deathly pale face. The princess grieved in her heart at that sight, but hid her tears. Xiaoyi Jun Mozai closed his eyes as he exerted his entire strength to transfer the aura. What Dugu Xiaoyi's mood was quite cheerful now. Her mood had a tendency to change very quickly. She had already dried her tears, and was feeling embarrassed about her earlier tantrum. She jumped up when she heard Jun Mozai call her name. Go to third uncle and ask him to send someone to the aristocratic hall. Ask him to have these medical ingredients brought back. Jun Mozai listed the names of the herbs without any hesitation. The earlier I have them, the more useful they will be. Dugu Xiaoyi nodded and then disappeared like a wisp of smoke. Princess Ling Meng moved closer to Jun Mozai. She had never been this close to him before. She observed him as he sat there with his eyes closed and transferred the aura into Yi Guhan. His face didn't look cold or greedy, but it seemed as if he despised all creation under the heavens. She couldn't help but feel moved inside. Then, she felt a faint yet familiar sensation in her heart. It's a very familiar feeling and a very safe one. This incomparable warmth and comfort, where have I felt like this before? Why do I feel this warmth? Princess Ling Meng frowned as she pondered hard. Suddenly, a light flashed in her mind. This feeling, why is it so familiar? Princess Ling Meng couldn't help but inch closer to Jun Mozai. And the closer she got to him, the stronger that feeling became. This slowly reminded her of something, though she couldn't make out what it was. She sat aside, but didn't utter a single word as she thought hard. Sun Xiaomei was sitting beside her with a somewhat vexed expression on her face. Sister Xiaomei, why are you at the Jun family's residence? Princess Ling Meng was sitting idly. Hence, she suddenly recalled this matter and could not help but ask. The princess' mind was still haunting her decision of making that blood oath. Little White led Jun Mozai and Jun Wuyi to us after you were captured. Sun Xiaomei said plainly. The third master of the Jun family brought Uncle Yi here, and Jun Mozai set out to search for you. What? Jun Mozai went alone to look for me? Princess Ling Meng forgot her manners and asked in a loud voice. She jumped onto her legs as a shock spread across her face. She had been trying hard to solve that puzzle. However, it suddenly seemed as if the dark clouds in her mind had been split by a ray of sunshine. Everything suddenly seemed very bright. The mysterious master had carried her as they had escaped from the cave. In fact, that mysterious expert with the throwing knives had always protected her. And what she felt in that man's arms was just like what she had just felt near Jun Mozai's body. Is it possible that? But how's this possible? Princess Ling Meng shook her head vigorously to rid herself of that ridiculous thought. However, those two figures gradually began to become one in her mind. She recalled that Jun Mozai had been nearby at the time of the previous attempt on her life. He had then suddenly disappeared. Could he be him? Princess Ling Meng's heart began to beat wildly. She looked at Jun Mozai in amazement. Her heart suddenly felt an unprecedented feeling. He is quite handsome. Her face suddenly turned red. Dugu Xiaoyi came back skipping after she had finished her task. The little girl's heart had recovered, and she was in high spirits. He called me Xiaoyi this time. It was so nice to hear. I hope he calls me that many times again in the future. He. Little sister Xiaoyi. Princess Ling Ming tried hard to restrain her emotions. The tone of her voice was very plain as she asked, "I heard that young Master Jun had crafted a jewel-studded knife for you, is that right? I remember it had a pleasant name the last time you showed it to me. The first pocket knife of Tian Zhang. Could you show it to me again? You treated it with disdain the last time I tried to show it to you, but now you wish to take another look at it. Okay then, I'll show it to you," Dugu Xiaoyi mumbled. She then delved into her sleeve and drew out a slender knife. Jun Mo Zai nearly fainted after he accidentally saw this spectacle. "Dugu Xiaoyi, I gave you that knife so you could cut people apart. It's not to be used as an armband. What a waste!" Jun Mo Zai howled angrily. And he was very serious. This little girl had tied the knife to her arm. This meant that it would take her some time to draw it out if need be. What's the difference between it and an armband? The battle will be over by the time she draws the knife to confront an enemy, so what's the use of it? Dugu Xiaoyi's face turned red. She whined for a while out of embarrassment. Then, she replied, "This you gave me as a token of faith. I'll use it if need be. Why are you getting mad at me?" She lowered her pretty face as she spoke. The little girl rubbed the lower hem of her gown out of embarrassment as she whined like a mosquito. She then asked, "My jade pendant, you still wear it?" Princess Ling Ming's blood oath hadn't come from her heart. Yet, the princess was still her biggest threat in Dugu Xiaoyi's eyes. Therefore, she added the two words token and faith in spite of the embarrassment when Jun Mo Zai asked her about the knife. The idea was to send the message that whether you like it or not, I'm ahead of you. We've already exchanged tokens of faith. Humph, we may be good sisters, but I won't hold back. I, Dugu Xiaoyi, will fight for my love till the end. Humph, and I too shall take a blood oath. If you provoke me, you may not have done it voluntarily, but I will then well see who is afraid of whom. The jade pendant token of faith. Jun Mo Zai stared blankly. He didn't know where this was coming from. As for that piece of jade he had received from her, I had kept it somewhere, though I don't remember where I kept it. Princess Ling Ming didn't pay attention to Dugu Xiaoyi's words. Instead, her hands trembled slightly. Her eyes shone with pleasant surprise as she looked at the blade. She then saw that strange light reflecting off of the gem on the handle. It captivated her. The weapon was definitive. The handle of this knife, and the throwing knives, were clearly made by the hands of the same man. Whether it was the forging process, the craftsmanship, the decorative design, or even the casting method of the blade, it was all ingenious and original along with the acute tip of the knife. This indicated towards one clear and undeniable fact. The blade was easy to hold. It was delicate, small and exquisite. It was suited for slashing as well as stabbing. Moreover, it wouldn't injure the hand of the wielder. The point of the knife, its edge, its spine, its hilt, each and every part of the blade, including its curved arch, had been thoroughly tempered and exquisitely evened. Moreover, the handle and the blade had been made without a cast. It was obvious that someone had spent a lot of time and effort into forging that knife. In addition, the handle was somewhat short. It was obvious that this knife's handle had been specifically intended for a woman's hand. In fact, it was probably intended as such from the time of the collection of raw materials. The handle glittered. Its curving lines flickered like the stars in the night sky. It seemed as if the Milky Way itself had fallen from the sky. The entire blade flowed like a river of light. The princess suddenly felt very jealous as she looked at the blade. He is nice to her, very nice. Chapter 270 Reprimanded. Chapter 270 Reprimanded. Translator Novel Sarder. Editor Novel Sarder. It's a good blade. Princess Ling Ming looked at it with envy. She seemed reluctant to part with it. She had recognized her mystery man in her mind by then. However, she wasn't ready to divulge this matter to anyone. She felt that Jun Mozai plays the debauchee and flaunts his immoral behavior everywhere. Isn't that a means to conceal his real self? He can perform amazing deeds that require bravery, chivalry, and courage. His earth-shaking medical knowledge could create uproar in the entire capital. He should been standing at the summit of this world. He could have enjoyed everyone's admiration, the entire younger generation's devotion. However, he has chosen dirt upon himself for his family's sake. So, what he said before is true. His heart actually didn't lay in wait for me. He and I aren't suited to be a match. However, he in no way unworthy of me. It is I who is undeserving of him. His life must have been full of bitter hardships. Someone capable of such great feats should be a proud and noble youngster. Yet, he has no choice but to suffer everyone's condescending stares and taunts. But he continues to display an extremely nasty personality in public. He can't showcase his achievements. This must be a great torment for him. This requires a very far-sighted vision. How broad-minded, calm, and talented does one have to be to face this? Who doesn't want to be desired? Who doesn't wish to be worshipped by hordes of people? Who doesn't wish to stand at the top? However, Jun Mozai had no choice but to suffer the world's humiliation due to his family's circumstances. Princess Ling Ming suddenly felt her heart grieve. He's about the same age as me, but he has experienced a great many things than I have. Moreover, he never wants his name to be credited for the good deeds he does. He never asks repayment for what he does. In fact, he would rather suffer the scorn of the people he saves. How can someone like Liu Ran even compare to such a man? Suddenly, the image of Jun Mozai changed from a scoundrel who wouldn't shrink away from any crime to a lofty individual bathed in bright rays of light in the prince's mind. It was similar to a promotion from the bottom of 18th layer of hell to the 33rd level of heaven. And that too in an instant. Princess Ling Ming suddenly felt that her blood oath wasn't unacceptable anymore. In fact, there was a faint feeling of delight in her heart. It was a pity that the young Master Jun wasn't aware of these feelings. Otherwise, he would have laughed loudly. What a mental disorder, he would have sighed. Heavens and earth, this princess' imagination is so enriched. She harbors fantasies I can't even dare to fathom. The real Jun Mozai never pretended to be a debauchee and a hoodlum. He was a genuine wastrel. There was no false imaging about him. As for the new young Master Jun, he always went about things his own way. He didn't care about other people's point of view. To summarize this change in the image of Jun Mozai from a good-for-nothing debauchee to a tall and lofty person in the pure and innocent head of Princess Ling Ming, well, it was a complete and beautiful misunderstanding. Dugu Xiaoyi saw the spellbound manner in which the princess had held that knife. It seemed like the princess liked it too much to let it go. The little girl's heart tensed at this. She then snorted, "You don't consider your sister's feelings. I will never show you this knife again." She seethed with anger and pursed her lips. She then said, "I presume Sister Ming has seen enough. It is just a knife, it's nothing that rare." She then reached out and grabbed the knife. Dugu Xiaoyi then proudly narrowed her eyes and smiled. "This knife isn't very rare, but my brother Mozai said that this knife is unique and unmatched, whether in quality or style." Unique, not really right. Princess Ling Ming didn't know why she felt so uncomfortable upon seeing Dugu Xiaoyi displeased. She couldn't help herself to speak in a ridiculing manner. "I have several knives that resemble this one. They are just smaller in size. You have several such knives. I don't believe you. That big villain said that he'd get this jewel-studded knife made for me, especially for me. Dugu Zairoyi cried out. Her big eyes were opened in circular shapes. How is that possible? How is that impossible? Why can't there be several such knives? Princess Ling Ming smiled mysteriously. Would you like to spare some time to see them? Princess Ling Ming couldn't help but satisfy her desire to satiate her ego. She was aware that the throwing knives she possessed had been crafted by the young Master Jun had. However, she had gotten them purely by chance. They hadn't been given to her as a gift, let alone specially made for her. In fact, she knew that there were probably several like the ones she possessed. And she was aware that she couldn't tail the knife out right now since Jun Mozai was nearby. She knew that he wasn't interested in seeing his tokens of faith. She could incur his displeasure if she showed off those knives. But that was secondary. How could she afford to lose face in front of her sisters? We surely have time to examine elder sister Ling Ming's treasures. Dugu Zairoyi smiled as a sharp light flashed in her eyes. Princess Ling Ming also had a smile across her face. These sisters were smiling like flowers, but one could feel a strong hostility between them. This confrontation had already surpassed the category of young, adolescent women. It had reached the category of grown-up women. Women could commit all manner of unscrupulous crimes to defend their position in their love lives. This sisterly feeling could in no way stand in the path of that. Sun Zairome had noticed this intense hostility and jealousy between the two women. However, the very clever Sun Ziomei couldn't help but gape in astonishment. Dugu Zairoyi's obsession with Jun Mozai is a known fact. So her behavior isn't strange. However, Ling Ming, her attitude regarding the young Master Jun has undergone a sudden and tremendous change. This is completely inexplicable. Princess Ling Ming had taken a blood oath to marry Jun Mozai. However, it was done unwillingly because of the prevailing conditions. Princess Ling Ming never had a favorable impression of Jun Mozai according to Sun Zairomei's understanding. In fact, the princess detested him. So why have these two sisters become legendary rivals in love so suddenly? Moreover, how's the sense of hostility so strong despite the strong sisterly bond they share? What's the matter? This is confusing, very confusing. Sun Zairomei had always considered herself very capable. She could employ her large brain to any situation. But it had short-circuited in this moment. Jun Mozai heaved a long breath. He had finally exhausted himself. He had grabbed Yi Guhan's hand and had recklessly poured ore into him for such a long time. He had poured out a huge amount of it by now. But the injured Yi Guhan's condition had stabilized. Yi Guhan's Shunkai had been expelled from his body, and it had been replaced by Jun Mozai's powerful heavenly aura in its entirety. Moreover, the broken bones had been carefully enveloped by the young Master Jun's aura. There would be no further problems as long as no one moved his body or messed with his bones. Jun Mozai was very exhausted. He opened his eyes to look at the three girls and then sighed in a dejected manner. He didn't feel like talking. A single woman was like 1,000 ducks in the eyes of Hitman Jun, long-winded and confused. But he was facing 3 of them. This was a very terrifying issue, and if there was only one man present among them, the fate of that man would be very, very tragic. "How's he?" Princess Ling Ming asked as she moved forward. Her expression had a hint of flattery. "How's he?" Dugu Zairoyi's head barged in between. The nostrils of her slender nose were flared, while her eyebrows pulsated unceasingly. John Mo Zai could feel her breath. He could even smell her sweet fragrance. Are you exhausted, son? Zyro May didn't dare to take the opportunity to join in on the fun. However, she still put in a word after she took a seat. The three women had together inquired of the tired John Mo Zai. He couldn't shout with his mouth, but his eyes certainly filled in its stead. He thought of a few things to say as he opened his eyes. He tried to keep his expression blank as he looked at the three women. It was cold like an ancient block of ice. His cold gaze swept over them, and the three women shivered with nervousness. They felt ashamed for no reason. They felt as if they had done something wrong. Even the little girl was no exception. Women are women. John Mo Zai's mouth arched downwards. He raised his hands to his temple with effort and started to massage it. His face twitched with irritation. I didn't wish to talk nonsense with you, but now I think it is necessary, otherwise, I'll burden this young master to death sooner or later. What? The three women were astounded. They looked at each other for a while. They were at a total loss. Firstly, you made a huge mistake. John Mo Zai pointed his finger at Princess Ling Meng. There was no trace of politeness in his demeanor. Take today's matter as an example. It was unnecessary to sacrifice anything. However, you managed to create this situation from nothing. It's all your doing. Yi Guhan shouldn't have sustained such injuries. He could have easily retreated with light injuries, but things have turned out in this manner because of your ignorance. Your uncle Yi made such a huge sacrifice for you, and now you've made a blood oath for his daughter. It is very touching. I feel very bad for Yi Guhan. His situation is extremely tragic, and it was all for something so worthless. It's too sad. I got to know about this matter from your sisters. Princess Ling Meng, you're at the Gold Chuan level. You may seem like a very strong expert to an average person. However, you can't fight against such powerful assassins. But Yi Guhan had already blocked the enemies. So couldn't you have your skills to escape? Moreover, this incident happened within the imperial capital. So why didn't you run to each and every major family that resided nearby? Did you attach that much importance to your tears? Those unreal things have done so much harm to Yi Guhan. The only thing you can do when such an incident occurs, in fact, the only thing which you should do is seize the opportunity and escape. The farther you would have run, and the faster you would have run, the more Yi Guhan would have been able to relax. You shouldn't have been concerned about Yi Guhan's safety, or thought that you're abandoning him. You should have only thought of escaping yourself. You should have thought of your own safety. Since Yi Guhan was fighting for that reason alone, Yi Guhan would have thought about retreating once you were safe. He may not have been able to retreat wholly uninjured, but it wouldn't have led to something like this. But did you do that? No, you didn't. You just looked back until Yi Guhan had been seriously injured to the point of dying. In fact, you hadn't even run 300 meters, and you wouldn't have covered that distance if it weren't for Zyro Yi and son Zyro Mei pulling at you. Do you have curd inside your head? What were you thinking? John Mo Zai reprimanded the princess impolitely and ruthlessly. Princess Ling Meng's eyes had become red, and she was about to cry. Don't cry. I will throw you and your uncle Yi out if I see another tear fall from your eyes today. I never asked you take that bullshit blood oath. What a stupid thing to do, as if tears are going to be useful to your uncle Yi. Your uncle Yi is dying because of your wretched tears, but will it be useful for me against the enemy? Crying is worth a fart. Can you do anything else besides crying? You try to cry again, and see what happens. John Mo Zai roared ferociously. End of Vol 3 Part 2.